Chapter 258. The pitch-black interminating chi spread between heaven and earth, making the entire space seem a little gloomy. The fluctuations of a battle came from afar. A creature with pitch-black eyes was fighting with a young cultivator. The aftermath was extremely terrifying. Black fog filled the sky, affecting everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers. The young cultivator who attacked was very extraordinary. His battle prowess was extremely powerful. However, it did not affect the two of them. Now on the interminating battlefield, there were actually many such scenes. Many battles were constantly erupting. The slots to enter the true Immortal Academy made many of the younger generation go crazy. One had to know that even recognized as the strongest of the younger generation like Wuxia and Wang Zijin also needed to kill interminating spirits to obtain points and enter the true Immortal Academy to cultivate. Therefore, there was no such thing as going through the back door or relying on connections. At this time, all living beings were equal. As long as they had points, they could enter the academy to cultivate. Since Brother Gu says so, then the two of us will have to part ways for now. On the dry mountain peak, strange stones stood in great numbers. They looked very strange. The two of them stood side by side like a pair of immortals. Wang Zijin was wearing a light blue long dress. She had her hands behind her back and was smiling. Her temperament was ethereal and clean, revealing flawlessness and perfection. It had to be said that there was a special aura on her body. It was like the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Her entire body was filled with immortal chi, as if she could ascend and fly away at any time. Sometimes, even Wuxia could not help but have the thought of swallowing her. This aura was not as simple as immortal chi. There was another kind of immortal chi in her body. Wuxia guessed that it was her cheat, or rather, her companion item. However, he was only thinking about it. Wang Zijin's methods were hundreds of times more difficult to deal with than those ancient freaks. Moreover, Wang Zijin would not affect his future plans. Wuxia did not think that he had reached that level of madness. Although Wang Zijin wanted something from him, he also wanted something from Wang Zijin. This guy lusted after his body and wanted to conquer him. Wuxia wanted to see who would win in the end. At that moment he couldn't help but smile faintly. The absolute battlefield isn't that big. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. Also, thank you for what you did just now. If you didn't give me face at that time, I might have been put on the spot. Wang Zijin didn't know if he was really grateful or just saying it on the surface. At this time she still had a smile on her face as she said, "Even if Brother Gu really wants to thank me, how about this? You owe me a favor. Just remember to return it in the future." Wuxia smiled. "Alright then, I'll take my leave first." Seeing that Wuxia did not seem to care much about Zhang Chuchu's matter, Prince 21 Jin did not ask further. She was just a little curious as to why Zhang Chuchu was so cold towards Wuxia. This was very different from the Zhang Chuchu she was familiar with. As a woman, she had a natural intuition about this kind of thing. Especially after the influence of various melodramatic scenes in her previous life, she always felt that this matter was a little like a resentful woman. It was very difficult for a man like Wuxia to be moved by any woman. His gentle appearance on the surface was nothing more than a disguise for the coldness and heartlessness in his heart. Of course, she did not know about the matter between Wuxia and Zhang Chuchu. The successor of the human ancestors Hall, who had been wandering in the outside world a while ago, was actually an impostor arranged by Wuxia. "Then we'll part ways for now," Wang Zijin replied with a smile. Wuxia nodded. Then with a buzz he took a step forward and disappeared. In an instant he appeared thousands of miles away. Even Wang Zijin could not keep up with his speed at this time. This guy is really unpredictable. Why isn't he moved by me? Is it because I'm not charming enough? Wang Zijin couldn't help but rub her forehead. After 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she felt moved by someone. However, Wuxia's attitude made her think that he was not interested in women. It was as if he was wholeheartedly chasing after the supreme power. However, judging from Wuxia's many actions, this was not the case. He easily made you have a good impression of him. This guy seems to be a sea king. Forget it, the more I think about it, the more my head hurts. I don't believe that this guy's heart is made of rock. Then Wang Zijin left this place. She planned to enter the depths of the absolute battlefield. She had left from there at the beginning. Now Jiang Chuchu seemed to be still trapped there. His safety was unknown. Master, this area has already been occupied by us. We've already cleared out the absolute living beings. Most of them are around the virtual god realm. There are very few true gods. On the other side, after Gu Chang'e and Wang Zijin parted ways, he went to find his followers. At this moment, Yi Han was respectfully reporting their gains after entering the absolute battlefield. It seems that we're now in the outer area. The true powerhouses are still in the depths. Gu Chang'e nodded. He scanned the area. He could not see any other young beings within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. After all, with his name, unless those people wanted to offend him, they would not dare to stay here for long. The rest of his followers also had the corpses of absolute living beings. They were waiting to leave this place and go to the Immortal Academy to exchange them for points. A spot to enter the Immortal Academy required a lot of points. Just the virtual god realm living beings were not enough. However, Gu Chang'e did not plan to take the points in their hands. To him, it was enough as long as he entered the depths and casually killed a quasi-sage living being. His purpose in coming to the absolute battlefield was not for a spot to enter the Immortal Academy. Therefore, he still had to make some arrangements. There were still many things to do. He did not have time to waste on killing absolute living beings. The jade pendant that he gave Wang Zijin actually had his imprint on it. Wang Zijin probably did not notice it. Therefore, Gu Chang'e planned to let her scout the way for him first. Then, he would think of a way to sneak into the absolute battlefield. He would see if he could find the core of the absolute battlefield. From what he knew, the absolute battlefield's existence could not be separated from the core area that existed when it was born. For countless years, the eruption of the absolute battlefield would involve many worlds. That kind of almost unsolvable devouring power was enough to make all existences fearful. In the core area, the absolute battlefield source material was born. Gu Chang'e planned to use the Great Dao treasure bottle to devour it. If it really did not work, he still had the omnipotent destiny value. Gu Chang'e had done a lot of preparations for this. Besides, the absolute aura in the depths of the absolute battlefield was very dense. Ordinary living beings would not be able to persevere to such a place. They would be devoured by the absolute aura along the way. Gu Chang'e was not worried that there would be any powerful beings that would hinder his plan. The absolute battlefield in front of him was very large, but the area occupied by Yi Han and the others was actually very small. Therefore, Gu Chang'e thought for a moment and decided to deceive others. He ordered, "Well done, but this little bit of points is far from enough. This is my token. If anyone dares to stop me, use this token to inform me. I will leave this place for a period of time." After saying that, he threw the token in his hand to Yi Han. After all, his identity was very special. Many people were watching him. If he wanted to do something at this time, it would be very troublesome. Gu Chang'e decided to use the excuse of leaving the absolute battlefield to make fewer young people pay attention to him. At that time, there would be a lot less trouble. Seeing this scene, the other followers could not help but look envious. To be able to obtain the token given by their master, it meant that Yi Han was highly regarded. They did not have such an honor. Yi Han also became excited. He respectfully accepted the token and hurriedly said, "Master, please rest assured. This subordinate will definitely complete the task you entrusted to me." Gu Chang'e nodded. "I am very assured with you doing things." After saying that, his figure left the place and quickly disappeared without a trace. I wonder why Master left the absolute battlefield. Could it be that something big happened outside? After seeing Gu Chang'e leave, a beautiful girl could not help but ask in confusion. "I don't know. Master's matters are not something we can ask. Let's first complete the task Master gave us. With Master's identity, there are not many people who dare to fight with us when we encounter the absolute spirit. This is a good opportunity to enter the true Immortal Academy." When the followers at the side heard this, they shook their heads and did not dare to ask anymore. After that, many young people noticed that at the entrance of the absolute battlefield, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared. He seemed to have left the absolute battlefield and returned to the outside world. This news caused a lot of people to feel a little strange. Gu Chang'e was now a well-deserved young overlord of the younger generation. Even a descendant of the Sky Emperor like Ying Shuang could not help but be weaker in front of him. Now that Guchanga was not in the Absolutine battlefield, to be honest, many people heaved a sigh of relief. However, the Absolutine battlefield was very big. The area where Guchanga was at was only a small area. The news about him only spread in a small area, and did not cause much of a stir. Ing Yu, Yilangtian, Wang Zijin and the others heard it too. However, each of them had different expressions and thoughts. Young master, if we continue forward, we will enter the depths of the Absolutine battlefield. There are already many Absolutine spirits in the Divine King realm nearby. If we continue to go in, I'm afraid we will encounter quasi-sage realm or even saint realm beings. Moreover, the Absolutine spirit there is too dense. I'm worried that many people will not be able to withstand it. In front of a lake that had long withered and dried up, a group of beings was there. They were all riding on powerful ferocious beasts. They were like divine deer, Paixio, Qilin and the others. Their vital energy and blood were very shocking. There were clouds under their feet and they looked exceptionally handsome. The one who spoke was a young being with a rhinoceros horn on his head. He was in the true God realm and was also a young supreme being. It's all right. Some of you will follow me in front. Some of you will stay here and wait. Don't let the people behind come over. The Absolutine spirits nearby are not enough for us to kill. If we can encounter a quasi-sage realm being, it will save us a lot of trouble. I heard that Guchanga has already left the Absolutine battlefield. This is my chance. In terms of points, I can crush him. It's not that easy to be the number one of the younger generation. The young master he spoke of was a tall young man. He was very handsome and wore a long golden robe. His golden hair was as dazzling as the sun. It was like flowing gold. His eyes were also golden as if they were two small burning suns. Especially the two golden dragon horns on his head. Some kind of Taoist rhyme was flowing with divine power. It was very extraordinary. However, he was not from the Dragon clan. He was from the Qilin clan. He was the rarer golden Qilin. The Qilin son was an ancient freak who had been sealed until now. His cultivation had already reached the quasi-sage realm. His father was the Qilin demon emperor. He had once been an overlord of the demon realm. His cultivation was the best in the world. Although he had never ruled the demon realm, his power made many Archean clans fear him. The Qilin son inherited his father's terrifying talent. He was only in his 20s, but he already had such strength. Even if he was not sealed, his strength could still look down on his peers. Moreover, the Golden Qilin had a special talent. It could seek good fortune and avoid disaster. In some aspects, it could even predict the future. Although many powerful beings could peek into the river of time after reaching a certain level, they could notice the scales and feathers of the future. However, they would also be devoured. The Golden Qilin would not be in such a situation. To some extent, it was a clan that was favored by the heavens. At this moment, hearing the Qilin son's words, his followers nodded. Some who knew that it would be difficult to continue stayed. Most chose to follow. Who is it, however, at this moment? The Qilin son's expression suddenly changed. Divine light burst out of his eyes like a sharp sword, looking at the sky behind him. His expression also became solemn. He felt an uneasy and dangerous atmosphere shrouding the surroundings. This was his intuition, which came from the talent of the Golden Qilin clan. This made the space between his eyebrows hurt as if a steel needle had pierced through it. His head was about to explode. The danger this time was simply beyond imagination. What's going on? What's wrong with the young master? The Qilin son's followers had not yet reacted. They were very shocked and looked behind in confusion. Other than a bleak and gloomy sky, what else could there be? Be careful. It's not friendly, the Qilin son said in a deep voice. Almost instantly, he unfolded a vast map of the star field behind him. Buzz! A terrifying aura bloomed here as if billions of rays of starlight had gathered. This was a divine artifact. Many bright and real stars had been refined into it with great power. At this moment it was rotating and making rumbling sounds. Many stars appeared and instantly solidified. They were surrounded by chaotic fog and intertwined with vast runes in the sky. One had to admit that the Qilin son's reaction was too fast. After this action, he felt that he had some sense of security. He sighed in relief and stared at the distant sky with cold eyes. Since you're here, why don't you show yourself? The Qilin's son shouted. His followers also became alert. They took out all kinds of divine weapons and waited for the Qilin's son's arrival. Hey, you're quite fast. However, my master has ordered that I must take your origin today. All of you are inside. You won't be able to escape. Along with a bone-chilling sneer, 3 terrifying figures appeared in the sky. They were wearing black robes, and their bodies were shrouded in black fog. Their faces could not be seen clearly. Only their eyes were scarlet, and there was a sense of indifference, madness, and bloodthirst in them. The level of cultivation he displayed caused the expressions of everyone below to change. Some were even terrified and their bodies were trembling. 3 great saints. 663 The sky trembled, and the rules and order were about to collapse. Even the terminating chi in the surroundings became turbulent. Young master, did he offend someone? How is that possible? There are 3 great saints. The Qilin's son's followers changed their expressions drastically, and their faces turned pale. Someone even asked in disbelief. A great saint could be said to be invincible in the current era. Not to mention that there were 3 great saints in front of them. Anyone who saw this would feel fear, their soul trembling, feeling despair. Is the inheritor of demonic arts behind you? I have no enmity with him. Why does he want to kill me? At this moment, the Qilin's son's expression was very solemn, and his face was a little pale. He felt very uneasy and dangerous. However, compared to the others, he was much calmer. The runes in his golden eyes disappeared and turned into a terrifying power. He wanted to see through the origins of the 3 great saints. From their words just now, he had already guessed their origins. Other than the inheritor of demonic arts, who would take someone's source energy? However, the Qilin's son could not figure out why the other party would be so bold as to send 3 great saints to kill him at this time. As an existence who was invincible below the quasi-supreme level, 3 great saints appearing at the same time was almost a fatal situation for any younger generation. This made the Qilin's son feel a strong sense of danger. You're not stupid, but no one can save you today. Obediently hand over your source energy, and we might leave you with an intact corpse. My master is very interested in your source energy. In the sky, a black figure sneered. His eyes were extremely cruel and cold as he looked down at everyone below. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! He made a move. A large black hand reached out and covered the sky. The runes were destroyed, and all directions seemed to turn dark as if a large continent was pressing down. Under the power of a great saint, any resistance seemed to be extremely weak. The other 2 watched coldly and did not make a move. They were only there to prevent anyone from escaping. Poof! Almost in an instant, the large black hand fell, and there were sounds of collapsing one after another. Accompanied by screams, many of the Qilin's son's followers could not resist at all. Even though they had powerful forbidden weapons to protect themselves, they were smashed into a cloud of blood mist at this time. Their primordial spirits and weapons were instantly destroyed. Young master, save us. We don't want to die. Some of the survivors were still frightened. Their faces were pale and desperate as they shouted at the Qilin's son. Be obedient and you might be able to die a quick death. A cruel and cold voice came from the black figure. It was as if a high and mighty god was looking down on ants. Stop! Aren't you afraid that the force behind me will find out and take revenge? The Qilin's son's expression suddenly turned ugly and gloomy. He began to activate the star field map behind him. The stars began to rotate, flowing with terrifying divine power, and were about to press down. However, he was only a sage to be, and the gap between him and a true great saint was too big. The other party just waved a hand, and the laws of a great saint pressed down. The star field map shattered, and terrifying cracks appeared. The stars that were refined were directly turned into powder. What's there to be afraid of? All of you will die here today. Who will know that we killed you? The black figure sneered again. He was very disdainful and had an attitude of wanting to kill all of them. Chapter 259. Prince is really heartless. I've never offended him. How could he be so ruthless? The Qilin's son's expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't help but shout again, trying to spread his voice to a faraway area. However, the other two great saints' eyes were cold. They attacked and directly blocked his voice in the area. Prince, you're thinking too much. He's not the master behind us. A black figure sneered and refused to admit it. Why are you still trying to quibble at this time? Do you think I won't know if you don't admit it? The Qilin Sun's eyes were extremely cold. Dazzling light began to spurt out from his glabella. There were 5 colored lights intertwining, as if an ancient god was about to wake up. Buzz! His aura was changing rapidly, as if there was an invincible existence that was difficult to reach appearing behind him. It was a peerless demon emperor. It was very vague and accompanied by footsteps. It was walking out of the river of time. His eyes pierced through the world and cracked the universe. Seeing this, the remaining followers of the Qilin Sun suddenly looked happy. They felt that there was hope. Young master still has tricks up his sleeve. We still have a chance. Let's fight it out with them. Thinking of this, they attacked again. They took out their divine weapons and planned to self-destruct to buy a chance for the Qilin Sun. The heavenly demon umbrella covered the sky, the dazzling battle whip that was several miles long, the mountain-like sky-turning seal, and the blood-red giant sword that tore the sky apart. All of them were dazzling. Murderous intent filled the air. They were about to self-destruct. Is this the Qilin Demon Emperor's life-saving technique? The black figure's eyes were even colder. It seemed that he had already expected this. Thank you for giving me this thing, master. The black palm pushed forward and pressed down on the divine weapons in front of it. It was not afraid of the power of self-destruction at all. The strength of these followers was only at the level of true gods and heavenly gods. In front of a great saint, they were no different from ants. Then the other 2 great saints attacked again. A flower of the path bloomed between their glabella. Black light fell from it, faintly turning into a floating great path treasure bottle. However, the great path treasure bottle did not really exist. It was formed by runes. At this moment, as the 3 supreme sages attacked together, the illusory image of the great vase of the great path suddenly appeared. It was terrifying and it covered all directions. Inside, it was as if starlight was falling down, great Tao veins interweaving like a black hole, about to devour everything. This is Great Tao treasure bottle. The Qilin's expression changed as he recognized the void in the sky. Then the demon emperor phantom behind him stepped forward and took the initiative to attack, fighting with the great path treasure bottle in the sky. Soon after, this place erupted with exceptionally terrifying fluctuations. Divine light filled the heavens, making all of the mountain peaks tremble, as if they were going to crack apart. It was as if they were going to penetrate through the past and present, as if natural laws were surging. This terrifying power, when activated by 3 great sages, could even slaughter a quasi-supreme. After all, this illusory figure did not truly exist. It did not have the support of any further mana. Even though it was extremely powerful, it quickly became indistinct, about to dissipate. Wow! The Qilin Sun spat out a mouthful of blood. His face suddenly paled. Then he thought of something and became resolute. He activated a secret technique, knowing that it was hard to say whether he would live or die in this battle. He burned his bloodline and left a message with the secret technique. When the time came, as long as the Qilin clan's powerhouses came, they would definitely notice it. The killer Prince. At the center of his brows, the aura of a divine weapon was about to recover. It was a small golden cauldron, floating in the vast sea of consciousness. The deity in it suddenly became incomparably terrifying. But at this moment, a strange fluctuation appeared between heaven and earth, as if someone was walking through time and space, and the sound of footsteps resounded through heaven and earth. Then sparkling petals bloomed in the void. Pop, 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 the dark immortal puppet took root in the void, and then pierced through the many creatures below, as if it was using them as nutrients to grow. Poof! The Qilin Sun felt a stabbing pain between his brows, as if he had been pierced by a peerless immortal sword. His expression suddenly changed, and at the end of his line of sight, he saw a blurry figure appear in front of him. The other party's fingers were pressed together like a sword, like a bronze immortal sword. In a trance, it seemed to have fallen from the vast universe and destroyed him in an instant. How is this possible? How can it be you? Goo! The Qilin Sun's voice trembled, and his divine soul was almost frozen and cracked. His expression became one of horror, disbelief, fear, and even despair. He had never expected that all of this was not arranged by Prince Ing. From the beginning to the end, Prince Ing was only the scapegoat. The biggest mastermind, the one who played everyone in the world in the palm of his hand, was Guchanga. This made him tremble, and for the first time fear rose in him. One had to know that even in the face of death, he could be calm. But at a time like this, fear came from the depths of his soul. Guchanga looked at him, his expression calm, without the slightest ripple. Then he nodded slightly. "Brother Qilin, have a safe journey." That was why he chose to wait outside. But instead of the Qilin's son, he received news of the Qilin's death from his clan. This was like a bolt of lightning that directly exploded above his head and made him stunned for a long time. Why did the Qilin's son, who had all kinds of life-saving methods, die in the ultimate battlefield? Something big has happened. No matter what the reason is, I can't escape the blame, and so can you. At this time, I hope the young master has encountered the danger of the ultimate battlefield and not been assassinated. The elder's face was ashen, and his terrifying aura was about to overturn this place. Soon, he ignored the Immortal Academy's rules and barged into the ultimate battlefield. The news of the Qilin's death could no longer be hidden. Like a stormy wave, it caused a terrifying earthquake in the ultimate battlefield and even Nansheng heaven. Hearing this news, countless cultivators were shocked. They felt a chill from head to toe, and their souls were about to be frozen and cracked. The Qilin's son was a famous ancient freak. Many people even thought that he was qualified to compete with Guchanga and the others. But now he had died in the ultimate battlefield. The commotion caused by this was too terrifying. Instantly, countless guesses were made. Many young people who had already entered the ultimate battlefield were even more uneasy and terrified. The murderer is Prince Ing. Soon, the Qilin's guardian brought people to the area where the battle had happened. Here, he sensed the fluctuations of the secret technique left behind by the Qilin's son. This was a secret technique that only the Qilin clan could sense. Apart from him, no one else could sense it. Therefore, at this moment, the elder's face became incomparably ashen and furious, and his eyes turned red. How dare the Heavenly Emperor Mountain kill my young master? This is an irreconcilable feud. His angry roar and terrifying fluctuations shook the surroundings. Even the few old antiques who followed him chose to remain silent. If it wasn't Prince Ing who did it, why would the Qilin's son leave such a message? They didn't know about the Qilin clan's secret technique, but they knew that if there wasn't evidence, the Qilin's guardian wouldn't say that. After all, they wouldn't be so stupid to offend the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. No matter how powerful the Qilin clan was, they were still weaker in front of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Then many powerhouses checked the aura here. However, they found that the other party was very careful and had wiped out all the aura, so they couldn't find anything at all. However, they didn't expect the Qilin's son to leave such a message. Soon this matter immediately shook the entire ultimate battlefield, causing everyone to be shocked, uneasy, and terrified. Prince Ing, the most suspected inheritor of the demonic arts now. It was very likely that he was the one who killed the Qilin's son. According to the various signs, the possibility of him killing the Qilin's son was indeed very high. However, many people thought of Prince Ying's humiliating defeat at the hands of the human ancestor palace's successor a few days ago. Could it be that he was really showing weakness at that time? Actually, it was just to make everyone lower their guard so that he could secretly make a move. A few days later, the second big thing happened again, causing a sensation no different from the Qilin's son's death. An ancient young king of the Endless Fire Nation, Yan Ing, also died in the ultimate battlefield. The way she died was almost exactly the same as the Qilin's son. However, there was no evidence left on the battlefield, so there was no way to prove who did it. These two things were like an earthquake, almost overturning the entire ultimate battlefield. The commotion caused countless people to be shocked and terrified. Many young existences who entered the ultimate battlefield felt uneasy. Everyone was in danger. No one knew if the next target would be them. How could Ing Shuang dare to make such a move so openly? Did he really think that it was flawless? Or was he not afraid of being exposed at all? At a mountain range, Yilang Tian, Yulioli, Wang Wushuang, Qi Ling and the others were silent, their hearts trembling. The news of the past few days had truly shocked and unsettled them. They had always felt that Ying Shuang was the most likely inheritor of the demonic arts. Now that such a big thing had happened in the ultimate battlefield, it could be said that it was related to him. At this time, what would Ying Shuang's attitude be? Or would he continue to pretend? Or would he tear off his mask and declare war on the world? This made them tremble and uneasy. Although the ones who died were two ancient freaks, no one could be sure if they would be the next. Moreover, other than Ying Shuang, there is another inheritor of the demonic arts. Yilang Tian was even more uneasy. You keep saying that it's related to me, but did you see me attack? These days, I have been with my sister and the others, almost never leaving their side. Where did you get the evidence to say that I killed the Qilin's son? At this time, on a desolate plain, the group of people from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, who were working hard to kill the ultimate creatures for a spot in the True Immortal Academy, were blocked by the Qilin's guardian and many Qilin clan beings. Ying Shuang stood in front of Elder Qing Di and asked with a calm expression, not showing any fear at all. He didn't know why the blame was placed on his head, and the other party insisted that he was the one who killed the Qilin's son. He had heard of the two major events that happened in the ultimate battlefield recently, and thought that he was framed and slandered by others. However, he really didn't expect the Qilin clan to be so sure that he was the one who killed the Qilin's son. However, although Ying Shuang was very uneasy, he also understood that he couldn't reveal any flaws at this time. Otherwise, he would have to bear this blame firmly. Therefore, he argued with reason. After all, Ying Yu and the others could testify for him that he had never left them. At this time, where would he get the time and opportunity to kill the Qilin's son? Not to mention whether he had the strength, even the time didn't match. It was obvious that someone was framing him. This made Ying Shuang feel extremely sullen and angry, but there was nothing he could do. I knew you wouldn't admit it. That's why you're so calm and fearless, right? Elder Qing Di sneered and became angrier. In his opinion, Ying Shuang's attitude showed that he wasn't worried at all. He felt that they couldn't produce evidence, so he was confident and didn't panic at all. If you want to frame me like this, at least take out the evidence. During this period of time, I've been with my people from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, who saw me make a move. You can ask the people behind me. Ying Shuang frowned and forced himself to remain calm. However, at this time, even the expressions of Ying Yu and the others behind him changed. They recalled what Guchanga said a while ago. Ying Shuang's actions were to drag the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain down. Therefore, even Ying Yu and the others chose to remain silent and guard against Ying Shuang. After all, what happened in the Longevity Gu family last time showed that Ying Shuang had other methods. He could send someone else to do it. Therefore, even if he didn't do it personally, he had other methods. It was precisely because of this that he was so fearless and calm. Don't think that you can do whatever you want because you have the Heavenly Emperor Mountain behind you and your father is Heavenly Emperor Ying. Let me tell you, as the inheritor of demonic arts, you will soon become the enemy of the entire world. Elder Qing Di was incomparably cold. He had already shed all pretense of cordiality with Ying Shuang. He was just short of capturing him. At this time, Ying Shuang's expression changed slightly. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. The people from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain behind him seemed to be suspecting him? How was this possible? He clearly didn't do anything. Today, I'll suppress you and bring you back to the Qilin clan for punishment. Give my young master justice. After saying this, Elder Qing Di's eyes turned cold. He suddenly attacked Ying Shuang. His cultivation of the absolute saint realm erupted, wanting to suppress and capture him. Ying Shuang's expression changed. At this time he felt the terrifying pressure. In his sea of consciousness, the divine soul weapon that had never changed suddenly shone brightly. A terrifying aura suddenly filled the air and erupted. This was a power that surpassed the saint realm. It was as if a supreme being was awakening and wanted to break through everything. How could this be? This scene caused Elder Qing Di's expression to change drastically. He found it hard to believe. He felt that Ying Shuang's luck points were once again decreasing in the form of an avalanche. Guchanga, who had disappeared for a period of time, appeared at the entrance of the ending battlefield under the attention of many cultivators. The smile at the corner of his mouth was somewhat thought-provoking. During the time that I was away, something extremely big seemed to have happened. Hearing his mutterings, Yi Zichen nodded. A proud daughter of heaven suddenly mustered up her courage and walked in front of him with a red face. She was very nervous. She stammered with a trembling voice, "Young Master Chang'e, a lot of things have indeed happened during this period of time." Then she repeated what had happened during this period of time and told Gu Chang'e. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e was someone who had fought with the inheritor of the demonic arts and severely injured him. He was the only one who could make others feel at ease. Gu Chang'e listened with a slight smile on his face. Then, his expression gradually became serious, and he sighed slightly in the end. "Brother Qilin, Goddess Yanning, I have heard of both of them. I thought that they were strong opponents and that I would have a chance to compete with them in the future. I didn't expect to hear such bad news. Thank you for telling me this." Then he shook his head, took a step forward and disappeared. Young Master Chang'e is as gentle as jade, humble and courteous as the rumors say. He is clearly much stronger than the Qilin son and Yanning, but he still said that. Young Master Chang'e has returned to the ending battlefield. The inheritor of the demonic arts should be afraid of him for a while. Watching Gu Chang'e leave, the heavenly girl couldn't help showing admiration in her eyes. Many of the young existences around her were somewhat envious of her, and also somewhat impressed. She actually dared to take the initiative to talk to Gu Chang'e. They didn't have this kind of courage. Then very quickly, the news of Gu Chang'e's appearance in the ending battlefield spread. Many of the younger generation couldn't help but be overjoyed. They heaved a sigh of relief, as if they had found their backbone. Gu Chang'e first called his followers, and then majestically headed towards the area where Ying Shuang was. In the eyes of many, he seemed to be seeking justice for the two ancient freaks who had fallen. Chapter 260. Ying Shuang's luck points have already decreased to such an extent, but they actually increased a little. Truly, there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. As expected, there is always a way out, not to mention the child of luck. Gu Chang'e's expression was somewhat inexplicable, and then he became interested. On the way to where Ying Shuang and the others were, he had been paying attention to Ying Shuang's luck points, because the system kept reminding him that Ying Shuang's luck points were decreasing. So he was wondering if he should secretly help Ying Shuang when the time came, so that she would not be played to death so quickly. He did not want Ying Shuang to die so early. After all, he still needed to take the blame. If she died like this, he would have to spend a lot of effort to find the next scapegoat. Ying Shuang was too weak. If he had the methods of Prince Ying, he would not be so passive. Gu Chang'e would not have to worry so much. However, Gu Chang'e soon discovered that Ying Shuang's luck points had inexplicably increased a little. He guessed that it was because Ying Shuang was now regarded as the inheritor of demonic arts, which caused a series of changes. It was very likely that there was an organization behind the inheritors of demonic arts. Ying Shuang was very likely to have been noticed by them. If Ying Shuang encountered any life-threatening danger, the real inheritors of demonic arts organization might come to her rescue. After all, there had been many inheritors of demonic arts since ancient times. Although there was only one person in each generation who cultivated the forbidden demonic arts. As long as they were not stupid, they would definitely leave behind some backup plans. This saved Gu Chang'e a lot of effort. At least Ying Shuang could not die now. If someone saved her, it would be even more impossible for him to wash it off. He had to wear the title of inheritor of demonic arts until the day he died. As for turning a lie into a reality, it would give Ying Shuang another power. Gu Chang'e was not worried, because Ying Shuang did not know any forbidden demonic arts at all. Sooner or later, that organization would find out. According to normal circumstances, if there really is such a forbidden demonic arts organization, they should be looking for the mysterious person that Yi Langtian mentioned. It should not have much to do with Ying Shuang. I just don't know if such an organization exists in the absolute battlefield, but it doesn't matter if they don't. I'll lend you a hand. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile a little playfully. His figure became more and more blurred as he rushed forward to watch the show even faster. In the eyes of the other cultivators, this showed that Gu Chang'e was worried about the safety of the common people. This made them admire her even more. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of light pierced through the sky as the geniuses and cultivators of various races rushed over. The news of an inheritor of demonic arts appearing had already spread throughout the entire Absolute battlefield, causing a huge commotion. Brother Gu has returned. That's great. During this period of time, his absence from the Absolute battlefield was truly unsettling. That's right. With Brother Gu here, that inheritor of the demonic arts wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. I think he only dared to make a move because he knew that Brother Gu had left the Absolute 663 battlefield. At that time, Brother Gu actually helped them out of the kindness of his heart. I'm afraid that Brother Gu didn't expect that so many things would happen in the past few days. Sigh, if the successor of the human ancestors' palace had directly killed Prince Ing, none of this would have happened. However, Prince Ing was probably pretending to be weak at that time and wanted to hide it from everyone. At this moment, Yilang Tian, Wang Wushuang, Qi Ling, and the others all rode on divine rainbows and sped through the sky, rushing towards the area where the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was located. They discussed animatedly and felt extremely emotional. They didn't connect this matter to Guchanga at all. In their opinion, apart from Guchanga, the successor of the human ancestors' palace, and a few others in the younger generation, it was almost impossible for them to be a match for the inheritor of the demonic arts. Now that the matter of Prince Ing being the inheritor of the demonic arts was almost settled, no one would believe him even if he wanted to explain or deny it. Therefore, they couldn't figure out what Prince Ing could do at this time. Was he planning to drag the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain down with him and make the world his enemy? Even if he wanted to, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain would probably not admit it. After countless years of inheritance, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain wouldn't make such a foolish move at this time. It was very likely that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain would choose to abandon Prince Ing. After all, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had existed for many years, and Heavenly Emperor Ing was just one of the Heavenly Emperors. The entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain couldn't be his subordinates. On the day that Prince Ing accepted the demonic arts inheritance, he should have thought of all of this. Soon Wang Wushuang, Yilang Tian, and the others also arrived at the area where the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was located. However, what they saw in front of them was too shocking, and they couldn't recover from their shock for a while. The light that soared into the sky was enough to drown all the cultivators below the Saint Realm. Even they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear at this time, and felt that it was like a dream. At this time, is Prince Ing really planning to kill everyone and make the world his enemy? Therefore, their faces quickly darkened, and they were incomparably furious. Wang Wushuang and the others even directly activated their forbidden treasures, and were vigilant. A vast and mighty aura appeared in front of them, as if an ancient god had awakened. That kind of peerless aura was too shocking. The divine chains of order that were like galaxies interweaved and fell there, and a golden bell floated in the sky. The golden bell was very huge, like a mountain range that stretched across the sky, covering everything. The terrifying power of time flowed on the golden bell, showing off a powerful aura, as if it was going to return everything to chaos. The incomparably brilliant and terrifying golden divine light was like a mountain, as if it had pierced through the universe and shattered the sky. Even the Enan battlefield couldn't block that kind of aura, and the sky exploded. This scene deeply shocked everyone, and it made Yilang Tian and the others who had rushed over feel their hearts palpitate. As the successor of the ancient Yi clan, Yilang Tian naturally knew what this was at the first moment. That was why he couldn't understand why Prince Ing would be so bold as to activate this item, as if he was going to make all living things his enemy. This is Emperor Ying's soul-suppressing ancient bell. No, it's not Emperor Ying's weapon, but it was personally refined by him, and he specially left it for his descendants. I'm afraid it's a supreme weapon, and the god inside it is like a peerless supreme being has awakened. Who can stop it? This inheritor of demonic arts is too arrogant, and he still refuses to admit it. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants because he has the Emperor Mountain behind him, and his father is Emperor Ing? It's said that the young king of the Endless Fire Nation was taken in as a disciple by a supreme being. Now that she has died here, that supreme being will probably be angry and come here. When that time comes, the Enan battlefield will no longer be peaceful, and it will be even more dangerous for us. In the dried-up mountains, many young cultivators were discussing. When they saw this scene, they were all angry, and then their expressions became incomparably worried. At the end of their line of sight, they could see a monstrous aura rising. It was the roar of a supreme saint, and it came from the Qilan's protector. When he attacked Ing Shuang, he felt that something was wrong. A peerless aura gushed out from his body, almost shattering his divine soul. Inheritors of demonic arts should be killed by everyone. Even if you kill me, there will still be people who will come to kill you. At this moment he was roaring furiously, and his voice shook heaven and earth. Majestic rules of the Saint Realm were like a crack in heaven and earth, and they spilled out terrifyingly. Under such fluctuations, even an ordinary saint's expression would change, and they wouldn't be able to stand at all. When a supreme saint was angry, the paths of mountains and rivers changed, heaven and earth lost their color, and the universe was destroyed. If such a battlefield happened in the outer realm, many planets with life would explode and be reduced to dust. But now he seemed incomparably petty and insignificant. Under the might of a supreme being, he was like an ant, and he couldn't do anything other than roar indignantly. In the next moment, golden divine light poured down, as if it was going to burn heaven and earth. The endless power of rules drowned this supreme saint, and he didn't even have time to scream before he instantly disappeared into thin air, and his body and soul were destroyed. I already said that I'm not the inheritor of demonic arts. Why don't you believe me? As the person involved, Ing Shuang's face was more livid than anyone else's. He stood under the sky, and the top of his head was sparkling and resplendent. The divine light was brilliant, and it was connected to the golden ancient bell in the sky. But this had nothing to do with him. This golden ancient bell was only activated when his life was in danger. Normally it was difficult for him to activate it. Now Ing Shuang only felt that the blame of being the inheritor of demonic arts had been firmly placed on his head, as if he couldn't take it off. This made him incomparably angry, frightened and uneasy. Who was it that was trying to frame him? Why did they try to pin these accusations on him again and again? Young master, please stop. The sea of bitterness is boundless, and you can turn back to the shore. As long as you abolish the forbidden demonic arts, there is still a way. Otherwise, when the time comes, even the subordinates that the emperor left behind won't be able to save you. You're not only harming yourself, you're also harming Tianhuang Mountain. Young master, are you still worthy of the emperor? If the emperor was still here, he wouldn't be willing to see you become like this today. Ingyu, Agu, and the rest of the people from Tianhuang Mountain all had pained expressions on their faces. They all persuaded Ing Shuang to turn back and stop being so stubborn. Suspicion was one thing, but now that the suspicion was confirmed, it was another thing. This made them incomparably worried, pained, and uneasy. Why would Ing Shuang suddenly walk on the wrong path? As the inheritor of demonic arts, no matter when, he would definitely die. In the end, he would only implicate his family and become the enemy of the world. There was no good ending. Why couldn't Ing Shuang understand? I already said that I was wronged. I'm not the inheritor of demonic arts. Why don't you believe me? Ingyu, are you also like this? Ing Shuang's expression was incomparably furious as he stared at the people from Tianhuang Mountain, especially Ingyu. Even his sister didn't believe him, thinking that he was the inheritor of demonic arts. This made his heart ice-cold, disappointed and cold. Big brother, why are you still so stubborn at this time? Do you really plan to drag down Tianhuang Mountain? If you knew this would happen, why did you choose to do this? Ingyu's expression was filled with pain, struggle, sadness, regret, and conflict. She had thought that this day would come, but she had always hoped that this day wouldn't come. But when it really came, she was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Haha, do you still think of me as your big brother? You actually suspect me like this. Hearing Ingyu's words, Ing Shuang's expression suddenly turned cold. He clenched his fists and his body trembled. But in reality he was furious, sullen, and terrified to the extreme. Ingyu didn't believe him, which meant that he would no longer have any support behind him. He would have to face all the enemies. At this time, he would rather go back and feed the horses than encounter such a situation. Boom! At this moment, the golden ancient bell above Ing Shuang's head suddenly erupted with an exceptionally dazzling brilliance. Millions of golden rays of light lingered around. A terrifying pressure swept through the heavens and the earth, causing countless cultivators to be terrified. Even the other cultivators in the absolute battlefield felt a deep sense of unease and fear. Fear came from the depths of their souls, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. He plans to kill all of us. Fight him to the death. Everyone has the right to kill the inheritor of demonic arts. Everyone looked at Ying Shuang with eyes filled with anger, hatred, and killing intent. At this time they knew that they weren't Ying Shuang's match, but they weren't afraid at all. They were prepared to fight to the death. Ying Shuang was simply too arrogant. Just now, in front of everyone, he forcefully took out such a weapon and killed a paragon saint. Big brother, I really don't want to fight with you. Don't forget that I also have a golden ancient bell. Ying Yu's cold and pained voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. Buzz! In the next moment, an exceptionally dazzling brilliance appeared between her eyebrows. A powerful aura rose from within. A terrifying illusory figure suddenly materialized in the sky. It was also a golden ancient bell, exactly the same as Ying Shuang's. It was also refined by Heavenly Emperor Ying. However, Ying Yu used a secret technique to activate it, and it didn't awaken on its own. Its power was fundamentally different from the golden ancient bell above Ying Shuang's head. You want to kill me too? Why don't you believe me after I said so? Seeing Ying Yu's actions, Ying Shuang was stunned. His eyes widened. Then, his expression turned into disbelief. It was as if he didn't want to believe that Ying Yu would actually attack him in the end. You've already killed many people. Stop. Ying Yu's voice was filled with regret and struggle. As she spoke, dazzling multicolored light gushed out from the top of her head. Seeing this, Ying Shuang knew that it was useless to say anything more. This black pot made him speechless, and he couldn't defend himself. At this time, the only thing he could do was think of a way to survive. Soon, the two golden ancient bells started fighting in the sky. The ripples were as turbulent as the sea. The scene was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the sky was going to be shattered. The terrifying divine light of order was incomparably chaotic. It was as if the sky was going to be split open. Even some stars in the outer realm were swept by this divine light. Then they were chopped down and turned into fine powder in midair. Chaotic mist fell from the outer realm, drowning everything. Many creatures didn't have time to dodge, and were directly killed by the aftershocks. Just like the Absolute Saint before, they didn't even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. For a moment, this place became a scene of purgatory. Many young existences were rushing here, but halfway through, they were swept by the erupting divine light. They exploded in an instant, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Run! Prince Ying is crazy. He wants to kill everyone. He wants to make the whole world his enemy. Go back and report to the clan. The inheritor of demonic arts has appeared. He wants to kill everyone. Everyone was terrified. They kept running for their lives in all directions. They were incomparably desperate, frightened, and angry. Judging from his actions, Prince Ying really intended to kill everyone and wipe them all out here. From today onwards, there would be no place for them in this world. Therefore, when he thought of this, Prince Ying decided to drag everyone down with him. After all, it was better to drag one more person down with him. Not good, let's run. Prince Ying is going to burn the boats. Even if he wants to die, he wants to drag us down with him. The expressions of Wang Wushuang, Yilang Tian, and the others changed. Although they had the primordial Yi clan and the longevity Wang clan behind them, they didn't have such amazing means like Prince Ying. Was a supreme weapon something that an ordinary person could possess? If they didn't run now, they would only die here like the others. Buzz! However, in the next moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from heaven and earth. This made everyone's expression change. They felt a strange power enveloping all directions. Kiki. Let's see who dares to run. Even if the Heavenly King appears, no one can save you. Today everyone will die here. Since ancient times we have always been the ones being hunted down. I didn't expect that there would be such a day. Every dog has its day. This generation's inheritor is quite bold. It was accompanied by cold laughter. Everyone who was fleeing in all directions was shocked. They couldn't help but feel cold all over. Even their divine souls were trembling. Suddenly 3 terrifying figures walked out of the void. They were shrouded in black robes and shrouded in gray fog. Their eyes were cold, filled with cruelty and bloodthirst. Their auras were of the Great Saint realm, and Great Saint laws were intertwined around them. They were so powerful that they could easily crush everyone here. How is this possible? This must be fake. How can there be more Great Saints hiding in the dark? And there are 3 of them. This is forcing everyone to die. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, they couldn't help but feel cold all over. Their faces were pale, and their divine souls were trembling. They were in extreme despair. There were still people hiding in the dark, and they suddenly appeared at this time? Furthermore, they were 3 terrifyingly powerful great sages. A casual palm strike could probably obliterate everyone here. Inheritor, please don't worry. No one can leave here alive today. At this time, the 3 great saints who suddenly appeared bowed to Ying Shuang while everyone was in despair and fear. Their expressions were very respectful. At this time, Ying Shuang was also a little shocked. He was even confused and at a loss. Then there was a burst of ecstasy. There was always a way out. He even suspected that the previous Prince Ying was indeed the inheritor of demonic arts. It was just that he didn't remember that part of the memory after he took over the body. No, I'm not the inheritor of demonic arts. I wasn't from the beginning. Someone is deliberately framing me. And these 3 people in front of me were sent by him. They seem to be helping me, but in fact they have another purpose. They want to make it difficult for me to clear my suspicion. Damn it, what a cruel heart. It must be Gu Chang'e. During this time I haven't been in contact with anyone other than him. I knew he wouldn't be so kind. But soon Ying Shuang came to his senses. His whole body was filled with a bone-chilling coldness, and some despair and fear. But what could he do? He could understand all of this, but he couldn't reject it at all. This was an overt plot to force him to his death. Chapter 261. Even these people have shown up now. Brother, are you still not going to admit it? How are you going to explain this? You lied to us for so long. At this moment, Ying Yu's voice was trembling when she saw this scene. Her expression was even colder. She was almost certain that Ying Shuang was the inheritor of the demonic arts. After all, she had never even seen these 3 terrifyingly powerful great sages before, and yet they treated Ying Shuang with such respect. Ying Shuang's mouth was bitter. What could he explain? Would it work if he explained? Little girl, shut up. How can you question the inheritor? You're simply asking for death. Suddenly, one of the great sage's eyes turned cold. Hearing Ying Yu's words, he seemed to be very angry and murderous. He directly slapped over with his palm. This was a divine technique. The palm gathered heaven and earth and the laws fell. It was incomparably terrifying, like a great millstone of destruction, about to crush Ying Yu here. Just the aftermath alone made many people want to explode. They couldn't bear it at all. When a great sage attacked, Ying Yu, who was only a quasi-sage, was no match at all. Any resistance was useless. Moreover, her golden ancient bell was fighting with Ying Shuang, and it couldn't free itself to protect her. Young miss, not good, quickly protect the young miss. The expressions of the people from Sky Emperor Mountain changed. They hurriedly attacked, trying to resist this attack. However, they exploded into a bloody mist as soon as they came into contact with the aftermath. The power of a great sage was boundless. They were no different from ants. As for the other 2 great sages, they also attacked the other young cultivators. They were incomparably ruthless, and they were not afraid of making a big deal out of it. It was as if they wanted to destroy everyone here. This scene made everyone fall into despair. They only hated the fact that they didn't stay far away, and instead came here. In an instant, this place became even more tragic than before. Blood and corpses were everywhere. Many people died here. So many young existences have died. Even if Heavenly Emperor Ying is alive, he won't be able to protect Prince Ying. Yi Langtian took out a divine weapon to protect the people behind him. His face was abnormally pale. At this time, Ying Shuang, you've already become so deranged that you even want to kill me? Facing the palm of a great saint, Ying Yu's face turned pale and hopeless. Her divine soul wavered, knowing that she couldn't resist. She looked at Ying Shuang, her eyes cold and distant. More than that, it was the pain of breaking up. Stop right now. Ying Shuang opened her mouth, wanting to stop this great sage. However, when the great sage heard this, A look of ridicule flashed across his eyes. He didn't stop at all. He didn't listen to Ing Shuang and wanted to killing you. Miss. Everyone from Sky Emperor Mountain roared out in despair. Their eyes turned red. They didn't expect that the young miss would die in the hands of her own brother today. After becoming the inheritor of the demonic arts, Ing Shuang no longer cared about familial ties. She had become a demon who ignored everything. At this moment, Ing Yu couldn't help but close her eyes in despair. Her greatest life-saving trump card was the golden ancient bell in her divine soul. Other than that, there was no other way to defend against this attack. However, in the next moment, the pain she thought she would feel didn't come. Instead, a gentle and calm voice sounded in her ears. A terrifying fluctuation erupted in front of her. The palm of that great sage was blocked by a great sage artifact. Fortunately, I didn't come too late. Hearing this, Ing Yu suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Unknowingly, a young figure suddenly appeared in front of her. He wasn't very tall, but he was unusually tall and straight. His eyes were gentle and calm. He was wearing a white robe with wide sleeves, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He had a transcendent bearing. Even in the face of such a situation, he was calm and composed. It was as if he could turn the world around. The person who came was Guchanga, who had been watching the show for a long time and only showed up now. Young Master Gu. Ing Yu almost murmured these 3 words. Unknowingly, her silver gem-like eyes were filled with this figure. She couldn't move her gaze away for a long time. Young Master Chang'e. It's young Master Chang'e. That's great. We're saved. Young Master Chang'e has come to save us. At this moment, the sky all around fell silent for a moment. Then, a terrifying wave of sound erupted. Everyone stared at the figure in the sky. They couldn't help but be ecstatic and excited. They felt like they had survived a disaster. Brother Gu is finally here. If he was half a step slower, I'm afraid all of us would have died here today. However, there are 3 great sages here today. Even Brother Gu will find it very difficult to deal with them. I wonder how he will deal with them. Yi Langtian and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but smile. They were more than 100 times more relaxed than before. They didn't know when, but in their eyes, Guchanga had become the representative of stability. With him around, all dangers could be suppressed. The inheritors of demonic arts were no exception. Junior, who are you? How dare you court death? Seeing that his palm was blocked, the great sage hidden in the black robe seemed to be incomparably furious. Strands of golden light appeared in his eyes, as if they could destroy everything. He stared at Guchanga, paying attention to the ancient mirror in his hand. His murderous aura was monstrous. Just now, Guchanga resisted him with the ancient mirror in his hand. Everyone looked at all this, and hope rose in their hearts. Guchanga had many tricks up his sleeve. Since he dared to come here, he must have a way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have blocked in front of Ing Yu and saved her life. Guchanga. At this moment, Ing Shuang was also staring at Guchanga. He was incomparably angry, and his eyes were full of killing intent and hatred. If it weren't for the fact that it was difficult to activate the ancient golden bell, he would have killed Guchanga. Others didn't know. He knew that all this was probably a self-directed act by Guchanga, including the move just now to saving you. He had long planned it. However, Guchanga didn't care about his expression. He didn't care about the 3 great sages in front of him. He spoke to himself. Brother Ing, why are you still so stubborn at this point? If you abolish the taboo demonic arts, we might be able to sit down and have a drink and have a good talk. Does your current state have any benefits for you? Everyone wants to beat you up, and you are the enemy of the world. The taboo demonic arts are something that should have disappeared in the long river of time. Why are you so greedy? Guchanga sighed slightly, and said in a regretful tone, Guchanga, you despicable person, all of this is your doing. If it weren't for you, why would I become like this? Stop pretending to be a good person now. Hearing Guchanga's words, Ing Shuang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He didn't have the calm look he had just now. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to kill Guchanga. It was obvious that he had framed her, but now he still looked so righteous. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? I know you hate me, but if I don't do this, more cultivators will be harmed by you. Exposing your identity will indeed make you hate me to the bone. But there's no other way. Although I don't claim to be a good person, I can't do such a thing as not saving a life. Hearing this, Guchanga could only shake his head helplessly. But soon, his expression became serious and cold. But you should never have done something like killing your peers. You didn't even let off your own sister. Is there anyone in this world who is as heartless as you? Guchanga, only you can say something like that. Ing Shuang was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. And his head was about to explode. There had never been a moment like today where he was so angry just because of a few words. In the past, he was very tolerant and wouldn't care about what others said. But Guchanga framed him without any evidence in front of everyone. How could he tolerate it? Inheritor, don't worry. We will kill him now. Including him, no one can leave here alive today. At this time, the three supreme sages spoke in unison. Their eyes were cold as they stared at Guchanga and began to attack. The terrifying might of the supreme sages filled the sky and intertwined. Some people even sat cross-legged in the sky. Their figures were blurry, but there were strands of chaotic fog hanging down, preventing anyone from taking the opportunity to escape. Mr. Gu, be careful. And you couldn't help but remind him. She was very worried. It's okay. Guchanga smiled faintly. His hands faintly drew a dazzling light in the air. This kind of light was extremely shocking, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Many rules and divine chains of the great Tao seemed to be intertwining in different worlds, evolving into a furnace that could smelt all the worlds in this world. Many heaven's favorites and living beings nearby felt their divine souls tremble, as if their divine souls were trembling. Their primordial spirits were frozen, as if everything was about to be destroyed and melted back into chaos. Buzz! A very blurry but solid furnace began to appear in Guchanga's hands. Red light bloomed. There were only billions of strands, and the aura of the great Tao appeared on it. This is the most powerful technique of the Longevity Gu family. The furnace of 10,000 paths. It can smelt everything with 10,000 paths and reach the end. Someone recognized it and couldn't help but tremble slightly. However, with young Master Changa's strength, even if he uses this powerful technique, he won't be able to stop the three supreme sages. At this time, the three supreme sages attacked together and landed in front of Guchanga, wanting to crush and kill him. Buzz! The sky trembled. The momentum was too terrifying and vast. For a moment, there seemed to be endless immortal light erupting. It was terrifying to the extreme. The supreme sage's rules seemed to be able to overturn everything. Dong! The void was penetrated. Then, under the disbelieving gazes of the three supreme sages, there seemed to be an incomparable divine seal floating there. The mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the universe all appeared. This kind of brilliance was too shocking. There were even rules of the great Tao spreading in the void between heaven and earth. That's a supreme artifact. Young Master Changa actually has a supreme artifact in his hands. Could it be a Dharma artifact given by the Longevity Gu family? Seems to be activated by him. This is unbelievable. The next moment, everyone was shocked speechless. They sensed the fluctuation, although it was difficult to recognize what kind of supreme artifact it was. However, the fluctuation was shocking enough. In the current younger generation, other than the son of the emperor like Prince Ing, there was another young existence who had a supreme artifact in his hands. What kind of terrifying foundation was this? How many tricks did Guchanga have that had not been revealed to the world? It could only be said that he was indeed the number one person of the younger generation. Oh no! Seeing this scene, the three supreme sages' expressions changed, and they couldn't help but retreat quickly. After all, Prince Ying's golden ancient bell was being held back. It was difficult for him to spare any extra effort to come here. Everyone felt the same way. At this time, as long as they weren't stupid, they wouldn't dare to face a supreme artifact head-on. Be it supreme sages or quasi-supremes, in front of a real supreme artifact, they were as weak as paper. Puff! At this time, Guchanga couldn't help but turn pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that it was difficult for him to continue supporting the supreme artifact. His body began to emit a five-colored divine light, and chaotic chi began to spread out. His bones and blood contained astonishing divinity, and he was bitterly holding on. This scene made everyone's hearts tremble, and then they couldn't help but admire and respect. The awakening of a supreme artifact, and even a single attack, required the support of a huge amount of magic power. With their ability, they estimated that they wouldn't be able to support the supreme artifact's awakening before they were drained. However, at this time Guchanga was still holding on. This strength and perseverance made them admire him. Young Master Changa is willing to do this for the sake of the world. This righteousness is worthy of all of our admiration. Some young geniuses' eyes were full of admiration, and even some fanaticism. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another. They couldn't help but feel their blood boil. At this time, the three supreme sages seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. They looked at each other, and their expressions suddenly changed. Oh no, at this time we can only leave first. There's something strange about this guy. If we stay here, we'll probably attract other ancient existences. We can't delay any longer. Hearing their words, many of the younger generation breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the three supreme sages would go crazy and bury all of them here. Asking for fresh flowers, successor, we need to leave quickly. We can't stay here for long. Then, the three supreme sages directly took action and forcibly took Ying Shuang away. Although Ying Shuang's expression was still angry and cold, it was difficult for her to break free. Behind them they disappeared quickly. Even the power of the golden ancient bell that shrouded all directions dissipated quickly, leaving behind a pile of ashes and ruins. At this time everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that they had survived a disaster, and no longer felt the sense of crisis. They were even more grateful to Guchanga. If it wasn't for him, all of them would have died here today. Guchanga watched the scene of Ying Shuang being taken away, but he didn't stop them, nor did he chase after them. Then, he just withdrew the divine seal that was floating in the chaotic fog. This was naturally the celestial seal, but Guchanga used a method to conceal its true aura, so no one would recognize it. Then he glanced at Yingyu, shook his head and sighed, "It's a pity, young Master Gu, you've done your best. I didn't expect Ying Shuang to have such an organization behind her. What happened today is really too shocking." Yingyu hurriedly said, asking Guchanga not to blame himself. She was very touched. No matter if Guchanga suddenly saved her, or if he stepped forward bravely to fight against the three supreme sages, it was worth it. At this time the people of Sky Emperor Mountain also came forward and thanked Guchanga. What an eventful time! Guchanga nodded when he heard that, and his expression was somewhat emotional. As he spoke, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes. It was as if he had forcefully activated the supreme weapon and damaged his origin. "Young Master Gu, young Master Changa, how are your injuries? I have a lot of healing medicine here. I have some here too. I have some too." This scene made everyone's hearts clench. They were extremely concerned and spoke one after another. "It's fine. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." Guchanga smiled slightly. His expression was very natural as he waved his hand at the crowd. Then Yilang Tian Wang Wushuang Qiling, and the others also came to catch up with him. They still had lingering fears. Very soon what happened here quickly spread. It couldn't help but shake the entire ultimate in battlefield. Even the Nanxing heaven outside and many heavens in the upper realm were shaken. The various orthodoxies were furious. This was especially true when quite a few of their younger generation experts lost their lives in this place. This caused a huge commotion. Among them, the most furious ones were the Qilin clan of the Demon Realm and the Endless Fire Nation. The appearance of the inheritor of the demonic art, who activated the supreme weapon and slaughtered the sky prides of various clans in the ultimate in battlefield, caused a terrifying wave, causing countless cultivators to be angry, uneasy, and fearful. During this incident, the forbidden demonic art faction behind Prince Ying also surfaced, causing countless people to be shocked and fearful. After all, those were three great sages. If young Master Changa hadn't arrived in time, perhaps everyone would have died. No one would have survived. This caused countless cultivators to feel uneasy and fearful. Prince Ying was truly ruthless. During this incident, Guchanga's reputation once again reached a peak. After all, he was the one who made a move in the end and saved many young cultivators at that time. This made countless people feel grateful. After this incident, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain immediately issued a decree, stating that Prince Ing had nothing to do with it. Everything that happened was caused by Prince Ing alone. Of course, although such a decree was issued, it still couldn't calm the public's anger. Many orthodoxies went to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain to seek justice. For a time, there were undercurrents surging all over the upper realm. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On a deserted mountain in the ultimate battlefield, Wuxia stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering in the wind. His figure stood there, looking down with a calm and indifferent expression. "Master, the matter has been done according to your instructions. After Prince Ing was taken away by us, we randomly found a deserted place and threw him there, leaving him to fend for himself. We also said that someone would come looking for him later, so he shouldn't be anxious." The three great sages were standing respectfully behind him, reporting what happened later. Although they were puppets, they had a certain level of intelligence. After they were refined, they were destined to not betray Wuxia. Therefore, Wuxia wasn't worried at all. After breaking off relations with the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Ing Shuang's providence points are almost depleted. Now he's just an unlucky person. I hope my guess is right. Without the devil organization, he can't carry anything. Otherwise, we can only kill him and see if he drops anything. Wuxia nodded, his expression showing that he was deep in thought. In the eyes of many, Ing Shuang was actually taken away by the devil organization. Therefore, Wuxia could completely eliminate him. Even if Ing Shuang died, he could still continue to take the blame. However, Wuxia didn't do that. If he wanted to lure the devil organization out, he still needed Ing Shuang as bait. Next, we can consider who the inheritor of the devil arts is. Wuxia couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Logically speaking, the information he asked Yanji to investigate should have some results by now. At the same time, Nanxing's sky, in a magnificent pavilion. I wonder what Princess Mingkong is looking for me for? After leaving the absolute battlefield, Ing Yu, who looked a little haggard, was here. Her silver eyes looked straight at the beautiful woman in front of her and couldn't help but frown. She couldn't stand the other party's gaze and feeling of superiority. She felt that the person in front of her wasn't a woman. Instead, it was a peerlessly beautiful empress who looked down on the world. Although she was the daughter of Emperor Ing and had a respected status, she couldn't help but feel inferior in front of the other party. Ing Yu didn't know why Yu Mingkong was looking for her. During this period of time, she was very busy because of Ing Shuang's matter. "Of course I'm looking for you for something. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't have any extra feelings for Wuxia. I'm saving you, but I'm also warning you." At this time, Yu Mingkong finally spoke. Her voice was calm. After sizing up the woman who Wuxia saved the beauty, she retracted her gaze. Her eyes were calm and deep. Chapter 262. It was very quiet in the pavilion. Other than the people from Tianhuang Mountain, only Yu Mingkong was sitting there alone. At this moment her expression was calm and tranquil, otherworldly. Her entire person seemed to be carved out of the best mutton fat jade. She wore a loose robe and her face was like a painting. There was no makeup on her face, and her long black hair was tied up with a simple jade hairpin. Other than that, she did not have any other accessories, but it was enough to make any girl pale in front of her. The aura of a peerless empress made the people from Tianhuang Mountain not dare to underestimate her. They had to treat her seriously. And on the other hand, Yu Mingkong was Wuxia's fiancé. During this period of time, Wuxia appeared in the battlefield and saved the beauty. The news of him saving Ing Yu was spread everywhere, making many girls envious. Today, Yu Mingkong's sudden warning made the people from Tianhuang Mountain bitterly smile. They guessed that it was related to this matter, but they also knew that the other party was not unreasonable. There were some things that they should not think about. Wuxia was incomparably outstanding. If he did not have an engagement, it would be fine. But if he did, their young miss would not have any good feelings for him in the end, because this was destined to be something that would not end well. "Princess Mingkong, what do you mean by saying this?" Could it be that you are afraid that I will steal your fiancé? At this time, Yingyu also understood the meaning behind Yu Mingkong's words. She immediately frowned and asked. She chose to oppose her because she did not like the other party's casual attitude of controlling everything. As a girl of the heavens, she did not want to lower her head in front of her at this time. She did have a good impression of Guchanga, but Yu Mingkong did not give her face by saying this. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong shook her head. Her expression was calm, beautiful and lustrous. Her words were the same as before. There was no fluctuation in her tone. I am saving you, and it is also for your own good. If you do not want to feel pain in the future, then stay away from Guchanga. As for taking him away? Speaking of this, she was slightly mocking and dismissive. From the beginning to the end, she was not worried that any woman would be able to enter Guchanga's eyes. She was very possessive, but it depended on the person. Some women were destined to be Guchanga's chess pieces, and could not threaten her at all. She had originally pitied him and kindly advised him. As for whether or not he appreciated her kindness, she did not care. She had said all that she needed to say. If Yingyu continued to sink deeper and deeper, she would be the one who would be hurt in the end. Prince Ying became the inheritor of the demonic arts, and became the enemy of the entire world. The siblings turned against each other and became enemies. She didn't believe that Guchanga hadn't done anything during this period of time. Moreover, it was very likely that all of this was caused by Guchanga. If Yingyu found out the truth in the future, what would she do? He probably couldn't wait to kill Guchanga. At that time, with Guchanga's temperament, he would not show mercy to Yingyu. Yu Mingkong wanted to avoid this disaster, so she came to warn her. As for whether Yingyu would think that she was jealous or not, Yu Mingkong did not care. However, Yu Mingkong did not know that Ying Shuang had already been taken over by a horse feeder and exchanged identities. For Guchanga, he was not the least bit afraid that Yingyu would find out the truth. What do you mean by that? Yingyu frowned. She did not understand why Yu Mingkong looked at her with a slightly pitiful expression. However, Yu Mingkong did not continue to speak, nor did she pay any attention to her. She was as silent as a female immortal. Her eyes were distant and had an indescribable expression. Seeing that Yu Mingkong did not say anything else, Yingyu took a deep breath and calmed down. Young Master Gu has helped me and the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. I will think of a way to repay him. As for the other matters, Princess Mingkong, you worry too much. With that, she planned to get up and leave. Yu Mingkong nodded. It's good that you know this. Oh, Mingkong, you're here? You made me look for you. However, at this moment, a slight sound came from below the pavilion, followed by the sound of footsteps. The person who came was wearing a moon-white robe. He had a tall and straight figure and a gentle smile on his face. Behind him were many followers with powerful auras. It was Guchanga. During this period of time, the Yin battlefield had not been peaceful at all. He might as well leave and find out the true identity of the inheritor of the demonic arts first. Furthermore, Guchanga knew that Yu Mingkong had come to southern Shengtan. Coincidentally, he had some matters to discuss with her. Speaking of which, after getting rid of the human ancestor in the previous trip to the lower realm, the next child of destiny should not appear very soon. However, according to the system's notification, the appearance of the female demon in red seemed to be something unavoidable. Therefore, Guchanga planned to get some information from Yu Mingkong. Perhaps she would know something. At this moment, Yingyu, who was about to leave, was slightly stunned when she heard this voice. Then she could not help but stop in her tracks. She did not know if Guchanga had heard the conversation between her and Yu Mingkong. Young Master Gu, young Master Changa. The people from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain hurriedly bowed to Guchanga. Their expressions were very respectful. Guchanga nodded slightly and swept his gaze across everyone. Only then did he look at Yu Mingkong, who had been sitting at the back. The smile at the corner of his mouth was somewhat interesting. Yingyu did not know if it was her imagination. Yu Mingkong, who had been very calm and composed, suddenly seemed a little flustered and unnatural at this moment. It was as if she had been caught doing something wrong in front of Guchanga. However, this trace of emotion quickly disappeared. Yu Mingkong's expression returned to normal. Changa, why are you looking for me? She was the first to speak. She was slightly surprised, but other than that she was not surprised at all. She was not surprised at all by Gu Chang's sudden appearance. Although this was the first time the two of them had met since the banquet at the Gu family, Yu Mingkong was very clear that during the trip to the heavenly stellar realm, her whereabouts had actually been monitored by Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e had never appeared. Today, he took the initiative to look for her because of Yingyu. Was he afraid that she would ruin his plan? Yu Mingkong was slightly puzzled. I want to see you. Do I need a reason for that? Gu Chang'e smiled casually and walked to her side very naturally. Then, under everyone's gaze, he gently held her soft hand, looking like a very loving old couple. This scene made the people of Heavenly Emperor Mountain smile bitterly in their hearts. Yingyu also did not expect that Gu Chang'e would do such a thing in front of everyone. In her opinion, this was no different from Gu Chang'e telling her that he only had Yu Mingkong in his heart. For a moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. However, this feeling quickly dissipated. Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned. Her cold and flawless gem-like eyes stared at Gu Chang'e and said, "Are you afraid that I will be jealous and deal with this little girl?" If it was in the past, she would definitely feel embarrassed by Gu Chang'e's actions. However, after knowing that Gu Chang'e liked to tease her, she did not care. Because in front of this guy, the more shy she appeared, the more he liked to tease her. Therefore, she could not let him succeed. Gu Chang'e shook his head, his smile never diminishing. I know you are sensible, you won't care about this kind of thing, so don't scare me anymore. This point. He turned around and smiled at the puzzled Yingyu. Mingkong has always been very jealous. Every time another woman appears by my side, she will always be like this. Gu Chang'e. Yu Mingkong suddenly interrupted him, looking a little angry. Gu Chang'e clearly knew that she didn't mean that, but he still said so. Did he think that it was not noisy enough? Hearing this, Yingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly said, Young Master Gu, please rest assured. I will not take such a small matter to heart. Since you and Princess Mingkong have met, I, as an outsider, will not join in the fun. Next time if there's a chance, I will definitely invite young Master Gu to Heavenly Emperor Mountain for a chat. We'll take our leave first. With that, she led the people of Heavenly Emperor Mountain and left, not staying any longer. Missing you, take care. Gu Chang'e had a faint smile on his face as he watched them leave. After they left, the smile on Gu Chang'e's face gradually disappeared as he dismissed everyone. Then he looked at Yu Mingkong with interest and asked Mingkong, Are you worried that I will hurting you? In your heart, I am actually such a heartless and cold person? He naturally knew that Yu Mingkong wouldn't be jealous over such a thing. At most, she was trying to persuade Yingyu out of kindness. However, to Gu Chang'e, this was just a small matter. To him, Yingyu was just a chess piece that he could casually use. In fact, she was not much different from Ying Shuang. No matter how one looked at it, they were far inferior to Yu Mingkong's position in his heart. To you she is just a chess piece, but to her, you are her savior and her object of admiration. She is also a pitiful person. Yu Mingkong replied softly. She didn't mention that Gu Chang'e schemed against Ying Shuang, causing Yingyu and Ying Shuang to become enemies. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, she knew that this matter was definitely related to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e smiled, chess piece or not, it doesn't matter. I only know that you are jealous. Yu Mingkong stared at him. If I am jealous, will you consider my feelings? No. Gu Chang'e was very calm. Yu Mingkong gently rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay attention to him. However, the two of them tacitly didn't mention anything about the lower realm. Yu Mingkong's cultivation had increased a lot, because of the few nirvana green lotus seeds that Gu Chang'e left behind. Even if she was facing an ancient freak, she could still fight with her cultivation without using any other means. It seems that during this time you don't miss your husband at all? Then Gu Chang'e noticed her expression. Suddenly he sighed, seemingly a little sad. When I knew that you came to southern Shangtian, I was quite happy. In the end, Mingkong, you are actually too lazy to care about your husband. Do you know how sad this makes your husband? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong stared at him coldly. She didn't speak, as if her words were as precious as gold. After all, she knew Gu Chang'e's character very well. She knew that at this time he was only teasing her, so she couldn't do as he wished. Chang'e also seemed to be very helpless at this time. He continued to sigh. Mingkong, you have changed. You don't even care about your husband now. Mingkong's expression was calm. There was no trace of emotion on her peerless face. Her eyes were as clear as water as she stared at Chang'e. That expression seemed to say, I want to see how you are going to pretend now. But in the next moment, Chang'e suddenly reached out and carried her by the waist, directly going into the depths of the pavilion. Chang'e, Mingkong was shocked by his actions and softly exclaimed. It was difficult to remain calm like before. After all, it was broad daylight. Chang'e said with a calm expression, now you know to call me, but you forced me to do this. Call me husband and I will let you go, husband. At this time Mingkong was very obedient. Her appearance was actually somewhat obedient. She knew that she was no match for Chang'e, so she didn't struggle in vain. I was just teasing you. You really believed it. Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. Mingkong couldn't help but grind her teeth. No matter how good her state of mind was, she was still very angry at this time. Soon after, an earth-shattering battle broke out. Runes flashed, the palace glowed, the mountains shook, and many buildings collapsed, turning into ruins. Many cultivators were shocked and wanted to find out what was going on. However, they were driven away by Chang'e's followers in the distance. They were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat, knowing that this was not something they could investigate. The inheritor of the demonic arts, Prince Ing. Is this true? Or is there something wrong? At the same time, in a very remote ancient city in Nanxing Heaven, in a quiet mansion, a white-robed woman wearing a veil sat upright on a stone chair, murmuring softly. Her facial features were exquisite, her eyes were like autumn water, and her brows were like distant pearls. Although she wore a veil, it was difficult to conceal her otherworldly and cold temperament. How could there be another inheritor of the demonic arts? According to memory, isn't there only one inheritor of the demonic arts in every generation? She seemed to be murmuring softly, but it looked more like she was talking to someone. Could it be that there is some unknown problem in this generation? That's impossible. At this time, a cold sneer suddenly sounded in her mind, with a terrifying demonic and evil feeling. Then why? The white-robed woman couldn't help but frown, as if she still couldn't figure it out. Could it be that this inheritor of the demonic arts is a fake? But a while ago it was also a hot topic. No matter in Dao Heaven ancient city or immortal ancient continent, traces of the inheritor of the demonic arts have appeared. It was the same in Longevity Gu family not long ago. Could it be that there was a mistake? Her voice was full of confusion. She couldn't figure it out. We don't have to worry about that. Anyway, with this inheritor of the demonic arts at the center of the storm, it's much more convenient for us to do things. We don't have to sneak around like before. In the white-robed woman's mind, that monstrous voice sounded again. That's right. If we want to get a spot to enter Immortal Academy, we need a lot of points. The land of Extreme Een seems to be quite chaotic recently. It's a good opportunity for us. Speaking of this, a complicated look appeared in the white-robed woman's eyes, as if she thought of something. What's wrong? Right now, the inheritor of the demonic arts is that Prince Ing. It has nothing to do with us. As long as we act discreetly, no one will notice anything unusual. In her mind, the voice filled with demonic nature sounded again, as if it was comforting her. The white-robed woman nodded, but her expression was still complicated. At this time, after a pause, the voice filled with demonic nature spoke again. Actually, as long as we are a little bolder with that Chang'e's trust in you, as long as we devour him with his talent, we can. Shut up. Hearing this, the white-robed woman's eyes suddenly turned cold. A terrifying power appeared on her body, causing the voice in her mind to stop abruptly, as if it didn't want to have a conflict with it. How many times have I told you not to mention this? Otherwise, you know that with my current ability, I can devour you completely. The white-robed woman's voice returned to its cold calm, but the words she said made the other voice in her mind fall silent, as if it was afraid. But soon the voice sounded again, feeling very unsatisfied. You are the inheritor of the demonic arts, destined to stand on the opposite side of everyone in this world. Do you really want to be a servant girl who pours tea and peels fruit in front of him for the rest of your life? You should know that Guchanga has never treated you as his woman. In his eyes, you are at most a plaything. When he is in a good mood, he will tease you, but when he is in a bad mood, he will not pay attention to you at all. Suchinga, you are such a smart person. You should know what Guchanga has done during this time. If you let him know that you are the inheritor of the demonic arts, do you think he will let you go? No, not only will he not do that, he will kill you with his own hands. Shut up. Although the young master is not a good person, he will not do such a thing. I know him very well. The white-robed woman's voice was cold and angry, as well as a trace of confusion and slight trembling. It was as if she couldn't believe it even if she said it. Aha, you are a woman who thinks too much. Do you really think that you are important in Guchanga's heart? If you are, why did he bring you back to the upper realm for so long, throw you to the primordium demonic sect, and no longer care about you after that? You should know that we both feel the same way. What I think is also what you think. It is just that you don't dare to say it, but I do. If you insist that Guchanga will stand on your side, then go tell him that you are the inheritor of the demonic arts. See what he will do. Shut up. Hearing this, the white-robed woman's expression suddenly became as cold as ice. Chapter 263. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The entire southern sky was in turmoil because of the inheritor of the demonic arts. The Chilan clan and the Endless Fire Nation were the most furious. During this period, they had been sending people to search for the inheritor of the demonic arts. After all, the three great sages couldn't have taken Princing far away. They believed that Princing was still in southern sky, but they didn't know where he was hiding. Meanwhile, Princing had become a target of scorn. Almost every day, cultivators and living beings could be seen searching for him. Although Heavenly Emperor Mountain had claimed that Princing had nothing to do with them, the news of Princing using the golden ancient bell to kill many young paragons still spread, causing a huge commotion. This grudge could not be washed away simply by saying that Princing had nothing to do with it. Heavenly Emperor Mountain had suffered a lot during this period. Although it was the sacred ground of the 10,000 immemorial tribes and had a transcendent status and was worshipped by the 10,000 immemorial tribes, many orthodoxies still came to seek justice. In the end, they couldn't help but compensate a lot of things to settle this grudge. Heavenly Emperor Mountain also paid a huge price. They hated Princing to the core. During this period, another prince was born in Heavenly Emperor Mountain. He was called the Divine Prince. On the day of the Divine Prince's birth, there were billions of rays of light and thousands of colorful lights. Phantoms of true dragons, white tigers, and immortal phoenixes all descended. Countless golden divine lotuses bloomed in the void. An ancient heavenly emperor chariot descended from heaven and earth. It was as if a young heavenly emperor had descended. Many cultivators were familiar with the divine prince. His father was a heavenly emperor who was many times older than heavenly emperor Ing. He was called the heavenly emperor of God by the 10,000 immemorial tribes. The divine prince had the blood of God in his body. His eyes were five-colored and were known as the eyes of God. He could see through everything in the world. When the divine prince was born, he immediately ordered to suppress Heavenly Emperor Ying's bloodline. Then he used all kinds of powerful methods to intimidate everyone. At the same time, he spread the word that he would personally capture and suppress Princing to wash away the humiliation of Heavenly Emperor Mountain. This news immediately shook everyone. Without a doubt, the strength of the Divine Prince would not be weaker than any of the ancient freaks. His words carried an indescribable weight. Meanwhile, during this period of time in True Immortal Academy's location, there were old monsters who descended, arriving at the Een Absolute battlefield. They wanted to retrace the scene of that time, feeling that there were some problems with this matter. However, even these old antiques didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. They couldn't see what had happened at that time. This could only mean that the inheritor of the demonic arts was extremely cautious. If not for the clues left behind by the Chilan sun, everyone would still be in the dark about Prince Ying's true face. All kinds of news about this spread from all over the world. Then, because of the appearance of the inheritor of the demonic arts in the Een battlefield, the True Immortal Academy was finally open to the outside world. All the young existences who killed terminating life spirits in the terminating battlefield could go there to exchange for points and obtain a spot to enter the true immortal academy. All of a sudden, Nanxing Heaven was in an uproar again. The group of young cultivators who were originally uneasy because of the appearance of the demonic art inheritance in the Absolute battlefield also took the initiative to leave after killing the Absolute spirit. They were afraid that they would be targeted by the inheritor of the demonic art. Meanwhile, in the depths of the End battlefield, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared from the void. This was the third day since he had parted ways with Yu Mingkong. During this time, his cultivation had also broken through to mid-stage Absolute Saint. Because of the Great Tao treasure bottle refining the seal of samsara, the speed of his breakthrough was much faster than usual. For most Absolute Saints, it would take tens of thousands of years to break through even a small realm. He had indeed obtained a lot of information from Yu Mingkong in a roundabout way. The red-robed female demon seemed to have something to do with the Fiend Burial Abyss that would appear soon. As the name suggested, the Fiend Burial Abyss was where the true demons of the 9 heavens were buried. Since ancient times, many great demons had been killed there. Over time, this name had been given to it. The location of the Fiend Burial Abyss was difficult to describe clearly. Because it was constantly changing, it wasn't always fixed. Some ancient existences asserted that the depths of the Fiend Burial Abyss was actually an unknown sealed space. Even the legendary 9 Nether Underworld wouldn't be as deep as the Fiend Burial Abyss. Even the most ancient immortals couldn't climb out of the Fiend Burial Abyss after being struck down. However, the location of the Fiend Burial Abyss involved the Golden Cicada Temple. The Golden Cicada Temple was a mysterious temple at the peak of Buddha Mountain. For countless years, only a handful of people had seen the Golden Cicada Temple. However, the Buddhas of the Golden Cicada Temple had all made a name for themselves in the outside world. Their mighty Buddhist aura was enough to intimidate everyone. The Golden Cicada Temple would send a monk every generation called the Abyss Keeper. The Abyss Keeper guarded the Hanging Ghost Temple above the Fiend Burial Abyss. He was responsible for guarding the changes in the Fiend Burial Abyss. Gu Chang'e learned from Yu Mingkong that there would be a riot in the Fiend Burial Abyss soon, destroying the Hanging Ghost Temple above. This generation's Abyss Keeper would be buried there, causing chaos in the world. Yu Mingkong didn't say it directly at that time, but Gu Chang'e guessed it. The riot in the Fiend Burial Abyss is probably related to the red-robed female demon. The first thing she'll do when she comes out is to seek revenge on me. With my current strength, I don't have much chance of winning against her. However, with such a force behind me, I don't need to be afraid of her. According to the usual routine, this type of female demon with overflowing demonic aura will not be very clear-headed after she comes out. This is a good opportunity for me. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Gu Chang'e's mind. He had a bold idea in his mind. Release the demon. As the saying goes, it's better to let go than to block. Now, he already knew in advance where the red-robed female demon was likely to be born, and also knew the timing of her birth. Why not take the initiative to go? After all, there was a big difference between his current self and his previous self. Gu Chang'e wasn't afraid that the red-robed female demon would notice anything unusual. The only thing he had to pay attention to now was how to go, and find a suitable excuse. A place like the Fiend Burial Abyss was not a place where ordinary people could go. Even if he went, he would be noticed by the monks of the Ghost Temple. Therefore, Gu Chang'e was still thinking of a foolproof plan. As for the consequences of releasing the demon, he didn't think about it. Even if he didn't do this, the red-robed female demon would be born sooner or later. As for sealing her again, wouldn't that mean that his luck points and fate points would be gone? Gu Chang'e didn't even consider sealing her again. And this kind of thing, if he failed, it would definitely cause even more terrifying consequences. The red-robed female demon hated him to such an extent that even the deepest hell wouldn't be able to erase her hatred. Now he still had to seal her again? His thoughts gradually returned. Then, Gu Chang'e swept his gaze across the space in front of him that had obviously been completely corroded by the terminating aura. His eyes darkened. This was an area very deep from the terminating battlefield. In terms of distance, it was at least 1,000,000 miles away. In the space in front of him, he could see many magnificent mountains. However, because of the corrosion of the terminating aura, There was no sign of life. The outline of a large force could be vaguely seen here. The buildings, pavilions, palaces, and divine halls were all beautiful, but now they were all in ruins, collapsed in the dense terminating aura. Not a single cultivator could be seen here. Only the terminating living beings kept appearing, and they were very powerful. They had already reached the Divine King realm, or even the Quasi-Sage realm. If the younger generation dared to come here, they would die in minutes. Wuxia naturally didn't come here to kill the terminating living beings. It was because he sensed the imprint left on Wang Zijin's body, and knew that she had come to the depths. As the successor of the human ancestors' palace, it's very likely that she can find the core area of the terminating sky. It'll be much more convenient with her scouting the way for me. Wuxia had such thoughts. The location of the core area of the terminating sky had yet to be determined. It was actually impossible for Wuxia to refine the entire terminating sky now. However, he could try to refine a part of it first. With this experience, he would have more confidence in finding the true location of the terminating sky. Soon Wuxia's figure disappeared again. He hid in the void with the spatial technique, so he wasn't worried that Wang Zijin would detect him immediately. On the other side, the depths of the terminating sky were not quiet. The mountains and earth were shaking, and even the sky seemed to be about to explode. The surging and vast terminating aura intertwined and filled the air here, like a great fog. There was a crack that looked like a deep abyss there. Light rushed into the sky, and runes bloomed and intertwined in the sky. There was a supreme technique and divine ability evolving. The divine might of a quasi-sage erupted. It carried an unparalleled force and bombarded the tide-like terminating living beings. There was a faint golden pagoda floating in the void, intertwining with terrifying divine light that crushed in all directions. A slender figure with a skirt fluttering in the wind stood proudly under the sky. Her face was cold, and her hair danced in the wind. She was fighting with the tide-like terminating living beings, as if she wanted to wipe them out completely. Jiang Chuchu, are you crazy? You want to block this gap? With your current strength you can't do it at all. Behind this slender figure, Wang Zijin was also attacking. She shouted at Jiang Chuchu in front of her, and kept slapping away the terminating living beings that were charging at her. But there were too many terminating living beings here. In the sky, the crack in the sky was shrouded in thick gray fog. It poured down like a dam had been opened. It was impossible for the two of them to kill so many terminating living beings with just their strength. Not to mention that there were many sage-level living beings that were extremely difficult to deal with. And at this time there seemed to be an even more powerful aura awakening behind the crack. The existence of the land of extreme Yin was not something that they could contend against in the first place. But for some reason Jiang Chuchu didn't know what was wrong with her. She didn't look for the reincarnation of the human ancestor, nor did she deal with the inheritor of demonic arts. Instead, she came to the terminating sky. It was as if killing the terminating living beings was her only way to cleanse the world and restore the human ancestor's palace. This caused Wang Zijin to be puzzled. She had no idea why Jiang Chuchu was acting like this. As the successor of the human ancestor's palace, although she had the responsibility of protecting the world's justice, she didn't need to go to this extent. Wang Zijin, go back. This is my business. I don't need you to interfere. At this time, hearing Wang Zijin's voice from behind, Jiang Chuchu also spoke. She looked back. Her expression was very calm, and she didn't regret anything. Actually, at this time, one could see that her fatigue wasn't as natural as it looked. Her dress was also stained with blood. She didn't relax at all in this battle. Wang Zijin couldn't understand her. Now that the human ancestor was dead, the inheritor of demonic arts, Wuxia, was free and unfettered. She couldn't do anything about this. So Jiang Chuchu thought that the only thing she could do was to come here and kill the terminating living beings. This could be considered worthy of her current status. When the time came, even if she died here, she wouldn't let down her master's kindness in raising her. What do you mean it's your business? I'm also the successor of the human ancestor's palace, okay? Why is your brain so stubborn? Can't you think it through? Do you really want to die here? Wang Zijin shouted speechlessly. She felt that the current Jiang Chuchu was like those resentful women who had been abandoned in her previous life. She couldn't listen to reason at all. No matter how she tried to persuade her, Jiang Chuchu didn't care. She wholeheartedly wanted to kill these terminating living beings. She clearly couldn't hold on much longer. Now the inheritor of demonic arts has been found. Why didn't you go deal with him? Instead you came here to waste your energy and time. I don't know what you're thinking. Wang Zijin took out a Dharma artifact. Its divine power was vast and mighty, illuminating the world in a dazzling light. She was still trying to persuade her. If it really didn't work, she thought of a way to knock Jiang Chuchu unconscious and take her away. However, the difference in strength between the two of them wasn't that big. If she used her trump card, it might have the opposite effect. After all, it would be difficult to control her. If I had called Guchanga, who was thinking of a way, things might be different now. However, he doesn't seem to care about Jiang Chuchu's life or death. It's probably useless to call him. Wang Zijin was a little troubled. With her personality, she couldn't just ignore it. Inheritor of demonic arts, hearing these words, Jiang Chuchu, who was fighting a saint-level terminating living being, was suddenly stunned. Then a trace of cold hatred appeared in her eyes. She almost gnashed her teeth in anger. However, she was stunned for a moment. She was hit by the saint-level terminating living being and was directly sent flying. She vomited large mouthfuls of blood in the void. Clearly, she was severely injured. In fact, she had also reached the point where her magic power was exhausted. She naturally knew who the inheritor of demonic arts that Wang Zijin was talking about was. Prince Ying was just an unlucky person who had to take the blame. The true inheritor of demonic arts, Guchanga, was actually still free and easy. No one even knew his true face. No one knew that the human ancestor had actually died in Guchanga's hands and would never reappear in the world again. Jiang Chuchu's feelings toward Guchanga were extremely complicated. If she said that she hated him, she definitely hated him to the bone. However, she just couldn't forget him. She couldn't forget his expression and tone that day. She also couldn't forget his various actions. She couldn't forget his cold, heartless, and irresponsible attitude. Be careful. At this moment, she saw that Jiang Chuchu seemed to be in a daze as she stood on the spot, ignoring the large group of terminating living beings behind her. Wang Zijin's expression couldn't help but change. She took out a crystal-clear mirror and placed it in front of her, wanting to block the attack for her. However, during this period of time, Jiang Chuchu had killed many terminating living beings and was contaminated with a very strong terminating aura. A large group of terminating living beings' eyes turned red. They swarmed forward with incomparable hatred, wanting to drown her. She reacted, but it was already too late. She hastily resisted, but was instantly sent flying with injuries on her body. Boom! At this moment, the heavenly abyss in the sky exploded again. An even more terrifying aura swept down. Suddenly, an incomparably huge gray palm stretched out from within. It was wrapped in gray fog and didn't look like a human. However, its aura was that of a saint. This made Wang Zijin's expression change again. She didn't expect that it had already affected an absolute saint terminating living being. This was no longer something that she and Jiang Chuchu could casually contend against. If they didn't run now, it would be even more difficult for them to escape if a saint terminating living being appeared later. Jiang Chuchu, don't be silly. If you stay here, you'll die here. Wang Zijin couldn't help but shout. She looked a little anxious as she noticed that the huge palm wrapped in thick gray fog was descending. It was about to smash Jiang Chuchu into a bloody mist. At this moment, Jiang Chuchu didn't seem to have reacted. However, when she did, this terrifying huge palm had already landed in front of her. The terrifying terminating aura was about to engulf her. She couldn't help but turn pale. Although she had already prepared herself for death, how could she remain calm when faced with it? However, at this moment, she realized that it wasn't her sect that appeared in her mind. It was actually Guchang 663's face that she hated to the bone. Buzz! Suddenly, a sudden sword cry sounded between heaven and earth. The light was like the chaotic light that broke through everything. It carried a vast sword aura that crossed the sky, parted the gray fog, and directly descended. Boundless, murderous intent soared into the sky. Poof! accompanied by a scream. The terrifying giant gray palm was broken in the middle, and then shattered into pieces in the void. Then the sword didn't stop moving. It was like a bronze immortal sword that slashed down from the universe. Its sharp aura was enough to split open the universe. It slashed straight into the terrifying heavenly abyss. Countless terminating living beings didn't even have time to scream before they were shattered under this sword light and turned into ashes. Wang Zijin looked in the direction where the sword light fell in shock. In the void, a young man with an indifferent expression walked over. He shook his finger and raised his hand. A ray of sword light flickered in his palm. Guchanga, why are you here? After regaining her senses, Wang Zijin asked in shock. She never expected that Guchanga would actually appear here in the end. At the critical moment, he even saved Jiang Chuchu. Moreover, why was his attack so terrifying? Perhaps he had already touched the level of the absolute saint? Was this Guchanga's true strength? He had indeed hidden his strength too well. Saintess Zijin, Guchanga looked at her and nodded. Then he couldn't help but frown. He didn't explain why he was here. However, Wang Zijin also guessed that it was probably for the land of extreme yin. No, could it be for Jiang Chuchu? However, Guchanga didn't let her imagination run wild. He said casually, the land of extreme yin has appeared. I have to come and take a look. Maybe I can do something. In fact, he had been here for a while. It was just that he didn't expect Jiang Chuchu to be so suicidal. That was why he couldn't help but make a move. Although he said that he didn't care about her life and death, it was one thing to say and another to do. Guchanga didn't really intend to leave her alone. After all, Jiang Chuchu had a relationship with him. For a woman who was related to him and couldn't threaten him, he couldn't just leave her in the lurch. However, Wang Zijin didn't believe him after hearing what he said. After all, unless there was something wrong with his brain, who would come to such a place? It was even more impossible for a powerless and unflattering person like Guchanga to come. But he came. It was very likely that it was for Jiang Chuchu. Something unknown might have happened between the two of them. As for her, she still had some self-awareness. She couldn't seduce him. Guchanga. At this moment, Jiang Chuchu also reacted and noticed the young man walking over. Wasn't that Guchanga? At the critical moment, he was the one who saved her. This made Jiang Chuchu a little stunned. But soon a cold look appeared in her eyes. She stared at Guchanga. Didn't you say that my life and death has nothing to do with you? Why did you save me? I don't need you to save me. However, Guchanga didn't seem to notice her. His eyes were very dark, and he was still looking up at the terrifying heavenly abyss in the sky. There were still a large number of terminating creatures surging out from it. If he guessed correctly, it was connected to the real terminating sky. Hearing Jiang Chuchu's words, Wang Zijin immediately revealed an expression of watching a melon. There was indeed something between the two of them. Otherwise, Jiang Chuchu wouldn't say such a thing. It seemed that Guchanga had abandoned her? Guchanga. Seeing that Guchanga was completely ignoring her, Jiang Chuchu shouted again. Her expression was very cold, and she was almost gnashing her teeth. At this moment, Guchanga's gaze fell on her. His expression was calm without much fluctuation. Even if you want to die, don't die in front of me. You're an eyesore. This heaven abyss did lead to the terminating sky, but it was only a small part. It was probably hundreds of millions of times away from the entire terminating land. He planned to go in and see if he could refine this small part of the terminating sky first. Now it seemed that the only difficulty was that there were endless terminating creatures. Just the number of saint-level creatures was not small. Because of Jiang Chuchu, there were even a few terrifying creatures who had reached the ultimate saint realm. They were wrapped in dense terminating qi, and gray fog filled the sky. Brother Gu, you're really an honest person. At this time, Prince Jin, who had a melon-eating expression on his face, could not help but mutter softly. She didn't expect Guchanga to say such a thing. Looking at the situation just now, Jiang Chuchu and Guchanga definitely had some unspeakable past. Otherwise, why would Jiang Chuchu say to Guchanga that she didn't need his help? She thought that Guchanga would comfort Jiang Chuchu and make her calm down with gentle words. In the end, Gu Chang'e's answer made Wang Zijin stunned for a long time. Then she couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of her heart. She only wanted to say, as expected of you. In front of her was a peerless beauty who couldn't be described as beautiful, but she was actually scolded by him like this. He was simply unromantic. If she was in Jiang Chuchu's shoes, she would have hugged Jiang Chuchu and comforted her gently. However, Gu Chang'e's method seemed to be quite useful. Didn't Jiang Chuchu calm down now? But now Wang Zijin wanted to know what happened between Jiang Chuchu and Gu Chang'e. She was really curious. Logically speaking, the two of them had only met twice, so why were they so familiar with each other? However, she also knew that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of this kind of thing. Gu Chang'e and Jiang Chuchu weren't the kind of people who would answer her. At this time, suddenly, accompanied by a divine light that soared into the sky, a monstrous sword light appeared in front of them. It was like a mountain peak that broke through the dome of heaven. Strands of sword light bloomed between heaven and earth. It was as if millions of divine swords were surging from all directions. Then they directly slashed into the terrifying gray fog in front of them. The sky fell and the earth cracked, and the surroundings trembled violently. Under this aura, the large number of interminating living beings were like snow under the scorching sun. They didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into ashes in an instant. They disappeared into thin air, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The terrifying creature that had just reached out its hand couldn't help but scream. Decaying blood fell from heaven and earth, containing a terrifying corrosive power. With a bang, even the void was corroded into a shocking hole. Such a scene was too shocking. Ordinary saints would change their expressions and not dare to approach. Wang Zijin and Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but be stunned. Under this heavenly abyss, Gu Chang'e's figure stepped forward. His body was shrouded in five-colored divine light, wrapped in a thick chaotic fog, like a young god. At this moment, many extremely terrifying phenomena appeared around him. True dragons bowed their heads, immortal phoenixes spread their wings, the destruction of the universe, and thousands of tribulations turned to ashes. There was even a faint, mysterious and vast world appearing. Immortal trees were tall, divine mountains were boundless, and immortal lakes were vast. As he stepped forward, a golden passage spread out under Gu Chang'e's feet. The vast power of rules extended to the crack in the sky. Buzz! Behind him, a golden Taoist scripture opened. Densely packed divine weapons and sacred artifacts appeared. They were incomparably dazzling, illuminating this place brilliantly. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, bells, cauldrons, and mirrors. Divine power surged, containing unparalleled power, and attacked the interminating creatures in all directions. A battle that was many times more terrifying than Jiang Chuchu's battle just now was taking place here. Looking at the countless interminating creatures in front of him, he scram. Gu Chang'e shouted softly. His expression was cold and calm. Many divine weapons appeared above his head, and terrifying laws descended. At this moment, he looked like he was going to stop the interminating sky from descending for the sake of all living beings in the world. He charged forward fearlessly. All the interminating creatures along the way couldn't even get close to him. They were crushed in midair by the various terrifying auras around him. Gu Chang'e, seeing his actions, Jiang Chuchu and Wang Zijin couldn't help but be stunned. They couldn't understand at all. Wang Zijin had a look of shock on her face. She couldn't believe it. She even wondered if she had misunderstood something. Was Gu Chang'e's purpose of coming here was to stop the interminating sky from descending? His purpose was exactly the same as Jiang Chuchu's? What is Gu Chang'e trying to do? Could it be that he was really like that Jiang Chuchu, and was going to fight against the absolute life spirit? There's no end to them. Is he crazy? Does he really think he has a way? This is something that many ancient beings have a headache over. They avoid it like it's a snake or a scorpion. What he's doing is no different from courting death. Wang Zijin was very shocked. She couldn't understand Gu Chang'e's actions. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e was an absolute egoist. He wouldn't do anything that would harm his interests. There was no need to say how dangerous the interminating sky was. For example, the interminating battlefield they encountered before was only caused by some of the aura leaking out. The danger in the interminating sky was probably thousands of times more dangerous than the interminating battlefield. Logically speaking, at this time, shouldn't Wuxia be far away like the other cultivators, afraid of being contaminated? Looks like Brother Gu is different from what I thought. Person like him isn't completely selfish. He still has a righteous heart. Wang Zijin couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Wuxia. Just based on this point alone, the rest of the younger generation couldn't catch up to Wuxia even if they flattered him. As a transmigrator, she couldn't understand Wuxia's feelings of caring for the common people of the world. But that didn't affect her admiration for Wuxia. She couldn't bring out this kind of courage. Brother Gu isn't a rash person. Since he dares to do this, he must have some confidence. Although Wang Zijin was worried, she had no other choice but to wait at this time. And contrary to Wang Zijin's thoughts, Zhang Chuchu was completely stunned at this time. In her opinion, Wuxia was such a cold and heartless demon. He had done all kinds of bad things and was deranged. How could he treat the world's safety as his responsibility like she did? Asking him to stop the interminating sky from descending? That was simply impossible. But now he was doing so. He was even going to stop the interminating sky from descending in front of the two human ancestor hall disciples. Why, Wuxia, why are you doing this? Zhang Chuchu was stunned. Her eyes widened. She couldn't understand at all. In the end, she thought of the most likely possibility, which made her tremble the most. Wuxia's motive for doing this had a lot to do with her. He scolded her just now because he was worried. After all, with Wuxia's temperament, he couldn't show anything. So he could only use this method to express his anger and worry. And now, he was going to stop the interminating sky from descending because he wanted to help her. He was afraid that she would still stay here and lose her life in the end. Thinking of this, Zhang Chuchu couldn't help but bite her lip. There was no trace of coldness on her face. Just now, Wuxia scolded her very fiercely, but his actions were not ambiguous at all. He was actually stubborn. He scolded her mercilessly, but there was still warmth in his heart. This made Zhang Chuchu's expression extremely complicated. She remembered when Wuxia imprisoned her in his small space. At that time he was actually like this. In the end, it was because her actions had disappointed him too much and exhausted his last bit of patience. That was why he said those irresponsible words that didn't care about her life and death, and that the two of them had nothing to do with each other anymore. Wuxia, Zhang Chuchu couldn't help but mutter. For a moment, she felt that her mind was in a mess. She clearly hated him so much that she couldn't wait for him to die like this. This way there would be one less terrifying disaster in the world. But why was she unable to help but feel worried? Zhang Chuchu, as the successor of the human ancestor palace, how can you fall in love with a great demon? You are destined to stand on the opposite side of him. She silently chanted the mind-cleansing mantra in her heart, trying to calm herself down. But all the things she had learned over the years of cultivation seemed to be useless at this time. Her mind was in a mess. This made Zhang Chuchu at a loss. In the depths of heavenly abyss, gray fog surged. Wuxia's expression was somewhat interested. At this time he had actually vaguely guessed the thoughts of the two people outside. After all, it was his intention, whether it was Zhang Chuchu or Wang Zijin. They couldn't guess his true intentions. Since ancient times, when the interminating sky descended, the first reaction of cultivators was to run. Who would dare to enter it? Not to mention that there were no fortuitous opportunities in the interminating sky. This level of danger was comparable to many forbidden lands of ancient times. Unless one wanted to die, who would come here? Therefore, no one would think of his intentions. Instead, they would think that he came here to prevent the interminating sky from descending. It's good that you think so. I don't have to spend so much effort to pull the flag. Wuxia couldn't help but smile. Then, with a raise of his hand, many divine weapons appeared, bursting with terrifying divine might, shattering all the interminating living beings around him. He walked towards one of them. The closer he got, the more powerful the living beings he encountered. They had long lost their spirituality and only had killing and destruction in their hearts. The interminating chi here was actually very dense. Even saints would be corroded if they entered. If they stayed here for a long time, they would definitely be affected. However, it wouldn't affect him much. At this moment, Many black vortexes appeared on the surface of Guchanga's body. Terrifying runes of the great Tao circulated. There seemed to be an indescribable ancient god sitting cross-legged within. World sounds, sacrificial sounds, and chanting sounds reverberated. When all the terminating chi got close to him, they were all swallowed by these vortexes. They couldn't affect him at all. Instead, there were more and more terminating living beings here, which made him frown. If there wasn't Wang Jin outside, it would be fine. But now, if he used a forbidden demonic technique, it was very likely that some of his aura would attract her attention. Then Guchanga took out an item. Golden light surged and instantly spread out in this space. It was like a seal of mountains and seas, but it was actually the celestial seal that Guchanga used to fool others. This was a genuine Supreme Being artifact. With his current cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to fully activate it. However, a wisp of the Supreme Artifact's divine might was enough to disperse the terminating living beings nearby. Then, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd appeared in his hand. The celestial seal hung above his head, and terrifying divine light shone down. It was like a galaxy incomparably vast. Guchanga raised his hand and chopped down. The absolute saint in front of him immediately exploded, unable to stop him. Soon this vast space was cleared by him, and a clean path was formed, leading directly to the deepest part of the space. This was the source of the terminating chi. Not long after, Guchanga found the place with the densest gray fog in the depths of heaven abyss. The nearby terminating living beings had been cleared by him. There were almost no figures left. At this moment it was strangely peaceful. It seems that this is the source. As long as I refine this place, I can control this part of terminating sky. Guchanga whispered to himself. Suddenly, black and white colors flowed in his eyes. The power of time appeared, turning into 2 peerless immortal swords, and slashed down with clanging sounds. The terrifying gray fog exploded from within, as if it was torn apart by a terrifying power. An increasingly dense and shocking black substance slowly flowed within. It was a substance that seemed to have a life of its own. It was as black as the starry sky, but it could swallow the world barrier and cover everything. At this moment, if there was a cultivator here, he would definitely be so frightened that his skull would explode. This kind of aura was clearly enough to destroy everything before it even got close. Even after the death of a prime, or even the corpse of a quasi-emperor, it was impossible to have such an aura. Just a wisp seemed to be enough to swallow the heavens and crush all matter. This is the extremely rare terminating origin in the core area of terminating sky. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Oh no, this should be credited to Prince Jean. It's all thanks to her that I can find this thing. Guchanga's expression revealed some interest. Even at this moment, the celestial Luan seal emitted a sense of fear. The god inside sensed danger and was extremely afraid of the terminating origin, afraid that it would swallow and cover it. However, the 8 Desolation demon halberd was very quiet. I just don't know if this terminating origin or my great Tao treasure bottle is stronger. Maybe I can take this opportunity to let the bottle evolve. Chapter 265. With that thought in mind, Guchanga sat down cross-legged and communicated with the system. He planned to try refining it with his destiny points later. Buzz! At this moment, black light began to appear above his head. Strands of black light fell down. Runes of the Great Tao intertwined and then fell toward the black substance. The Great Tao treasure bottle began to float up and down like a terrifying black hole. Then it swallowed down. Its initiative was far beyond any other time. Guchanga underestimated its desire for the black substance. Even when it swallowed the human ancestor seal of samsara, it didn't feel this way. It seems that I don't need destiny points anymore. Guchanga sat cross-legged in the void. A jade-like black light began to appear on his face, giving him a sense of solemnity. The ancient sacrificial chant of the world seemed to reverberate in this place. Behind him, demonic chi filled the sky and a peerless demon lord appeared. Its eyes were cold and emotionless, intimidating thousands of realms. At this moment, some things in Guchanga's mind cracked and began to break. Some of his deepest memories surfaced. In front of the mountain peak, clouds rolled and a very simple thatched hut sat on the side. On the blue stone, a little girl in red was dancing with a sword. Her sleeves fluttered and the silver sword light splashed between heaven and earth. In front of the hut, she stood with her hands behind her back. Her red coat and silver hair fluttered in the wind. Everything in the world seemed to change because of the sword in her hand. After the dance, the little girl in red ran to her happily. "Master, I met the disciples of the ninth heaven's peak today. They wanted to steal from me and said that my talent was average. They said that I would at most reach the immortal state in this life. However, they were all defeated by me with a single sword strike." "Who told you to defeat them?" Her expression was calm and her voice didn't fluctuate much. The little girl in red's smile froze and she lowered her head. "I was wrong, Master. The sword I taught you is not for you to defeat the enemy." Her voice still didn't change. The little girl in red went down the mountain. When she returned, her body was covered in wounds and she carried a string of heads in her hand. "Master, I'm back." Although she was injured, she was very happy. "This is your favorite roasted chicken." He patted her head. "The nine heavens peak and the nine heavens continent no longer exist from today onwards. No one can bully my disciple." "Master, I made a friend at the foot of the mountain this time." "Oh? A man or a woman?" "A woman, but she's not human." "Then what is she?" "She is a little peach tree." He smiled and said, "Then I'll poach her to accompany you." After that, another slender and clean little peach tree grew on the mountain peak. The memory stopped abruptly. Guchong 667 Gu fell into deep thought. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Outside, the terminating life spirits and the terminating life force are greatly decreasing. Could it be that Guchanga really has a way to stop all of this? Wang Zijin looked at the heavenly abyss in the sky with some surprise. In her perception, the monstrous gray fog in heaven abyss had become much thinner than it had been at the beginning. What did this mean? It meant that Guchanga was really confident in going there. The terminating life force that was extremely difficult for all ancient existences to deal with was actually resolved by Guchanga. It was simply a fantasy. Isn't it said that since ancient times, only the human ancestor has a way to resolve the terminating life force? Guchanga can't be the reincarnation of the human ancestor, right? Wang Zijin was a little puzzled. She looked at Jiang Chuchu beside her, but there was no abnormality on Jiang Chuchu's face. He was calm and composed. Other than silence, there was no other emotion. In these few days, Jiang Chuchu's injuries were more or less healed. Other than being a little worried at the beginning, she later noticed that the terminating life force was decreasing. She understood that Guchanga was fine, so she was relieved. Moreover, the terminating life force that was extremely troublesome to all living beings could be resolved by Guchanga. If she didn't know that the human ancestor had been secretly harmed by Guchanga, even she would suspect that Guchanga was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. At this time, Jiang Chuchu suddenly remembered what Guchanga had said. What the human ancestor palace lacked was not the human ancestor, but the identity of the human ancestor. Now that the human ancestor was dead, no matter what, if the human ancestor palace wanted to continue standing, they had to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Did they really have to find someone to pretend to be the human ancestor at this time? Jiang Chuchu had never thought about this matter. After all, doing so would mean betraying the sect. But at this time she couldn't help but think about it. Jiang Chuchu, tell me honestly, what happened between you and Guchanga? At this time, Wang Zijin suddenly spoke and asked about the matter that she was most concerned about these days. Jiang Chuchu had already regained her composure. Naturally, she couldn't tell Wang Zijin everything. Tell her that Guchanga was actually the inheritor of the demonic arts, and that the current princeling was actually just an unlucky guy who took the blame? Then tell her that Guchanga had actually imprisoned her for a long time? That the successor of the human ancestor palace in the past was just an imposter? Although these were all facts, Wang Zijin definitely wouldn't believe it given her temperament. Instead, she would wonder why Guchanga didn't kill her for knowing these secrets. Therefore, Jiang Chuchu only said calmly, "You don't have to worry about these. Guchanga is not a good person. You have to stay away from him." "That's it?" Hearing this, Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. "To think that I treated you as my best friend. In the end, you didn't even tell me these things." Of course I know that Guchanga is not a good person. She felt that the current Zhang Chuchu was also having her own thoughts. In the past, whenever she asked about men, she would be filled with disgust. She was just short of coldness and disdain written all over her face. How could it be like now? Guchanga is really very dangerous. It's best that you don't get too close to him. Zhang Chuchu sighed softly. In her calm tone there was a meaning that only she could understand. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Originally, I had quite a good impression of Guchanga. But since you have an unclear relationship with him, then I'll forget about it now. At this time Wang Zijin also sighed, looking a little sad. Hearing this, Zhang Chuchu stiffened slightly. What did he mean by saying that she had an unclear relationship with Guchanga? Moreover, Wang Zijin said that she had a good impression of Guchanga? You don't? Wang Zijin observed her expression and smiled ambiguously. That's good. It was also at this time that the heavenly abyss, which had been quiet for a long time, moved again. Immediately after, Guchanga's figure walked out. On the surface, there was nothing unusual about him as before. Zhang Chuchu and Wang Zijin both looked over. In their eyes there was a different expression. Are you okay, Brother Gu? Zhang Chuchu wanted to ask, but she didn't expect Wang Zijin to speak first. She glanced at Guchanga, moved her lips, lowered her head, and swallowed back the words that she wanted to say. I'm fine. Now, the matter of the Inde here has been resolved for the time being. But with my ability, this is the most I can do. Guchanga shook his head and looked at the two with a slightly strange expression. He didn't say anything more. He had indeed refined the Yin terminating origin source here. Not only could he control the power of Yin End, but even the Great Tao treasure bottle had a mysterious change. However, Guchanga didn't intend to let others notice this so quickly, so he didn't completely resolve the remaining Yin and Qi. With this experience, he would be able to refine a new Yin terminating origin source much faster. Brother Gu, sometimes I even suspect that you are the reincarnation of the human ancestor. You did something that others couldn't do. Wang Zijin said half-jokingly. Her bright eyes were full of smiles. What reincarnation of the human ancestor? I don't know. An existence like the human ancestor is not something a small cultivator like me can talk about. As for this Yin and Qi, it was just a fluke. If I encounter it in the future, I probably won't be so lucky. Guchanga sighed slightly. At this time it seemed that he didn't want to hide it. Accompanied by a swishing sound, his sleeve split open. Then from his arm up, wisps of gray fog began to spread out, including his bones and skin, showing a corrosive state. It looked extremely terrifying. It was a shocking sight. Of course, this injury was definitely caused by him intentionally, and was not caused by the battle. Seeing this, Wang Zijin's expression couldn't help but change. She was frightened by this shocking injury. Brother Gu, you were corroded by the Yin and Qi? Let me see. As she spoke, she didn't care about the difference between men and women, nor was she afraid of being corroded by the Yin and Qi. She pulled Guchanga's arm and was about to check the injury. Zhang Chuchu's expression couldn't help but change slightly at this time. He was a little worried, but she could only stay out of it like an outsider. Clearly, Guchanga's injuries were caused by her. This made her feel a little guilty and uncomfortable. And Guchanga didn't look at her. Just as he said before, it was as if he found her an eyesore. Brother Gu's injury should have been caused by some living creature, right? Ordinary Yin and Qi wouldn't be mixed with the rules of the Saint Realm. Wang Zijin finished checking the injury and said with a frown. As she spoke, a bright immortal spirit light appeared in her palm, containing an astonishing vitality. Swish! This immortal spirit light made a sizzling sound when it touched the Yin and Qi. It was like pouring water on boiling oil. Guchanga couldn't help but frown, but he still didn't say a word, as if he was forcing himself to endure. This injury was caused by my carelessness at that time. I was attacked by a Saint Realm creature, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to expel. Speaking of this, his face became even paler, but his expression was still calm. Guchanga. Seeing him like this, Zhang Chuchu felt a little uncomfortable at this time and wanted to say something. But after calling out Guchanga's name, she didn't know what to say. It seemed that other than calling Guchanga despicable, shameless, and a bastard, she hadn't talked to him properly. Saintess Chuchu, what's the matter? Hearing this, Guchanga glanced at her and asked casually. He didn't mention anything about what had happened before. Jiang Chuchu felt the coldness in his voice and couldn't help but feel wronged. But on the surface she still showed calmness. Thank you for saving me before. Since you're fine, I'll leave first. I'm fine, so you don't have to worry about me, Saintess Chuchu. If you have the time, you should worry about the safety of the people in the world. Otherwise, more living beings will be killed by the inheritor of demonic arts. Guchanga's tone revealed that he didn't care. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu's face turned slightly pale. But she didn't say anything more. Then she glanced at Wang Zijin and turned into a divine rainbow, leaving this place first. Brother Gu, you seem to have some conflict with Chuchu? Seeing this, Wang Zijin couldn't help but ask with interest. I just can't stand how righteous she is and how she values the people in the world more than anything else. Guchanga shook his head and said casually. Then the two also left this place and didn't stay. In this unending battlefield, the sudden decrease in the number of unending energy and unending living beings attracted the attention of many cultivators. But a place like the depths of the battlefield was like a forbidden zone to everyone. No one dared to casually explore, so not many people paid much attention to it. Whether it was Wang Zijin or Jiang Chuchu, they didn't like to blow things up to the point where everyone knew about it. Guchanga was even more eager for this matter to be kept a low profile. Currently, the unending sky hadn't really entered the eyes of some old monsters. If they knew that he had a way to deal with the unending energy, they would definitely come looking for him. This was a matter that concerned the entire upper realm. Even if he was the young master of the Longevity Gu family, he had to be a strong man at this time and follow them into the unending sky. Guchanga naturally didn't want to encounter such a thing. After all, it was troublesome. Then, after parting with Wang Zijin, he returned to his temporary residence in Nanshengtan. Guchanga also felt the strangeness of the unending energy. He compared it in the Innerverse and found that this energy had a strong devouring ability to cover space. In particular, some formation patterns and runes were like paper in front of it and could be easily corroded. Now, he had only refined a piece of the unending origin. But the power of this piece of unending origin was enough to cover a territory of 100,000 miles. In other words, Guchanga now controlled the unending sky that was 100,000 miles in size. 100,000 miles wide was enough to cover some of the smaller planets with life. During this period of time, Guchanga also received news from Yanji that she had made some progress in the matter. He had asked her to investigate. She's really not in the Taichu demonic sect anymore? Guchanga muttered to himself softly and understood. He asked Yanji to go to the Taichu demonic sect to ask about Suqinga. Both of them came from the lower realm, so Yanji was naturally familiar with them. In the end, he received news that Suqinga had already left the Taichu demonic sect some time ago. It was about Suqinga having two souls in one body. In fact, Guchanga had been paying attention to this because Suqinga's fate points were not fixed. According to her own confession, some memories of the upper realm would appear in her mind every once in a while. Guchanga noticed that when Suqinga's memories were awakened, her fate points would increase. There was a strong connection between the two. He had also investigated about Suqinga's other soul, and even asked his mother to look into it. But in the end they found nothing. Guchanga then asked Suqinga to stay in the Taichu demonic sect, and let his mother teach her. It's just a guess. If we want to verify it, we have to find traces of Suqinga. Guchanga then ordered his subordinates to pay attention to the recent movements in the various unending battlefields in Nanxing Sky. If Suqinga was the inheritor of the mysterious demonic technique that Yi Langtian siblings mentioned, then she would definitely come to Nanxing Sky during this time. The existence of the Immortal Academy was naturally the best breeding ground for the true inheritor of the demonic technique. Not to mention that Nanxing Sky was in chaos now and Prince Ying was the inheritor of the demonic technique. For her, this was the best opportunity to fish in troubled waters. With Guchanga's current spies, it was too easy to find someone who was not deliberately hiding. If it's really Suqinga, then she should thank me properly. At least for now, only Yi Langtian and Yi Liuli know that there's a second inheritor of the demonic technique. But speaking of which, would she covet my source energy? Thinking of this, Guchanga's expression became a little interested. Back in the lower realm, Suchinga had shown extraordinary intelligence and rationality. At first, she was afraid of Guchanga, which was why she submitted to him. But as time passed, who knew if she changed her mind? It was not that Guchanga did not believe in Suchinga, but he did not believe in her other soul. Without the other soul, he did not believe that Suchinga could inherit the forbidden demonic technique. Soon a few days passed. Guchanga also received news about Suchinga. As he expected, she had indeed come to Nanxing Sky. Chapter 266. It was actually not difficult for Guchanga to find Suchinga. There were only a few places in the vast Nanxing heaven where the unending battlefield appeared. He had spies everywhere, so it was not difficult for him to pay attention to one person. The main problem now was that Suchinga did not know that Guchanga had already noticed her and was suspecting her true identity. Therefore, for Guchanga, what he needed to consider was how to face Suchinga. If she notices me first, I might alert her. Then, Guchanga left the place and went to the place where his subordinate reported. He did not plan to meet Suchinga directly. That fellow was very smart. It was very likely that he had sensed something from a few clues. Therefore, Guchanga had to prepare a big surprise for her, so that she would not know that he was up to something. On the other side, Nanxing Heaven in an unending battlefield that had just appeared. The mountains were majestic, and the ancient trees were barren. It was a withered scene. The gray fog was surging and spreading from high up in the sky. A large number of unending creatures gathered here. Their eyes were scarlet red, and their fangs were bared. Many of them looked like humans, but most of them were of an unknown race. Their bodies were flowing with a terrifying aura, and most of them were in the true god realm. At this moment, a group of young men and women in luxurious clothes were fighting with the unending creatures. It was obvious that this group of young men and women were extraordinary. They were wearing the same clothes and came from a supreme sect. Divine light surged as they attacked, shining in all directions. Their momentum was earth-shattering. All kinds of divine weapons and weapons with different colors of light flew across the sky and attacked the unending creatures. Within the terrifying light, there was a shocking divine might. It was as if stars were exploding one after another, killing large amounts of terminating beings. Many mountains were turned into dust and collapsed under this aura. Among this group of young men and women, a few of them looked extraordinary. Their robes were draped with strands of rules and order. All kinds of supernatural powers and treasured skills appeared one after another. Even if it was a heavenly god-level terminating life spirit, they could still deal with it calmly. Among these people, an elegant young man in a light blue robe was particularly eye-catching. He had the aura of a scholar and was holding a sparkling and translucent folding fan. With a shake of his hand, dazzling runes flew out one after another. They transformed into a 5-colored hurricane that shot forward. Boom! This 5-colored hurricane was tainted with the power of the rules. Even if there were many terminating life forms in front of it, they were instantly devoured. Under this kind of terrifying power, even if it was a true god realm life form, it also instantly turned into fine dust, obliterated in body and soul on the spot. Beside the scholarly young man, the group of young men and women all exclaimed in admiration when they saw this scene. Many female disciples cast looks of reverence and admiration at her. Senior Brother Zhao's strength is becoming more and more unfathomable. Now that he has entered the true god realm, even those heavenly gods are not qualified to stand before him. That's right. Senior Brother Zhao is truly worthy of being the young paragon of our Confucian Saint Academy. Even compared to first senior brother, he is not inferior at all. Perhaps in this trip to the terminating battlefield, Senior Brother Zhao's points should be about the same as first senior brother's. Perhaps we will have to change the way we address Senior Brother Zhao in the future, and call him first senior brother. Seeing this scene, many disciples opened their mouths to praise him. They were very impressed by the scholarly young man in the blue robe. When the man called Senior Brother Zhao heard these words, he could not help but smile slightly. Then he shook his head. This is just a small trick of mine. Compared to first senior brother, I am still far inferior. Don't flatter me blindly. His tone was very humble and easygoing. Hearing this, the other disciples opened their mouths to flatter him again. Senior brother Zhao could not help but wave his hand helplessly. Senior brother Zhao's name was Zhao Xiaoyao, and he was the current second senior brother of the Confucian Saint Academy. He could be considered one of the best of the younger generation. The Confucian Saint Academy was an orthodoxy that specialized in cultivating the qi of scholars. It was very old. A powerful person could easily shatter stars and shatter the heavens with a mouthful of qi from his tongue. Zhao Xiaoyao now had the strength of a true immortal. Although he could not be compared to those ancient freaks in the academy who were sealed in other eras. His strength was considered to be at the top among the younger generation. He was in charge of leading a team to the interminating battlefield this time. Oh right. Miss Su, where did you learn from? I see that your divine abilities and spells seem to be quite unfamiliar. Although they are quite powerful, I keep feeling that they are a little unconventional. At this moment Zhao Xiaoyao suddenly spoke. He looked at the white-robed woman who was slightly behind the team with a veil covering her face and asked with some doubt. When he was fighting with the interminating spirit earlier, he paid attention to the white-robed woman behind. Seeing that her moves and divine abilities were quite different from many orthodoxies that he was familiar with. Thus he could not help but be a little curious. This white-robed woman had followed them in from the entrance of the interminating battlefield. When he saw that she was alone and did not seem to be very strong, he felt a little sympathy and invited her to look after them together. After all, the interminating battlefield was not like the outside world. The danger of the interminating qi was part of it, but the interminating spirit and the inheritors of demonic arts lurking in the dark were even more dangerous. This white-robed woman did not have any companions. If she encountered more interminating spirit, she would probably not be able to handle it and would be very dangerous. Not to mention the other dangers, however, even so, she still dared to come here alone. This made Zhao Xiaoyao look at her in a new light. However, his invitation made many disciples misunderstand. They felt that he had some thoughts about this white-robed woman. This made Zhao Xiaoyao feel a little helpless, but he did not explain further. She instructed me not to tell others about my master's name. I'm sorry, young Master Zhao. When the white-robed woman heard this, she replied calmly with a slightly apologetic tone. I see. Then I was rude. I'm sorry, Miss Su. When he heard this, Zhao Xiaoyao could not help but smile. Since you have such ability, you should not be a nobody. Your master must be a hidden expert. He asked the white-robed woman's name, but she only said that her surname was Su. He searched through his memories, but could not find such a young supreme martial artist in his memories. He could only give up and treat her as a wandering cultivator who was taught by an old monster. When she heard this, the white-robed woman shook her head. Her voice was as calm as usual. Young Master Zhao, you're too kind. With my ability, I won't be able to make a name for myself. I'm just a nobody. Miss Su is really modest. Your ability is not inferior to some of the young supreme martial artists. Zhao Xiaoyao smiled in a very elegant and easygoing manner. Perhaps we'll have to rely on you for this trip to the interminating battlefield. To be honest, he still had a good impression of this white-robed woman who spoke in a proper manner and had a stunning appearance. Of course, this good impression was obtained from the conversations they had during the few days they had been in the interminating battlefield. No matter who she spoke to, she always maintained a distance of more than 3 feet. Presumably, she was not a casual woman. This coincided with the Confucian Tao that Zhao Xiaoyao cultivated. Moreover, he felt that this Miss Su's physique seemed to be a little special. He had seen it in an ancient book by chance. This made Zhao Xiaoyao have a strange feeling in his heart. The two of them met by chance as if it was destined. Senior brother Zhao really has a good impression of this unfamiliar Miss Su. It's a pity that senior brother Zhao is such a good person. This is only the 3rd day they have known each other. What's so good about this mysterious Miss Su that senior brother Zhao treats her like this? Seeing this scene, many female disciples of the Confucian Saint Academy were envious and jealous. Senior brother Zhao Xiaoyao could be said to be upright in terms of his conduct and character. All these years, many proud girls admired him very much, but they had never received a reply. But now it was only the 3rd day they had known each other, and he was so concerned about this Miss Su. He would ask from time to time and was very concerned. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell what Zhao Xiaoyao was thinking. But the white-clothed woman did not seem to care about this. Perhaps she understood, but she pretended not to know. This made the female disciples even more envious and jealous. Why couldn't they be treated like this by senior brother Zhao? And this white-clothed woman was naturally Su Qingge. If she wanted to get a spot to enter the Immortal Academy, she naturally had to kill terminating living beings in exchange. Su Qingge originally planned to be alone, but considering the unpredictable dangers in the terminating battlefield, it would be much more convenient if there were companions by her side at the critical moment. Therefore, she agreed to Zhao Xiaoyao's invitation at the entrance. This second senior brother of the Confucian Saint Academy seemed to have a good impression of her. Su Qingge could naturally feel this. However, she did not show anything. To her, Zhao Xiaoyao was not much different from a stranger. Then, the group quickly went deeper, and all the terminating living beings along the way were slaughtered. But later, they could not help but feel the strain. On one hand, the terminating aura was getting thicker, and their bodies were almost unable to bear it. On the other hand, many terminating living beings here had reached the heavenly god realm, and even the divine king realm. And among them, most of the disciples were only at the void god realm. Although they had various dharma treasures and runes to protect themselves, they were no match for these terminating living beings. Zhao Xiaoyao looked around and could not help but say in a deep voice, "Calculate how many points each of us still need. If it's not enough, we can ask for more. There seems to be a ruin in front. It seems to be left behind by the forces that were ravaged by terminating living beings. We can go there and rest. Then we'll talk about it." As he spoke, he led all the disciples there. Su Qingge hesitated for a while and followed. But at this moment, another soul's voice sounded in her mind. "You should have seen through Zhao Xiaoyao's constitution, right?" "Yes, the one Dao body." Su Qingge nodded, and there was a trace of thinking in her expression. "This constitution doesn't seem to be very useful to me." "Indeed, it's not very useful, but it's better than nothing." The evil voice said again, "Do you really think you're a good person? Will you be soft at this time? Su Qingge, you've killed a lot of heavenly talents." Hearing that, Su Qingge just shook her head. "There are too many people here. It's not easy to kill them. It's not worth it." Then, she followed the people from Confucian Saint Academy to the ruin in front. Zhao Xiaoyao and the others had already started to calculate their points. Su Qingge calculated her points and found that she still had a lot left. She rarely fought along the way. When they encountered terminating living beings, it was the disciples from Confucian Saint Academy who dealt with them. Therefore, she actually did not have many points. "Miss Su, do you have enough points?" At this moment, seeing Su Qingge frowning slightly, Zhao Xiaoyao could not help but ask with concern, "If not, I'll give you some. I have more points." Hearing that, many disciples from Confucian Saint Academy looked over. Many disciples who were still short of points could not help but feel jealous. Why did senior brother Zhao care about an outsider instead of asking them first? However, Zhao Xiaoyao did not seem to notice the expressions of his junior brothers and sisters behind him. He was still talking to Su Qingge. "Miss Su, don't be shy. I saw that you rarely fought along the way, so you gave us a lot of points. It's only right." However, Su Qingge just shook her head. "No need. I appreciate young Master Zhao's kindness. As for the rest of the points, I'll kill them myself." With that, she turned around and planned to leave. Seeing that, the people from Confucian Saint Academy could not help but feel relieved. They felt that Su Qingge's presence here made them very uncomfortable. Miss Su, however, at this moment, Zhao Xiaoyao's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly chased after her. However, Su Qingge was very fast. Soon she disappeared. "Wait for me here. I'll go find Miss Su. The terminating battlefield is so dangerous. How can you just wander around?" Zhao Xiaoyao said to the junior brothers and sisters behind him. Then, he quickly disappeared and chased after Su Qingge. "Senior brother Zhao, what's so good about Miss Su? She's so cold to him. Other than her good figure and good looks, what else does she have? I really don't understand. He's so mysterious. One look and I can tell that he's not a good person." Seeing that Zhao Xiaoyao chased after her, The disciples of Confucian Saint Academy could not help but mutter. They could not understand why senior brother Zhao, who had always been steady and mature, would be like this. On the other side, Su Qingge, who had left the ruins, turned into a divine rainbow and rushed into the depths of the ruins. Between the mountains, gray fog was billowing. It looked like night had fallen. It was dark everywhere. Nothing could be seen clearly. She did not want Zhao Xiaoyao to pester her too much, so she did not stop. Looks like that guy has lost track of you. What a piece of trash. But he's still alive. His luck is not bad. Another joking voice sounded in her mind. Su Qingge shook her head and said without saying anything, "Even if he follows me, I can't kill him. That would make me too suspicious." Her words caused the voice in her head to fall silent. At this time she really could not kill that guy surnamed Zhao. How can Miss Su be so fast? The terminating chi here is already so strong. Why does she still want to go deeper? Zhao Xiaoyao, who had been following her for a long time but lost her, stopped on a mountain peak gloomily. He could not help but clench his fists. The gray fog in front of him was so thick that he could not see many things clearly even when he used his divine consciousness. He could not see Su Qingge's figure, so he naturally did not know where she was. That was why he had lost her. This made him feel very upset. He felt a bit melancholy and a sense of loss. Zhao Xiaoyao did not know if he could see Miss Su again in the future. After all, this was the first woman he had a good impression of. He really wanted to take her back to the academy. Even if Miss Su did not have a good impression of him now, he did not care. After all, good feelings and whatnot could be slowly nurtured and developed. Now that he could not find Miss Su, did it mean that it would be difficult for them to meet again in the future? "Miss Su, why is she avoiding me?" Zhao Xiaoyao sighed and was a little distressed. He should have stopped her. Even if he had to use force, he should have made her stay. Now it was too late to regret. What was the use? If he went deeper, even he would not be able to protect his life. At this time, he definitely could not go forward at will. Because she thinks that you are really like a dog when you are trying to please her for no reason. However, at this moment, suddenly a playful voice rang out in the void. "Who is it? Come out, don't play tricks in front of me." Zhao Xiaoyao was stunned. When he came to his senses, he could not help but stare at the void in front of him vigilantly. This sudden voice made him feel uneasy and a chill ran down his back. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He subconsciously felt that someone was following him. Could it be that along the way, their every move was actually being watched by someone? "Where are you looking? I'm behind you." However, the next moment, this voice sounded again, making Zhao Xiaoyao's scalp explode. An unprecedented sense of fear enveloped his whole body. His whole body was cold and his soul was trembling. However, before he could turn around, he felt his vision turn black. The terrifying black light instantly poured down in torrents, completely submerging his entire body. Then he lost all consciousness. Sure enough, the ancients did not lie to me. In this world, no bootlicker is innocent. Since you are thinking of something, I can't let you live. Gu Chang's figure appeared in the void. The expression on his face was a little bit interested. Now, he had almost done what he should do. Zhao Xiaoyao's death would definitely infuriate the disciples of the Confucian Saint Academy. He had already set this trap for Su Qingge. Even if she did not want to enter, it was impossible. However, what surprised Gu Changge was that Su Qingge's behavior from beginning to end did not look like an inheritor of demonic arts. Of course, it could be understood that Su Qingge was very smart and did not have any flaws in her disguise. "Qingge, I used to love you so much. Don't let me down." Then, with some profound meaning at the corner of his mouth, Gu Changge's figure disappeared again. In the abandoned ruins, the atmosphere was very depressing. Senior brother Zhao has been chasing Miss Su for so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Could it be that he accompanied Miss Su to kill the creatures with terminating spirit? But in that case, he should be back by now. It shouldn't be. Senior brother Zhao would not leave us here alone. Could something have happened? It had been half a day since Zhao Xiaoyao left to chase Su Qingge. However, the disciples of the Confucian Saint Academy who were resting in the ruins did not see Zhao Xiaoyao return, which made them feel uneasy. Many disciples spoke one after another, looking worried. They glanced outside from time to time wanting to see Zhao Xiaoyao. However, except for the vast gray fog and the roaring creatures with terminating spirit, there was no movement. This caused their hearts to sink, and they felt that the situation was not good. Logically speaking, no matter what Zhao Xiaoyao was doing, he should have come back by now. But he did not. He disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea. Could it be that senior brother Zhao really had an accident? Thinking of this, a female disciple's face suddenly turned pale. She could not accept this result. Impossible. Senior brother Zhao is so powerful and has so many artifacts. How could he have an accident? Let's wait a little longer. Senior brother Zhao? Could he have encountered the inheritor of demonic arts? Someone's voice could not help but tremble as they thought of the various rumors during this period. The existence of the inheritor of demonic arts was not a lie. In the end, although the inheritor of demonic arts was forced to retreat by Guchanga, it was very likely that he had not left the terminating battlefield and had been lurking in the dark. In other words, all of them were in danger. It was not impossible that senior brother Zhao had encountered the inheritor of demonic arts. Do you think that Miss Su has something to do with the inheritor of demonic arts? Why did she not leave earlier or later? Why did she leave at this time? She let senior brother Zhao chase after her alone. Yes, she is not a good person at first glance. I think this matter must have something to do with her. The timing is too coincidental. At this moment, the disciples were agitated. They were very angry and full of hatred. No matter what, this matter must have something to do with that Miss Su. If it was not for her, how could senior brother Zhao be in trouble? Asking for fresh flowers soon. The sudden disappearance of the second senior brother of the Confucian Saint Academy caused a huge commotion in the terminating battlefield. Although the cultivation of this second senior brother of the Confucian Saint Academy was not comparable to those ancient freaks, he was still a powerful figure. However, for better or for worse, he was still a renowned young supreme being whose name shook a region. Yet, he disappeared without a trace just like that. Not even the slightest ripple could be found. This was really shocking and people felt uneasy. If he had encountered a powerful and invincible terminating spirit, there would definitely be traces of battle left behind. But no, nothing was left behind. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Such a method made many people tremble in fear, and a terrifying chill ran down their spines. Inheritor of demonic arts. Almost immediately many people thought of these 5 words. Apart from the inheritor of demonic arts, who else would have such means? Then, in the narration of the disciples of the Confucian Saint Academy, all the signs pointed to a white-clothed woman with the surname Su. For a time this terminating battlefield, which had been silent for a long time, was shaken again. Many young cultivators moved out in anger, spontaneously looking for this white-clothed woman to give justice to Zhao Xiaoyao of the Confucian Saint Academy. The various entrances of this terminating battlefield were also guarded by many young cultivators to prevent the inheritor of demonic arts from leaving. The eldest senior brother of the Confucian Saint Academy was called Jun Go. He was a young man with a handsome face and a thin figure. He looked like a thin scholar. But those who were familiar with him did not dare to underestimate him. This was because when Jun Go was born, 3 streams of Wen-Qi descended from the heavens and gathered in his body. His every move triggered a great amount of Wen-Qi. With a wave of his brush, he could create mountains and seas. All kinds of mysterious methods were dumbfounding. Junior brother is dead. He was secretly killed by the inheritor of demonic arts. At this moment, his expression was very gloomy and angry. There was killing intent surging in his eyes. Eldest senior brother, you have to seek justice for senior brother Zhao. If it wasn't for that white-clothed woman with the surname Su, senior brother Zhao wouldn't be like this. Beside Jun Go, a female disciple cried and complained. She was very sad. Her words were filled with deep hatred for Su Qingge. I think that Miss Su definitely has something to do with the inheritor of demonic arts. Eldest senior brother, we have to find her quickly. We might be able to find something while we're at it. We might be able to find clues about senior brother Zhao. That's right, eldest senior brother. When the time comes, if the sect blames us, we'll have an explanation. The other disciples also spoke one after another. asking eldest senior brother Jungo to seek justice for Zhao Xiaoyao, who was secretly killed. If there was no explanation, all of them would be punished. Even if this matter had nothing to do with that Miss Su, she had to be captured and given an explanation. I understand. We must give him an explanation for junior brother's revenge. Whether or not it was done by the inheritor of demonic arts, this matter definitely has something to do with that white-clothed woman. After a moment of silence, Jungo could not help but nod with a cold expression. At this moment, a disciple of the Confucian Saint Academy suddenly came to report and said very excitedly, "Eldest senior brother, we have traces of that white-clothed woman. She's at the entrance of the terminating battlefield, but we've stopped her." Hearing this, all the disciples here could not help but reveal hatred, but they more or less heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. Let's go. I think she won't be able to escape now." Jungo was the first to stand up. His expression was cold, and his killing intent was monstrous. He led a group of disciples and left in a grandiose manner. He wanted to give an explanation to his dead junior brother. At this moment, in front of a huge door that was filled with spatial fluctuations, many young prodigies with powerful auras were gathered here. Their eyes were filled with vigilance, fear, and sizing up as they looked at the white-clothed woman in front of them. This was the exit of the terminating battlefield. One could leave at any time and go to the outside world. However, more and more cultivators had arrived surrounding this place. It was very lively. Even the mountain peaks further away were occupied by many cultivators. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the center of attention. Many people had come here with the intention of watching the show. They knew that the second senior brother of the Confucian Saint Academy had been assassinated by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Speaking of which, it had a lot to do with the white-clothed woman in front of them. It was said that the second senior brother of the Confucian Saint Academy had disappeared when he went to chase this white-clothed woman. Therefore, the biggest suspect was naturally this mysterious white-clothed woman. Of course, not many people thought that she was the inheritor of the demonic arts. At most, they felt that she might be related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. More people wanted to know how the Confucian Saint Academy was going to resolve this matter. "Su, why did you assassinate our senior brother Zhao? He has no enmity with you. At most he has a good impression of you. Why did you do this to him? To think that you look like this. You're simply a vicious person. Our senior brother Zhao is really blind. When he saw that you were alone, he wanted to help you out of kindness. In the end, this is how you treat senior brother Zhao? Hurry up and tell us, where did you take senior brother Zhao? Even if you have the support of the inheritor of the demonic arts, he can't save you today. Be smart and tell us everything honestly." At this time, the disciples of the Confucian Saint Academy who had stopped Su Qingge shouted with righteous indignation. Their eyes were full of anger and hatred. They looked like they would not give up. Hearing these words, Su Qingge, who was standing in front of them, still looked calm and unmoved. She said flatly, "How many times have I said that this matter has nothing to do with me? After I left, I haven't seen Zhao Xiaoyao. Where is he now? How would I know?" Speaking of this, she frowned secretly. She did not know why she was accused of something inexplicably. After she left, she got rid of Zhao Xiaoyao and went to other places to kill spirits, intending to exchange them for points. After that, she had never seen him again. These days, she had heard that something unexpected had happened to Zhao Xiaoyao. What happened during this time was too much of a coincidence. Su Qingge thought for a long time. In the end, it could only be said that she was too unlucky. So now she was almost in a dilemma. She could not explain it. If she fought, she would at most have the strength of the true immortal realm without using the forbidden demonic skill. As for using the forbidden demonic skill, that would be courting death. Could it be that he had no choice but to surrender? At this time, Su Qingge was conflicted and helpless. She felt that there was no other way. "You're still quibbling. If it were not for you, how could senior brother Zhao be in trouble?" Hearing Su Qingge's words, the disciples of the Confucian Saint Academy were even angrier. They almost attacked her directly. "Zhao Xiaoyao wanted to come here. What does it have to do with me? You are the unreasonable ones. When something happened, You did not dare to go to the inheritor of demonic skills. You only know how to bully a weakling like me. Su Qingga's voice was still calm, but now there was a hint of coldness in it. What a sharp-tongued woman. After all, if it were not for you leading my junior brother out, what happened later would not have happened. At this time a cold laugh was heard. In the sky divine rainbows fell. The person in the lead was Jungo, the eldest brother of the Confucian Saint Academy. With a cold expression, he stared at Su Qingga as if he was going to see through her. Seeing that Su Qingga did not speak, he continued. He continued coldly, in my opinion, you are inseparable from the inheritor of demonic arts. If you want to prove all this, then open up your knowledge sea and let me examine it. If I am really wrong about you, we'll apologize to you and let you go safely. What do you think? Hearing this, Su Qingga and the young heavenly legends nearby all changed their expressions. After all, the Sea of Consciousness was the most secretive place for a cultivator. It involved the divine soul and many other secrets. For a cultivator, checking the Sea of Consciousness was the most humiliating thing. It was better to die. But this is a good idea, however. Many young heavenly legends looked a little moved. This could be considered the only way at the moment. Don't even think about it. Su Qingga's voice was very cold. Checking the Sea of Consciousness? The secrets in her Sea of Consciousness were far more important than Zhao Xiaoyao's death. How could she let others check it so easily? Oh, so you don't want to? In that case, don't blame us. Jungo's voice was still cold. Under his scholarly appearance, there was a terrifying power that made people's hearts palpitate. As he finished his words, the terrifying power of the divine realm instantly descended and was about to crush Su Qingga. His cultivation had already reached the divine realm, which was far more powerful than many young supreme masters. Su Qingga's face turned pale. She clenched her fists. She was not reconciled. Did she really have to expose the forbidden demonic skills at this time? Was there any other way to solve the situation today except for this? All of a sudden, Gu Chang's figure appeared in Su Qingga's mind. If she revealed her relationship with Gu Chang'e at this time with his power, who would dare to make things difficult for her? However, when Su Qingga was about to open her mouth, suddenly, there was a fluctuation outside the space portal. Many young heavenly legends were shocked. A cultivator's figure appeared and said excitedly, "Great! Young Master Chang'e heard that an inheritor of demonic skills appeared here. He's on his way here." Chapter 267. A thick spatial aura filled the air as several cultivators walked out, bringing the news. Young Master Chang'e wants to come here? That's great. With young Master Chang'e's strength, we don't need to worry even if we face the true inheritor of demonic arts. At the entrance of the Yin battlefield, many young cultivators were stunned when they heard this. Then his expression changed. He was a little agitated and excited. For a moment this place was in an uproar. After all, the second senior brother of the Confucian Saint Academy, Zhao Xiaoyao, suddenly disappeared. It was suspected that he was secretly killed by the inheritor of demonic arts. This matter made many people uneasy, which was why they came here to see how the Confucian Saint Academy would deal with the matter of the white-clothed woman. If she really had something to do with the inheritor of demonic arts, everyone would gang up on her. It was impossible to let her leave safely. Young Master Chang'e, Jungo, was also stunned when he heard this. Then he showed a cold smile. But the expression on his face was even colder. He stared at Su Qingga and said indifferently, "Now even young Master Chang'e is here. If you don't give an explanation today, no one can save you. Even if you have a powerful backer, it won't help you at this time. You really won't give up until you see the coffin. At this time you still haven't opened your Sea of Consciousness. Are you still waiting for the inheritor of demonic arts to save you?" In his opinion, the reason why Su Qingga was still so calm was probably that she had some kind of confidence or trump card. Moreover, she had an extraordinary background. That was why she was so calm. But at this time, the matter of the inheritor was involved, especially when Gu Chang'e was alarmed. This matter had developed to another level. As everyone knew, Gu Chang'e was the top person of the younger generation. At the same time, he also had the responsibility to fight against the inheritor of demonic arts. If he knew that the woman in front of him was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts, it was self-evident what would happen to the woman in front of him. Guchanga's methods were not cruel, but they were not very gentle. Jungo's original plan was to ask Suchinga to give an explanation so that he could go back and report to his master. If he didn't care, as the eldest senior brother, it would be difficult for him to stand in front of the group of disciples and elders. If Suchinga didn't know what was good for her, he would have to do it. Young master is coming, however, to Jungo and the others' surprise. The white-clothed woman in front of them did not panic when she heard that Guchanga was coming. His eyes, which had always been cold and calm, now revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. In fact, he was even calmer than before. There was even a slight smile on his originally cold face. This made Jungo frown involuntarily. He did not understand Suchinga's actions. Shouldn't she be more flustered at this time? Do you think that young Master Changa will show mercy to women? He couldn't help but say indifferently, when it comes to the inheritor of the demonic arts, young Master Changa's methods will only be crueler than mine. You don't have to worry about that. I know the young master better than you do. Suchinga's voice was as calm as usual, but this time there was more mockery in it. What do you mean? Young master? Jungo's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Judging from Suchinga's behavior, she seemed to know Guchanga and called him young master? This gave him a bad feeling in his heart. Things seemed to be developing in a direction he didn't expect. At this time, many young heavenly legends nearby also noticed this change. Their expressions became somewhat interesting and strange. This white-clothed woman seemed to know young Master Changa. She didn't have no background as they thought. After all, being able to know Guchanga meant that she was at least at the level of Guchanga, not ordinary young heavenly legends like them. The coercion of the Confucian Saint Academy just now was more or less overbearing and bullying. If the white-clothed woman in front of them was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts, it would be fine. If not, many people couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for the people of the Confucian Saint Academy. Eldest senior brother. You must give senior brother Zhao an explanation. Senior brother Zhao's body is not cold yet. We can't find him anywhere. At this time, the female disciple who scolded Suchinga just now was still crying to Jungo. She didn't notice the subtle change in the situation at all. Along the way, senior brother Zhao showed all kinds of care to Suchinga, but Suchinga didn't give him any face. She, who admired senior brother Zhao, couldn't stand it. Now that senior brother Zhao was dead, all the blame was on Suchinga. Shut up, Yizichin said coldly. Seeing this, Jungo couldn't help frowning and scolded. I know better than you what to do. The horrifying celestial deity realm pressure earlier also dissipated completely at this time. Seeing that their eldest senior brother was a little angry, the people of the Confucian Saint Academy all shut up at this time. But they still looked at Suchinga with hatred in their eyes. They were very rude, as if they wanted her to pay with her life for senior brother Zhao. At this time, Suchinga was very calm and quiet. She didn't say anything. But now she was thinking about how to explain to her master why she came to Nanxing Heaven when she saw him later. After all, when she left the Taichu divine sect, she told Guchanga's mother that she wanted to find her birth mother. But she didn't go. Instead, she went to the auction house to auction an ancient weapon that was related to her. Young master, Hearing this, Suchinga was a little speechless for a moment. Then her eyes were slightly wet. She thought that Guchanga would first ask the reason, but she didn't expect that Guchanga would help her out without asking the reason at all. Her previous worries were completely unfounded. With Guchanga's mind, he would probably know the ins and outs of the matter at a glance. But he chose to believe in her without reservation. This made Suchinga's heart tremble slightly. She felt nothing but touched. At this time, even the other soul in her mind was speechless. Young Master Changa, do you know Miss Su? But after hearing these words, at this time Jungo couldn't help but change his expression. Then, he carefully opened his mouth and asked tentatively. The people of the Confucian Saint Academy behind him also noticed that something was wrong. Their faces were faintly pale. After all, judging from Guchanga's concerned tone, Even a blind person would know that this woman in white had a close relationship with him. She was from the Taichu demonic sect? And it was related to Guchanga's mother? The few disciples who had scolded Suchinga just now were even more pale. They only felt that the sky was about to collapse. If it weren't for the people beside them who hurriedly supported them, they would probably have collapsed to the ground. What's wrong? Chinga is my servant girl. What did she do? Hearing this, Guchanga couldn't help but frown and ask, could it be that the clue of the inheritor of demonic skills you mentioned has something to do with her? It was as if they had just realized what had happened here. However, after hearing Guchanga's words, many young talents here reacted, and their expressions changed drastically. Even if this woman in white was just Guchanga's maid, her identity was far superior to theirs. It should be known that many talented girls didn't even have a chance to talk to Guchanga, let alone be his maid. Moreover, what Guchanga said just now seemed to involve his mother from the primordial sect. Many people subconsciously thought that this woman in white was a maid that had been trained by Guchanga since she was young. This kind of thing wasn't strange in the Supreme Taoism and Imperishable sections. She might be a maid now, but she might be a concubine in the future. For a moment, many young talents looked at Suchinga with respect and didn't dare to act like before. Young Master Changa, this is the case. I think this should be a misunderstanding. At this moment, Jungo's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly said to Guchanga, before this, we didn't know that Miss Su had such a relationship with you. If we had known, we wouldn't have dared to offend her like this. No matter how one lived, ignorance was blameless. At this moment, unless there was something wrong with his brain, he wouldn't let go of what had just happened. If she didn't hurry to get rid of him, what else could she do? At this time, Zhao Xiaoyao, who was alone, was unlucky to meet the inheritor of demonic arts. The Confucian Saint Academy put all the blame on Suchinga. Wasn't it because they wanted to find an explanation? Suchinga knew that after killing Zhao Xiaoyao, she was the most suspicious. Why would she do this? Unless she was really stupid. And no one expected that Guchanga was behind Suchinga. Suspecting Suchinga meant suspecting Guchanga, didn't it? At this moment, Suchinga was still talking, and her voice was very calm. Then Zhao Xiaoyao suddenly disappeared. The disciples of the Confucian Saint Academy thought that I killed him. They stopped me at the entrance and asked me to open my mind and let them search my sea of consciousness. This is what happened. I don't dare to hide anything from you, young master. After hearing this, the faces of the people of the Confucian Saint Academy, including Jungo, turned pale. Some people couldn't stand still and fell to the ground. Searching the sea of consciousness was not a big deal. Once it was mentioned, it meant that Suchinga didn't intend to let them go. Oh, searching the sea of consciousness? Guchanga's eyes were very deep. He slowly repeated this sentence, and then looked at Suchinga and said lightly, Chinga, since the Confucian Saint Academy suspects that you have something to do with the inheritor of demonic arts, just open your sea of consciousness and let them have a look. His voice didn't fluctuate at all. By the way, Chinga is one of my people. If she has something to do with the inheritor of demonic arts, doesn't it mean that I have something to do with the inheritor of demonic arts? After all, the inheritor of demonic arts has escaped from me many times. The Confucian Saint Academy also suspects me. How about searching my sea of consciousness, by the way? He looked at Jungo in front of him and asked the last sentence. Chapter 268. Young Master Changa, you must be joking. How is this possible? How could we suspect you? Jungo's face turned pale, and his head buzzed as if it had exploded. He hurriedly said. His voice trembled a little, and he couldn't finish his sentence. He finally experienced the terrifying power of facing Guchanga, which made his heart palpitate and his soul tremble. Chinga, release your sea of consciousness and let them see your relationship with the inheritor of the demonic arts. At this time, Guchanga ignored him and repeated again. His voice was still calm. Since they don't dare to investigate my sea of consciousness, then I'll find another day to visit and find someone with the courage to investigate. Not to mention the disciples of the Confucian Saint Academy. At this moment, all the cultivators here couldn't help but shiver. Their faces changed drastically as they felt the terrifying coldness in Guchanga's words. He was probably really angry. What did it mean to personally visit with Guchanga's identity? Would he start a longevity war with the Confucian Saint Academy because of this? They would kill at every turn, and the ocean would flow for billions of miles. Investigate Guchanga's Sea of Consciousness? Even the founder of the Confucian Saint Academy wouldn't dare. Why did no one dare to investigate when they suspected that the inheritor of the demonic arts was Prince Ying? It was also because of this reason. As the young master of the everlasting family, he represented the face of the everlasting family. As for Guchanga's status compared to Prince Ying's, it was even higher. Hearing this, Jungo and the others trembled in fear. Their lips turned pale, and their legs and stomachs were spinning. They were about to be stunned. To put it bluntly, although the Confucian Saint Academy was also an ancient sect with a long heritage, but in front of the everlasting family, especially the unfathomable behemoth like the Longevity Gu family, it was no different from an ant. Yes, young master. At this time Suchinga also listened to Guchanga's words. She obediently closed her eyes and released her sea of consciousness. But this place was dead silent. No one dared to speak, and even their breathing was deliberately suppressed. Not to mention probing Suchinga's sea of consciousness. Who dared? Are you making fun of me? Guchanga's cold voice could be heard once again. His gaze slowly swept over the people from the Confucian Saint Academy. In an instant, there seemed to be many terrifying abnormal phenomena appearing in the world. Even though they were very far away, the crowd could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. The people of the Confucian Saint Academy standing in front of Guchanga felt this even more deeply. Plop! In the next moment, Jungo and the others, no matter how unwilling and humiliated they were, couldn't help but kneel down and say in a trembling voice, "This matter is our fault. We shouldn't have wronged Miss Su. We hope that young Master Changa will be magnanimous and forgive us. We will give Miss Su an explanation for this matter." This scene caused the nearby people to have different feelings, and they couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Those who humiliated others would be humiliated by others. They had brought this upon themselves. Compared to probing the sea of consciousness and kneeling, it was actually much lighter. There was a full 15 minutes of silence. No one present dared to speak casually. The souls of the people of the Confucian Saint Academy were trembling. They were so frightened by the possible consequences that they broke out in cold sweat. Forget it. I know what to do about the inheritor of demonic arts. If Chinga is really related to him, I will act immediately without mercy. However, if anyone dares to bully her because of this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Then Guchanga waved his hand, and his expression returned to normal. Thank you for your magnanimity, young Master Changa. However, the people of the Confucian Saint Academy looked as if they had just been fished out of the water. They were drenched in cold sweat. After this misunderstanding was resolved, the people of the Confucian Saint Academy compensated Suchinga with many things, including Dharma artifacts, sacred elixirs, and so on. Suchinga silently followed Guchanga and left this place. As for the inheritor of demonic arts who had appeared before, no one knew what he was disguised as now. Back in the immortal ancient continent, there had been cases where inheritors of demonic arts disguised themselves as others and mixed in. Therefore, no one could do anything at this time. They could only be careful not to be alone like Zhao Xiaoyao, and give the inheritor of demonic arts a chance to take advantage of them. Today, the people of the Confucian Saint Academy had not only lost face, but also offended Guchanga. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. For a time there were all kinds of discussions with different opinions. Many people thought that Guchanga's actions were not wrong. This matter was the fault of the Confucian Saint Academy. After all, they had made a conclusion before the matter was clear. After leaving the Absolutine battlefield, Guchanga took Suchinga back to the mansion where they usually stayed temporarily. He did not talk to Suchinga much along the way, and his expression was very calm and deep. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. This time, no matter the timing or method, there was not the slightest flaw to be found in this arrangement. No matter how smart Suchinga was, she did not realize that this blame was actually put on her by Guchanga. At the critical moment, it was Gu Chang'e who appeared to help her out and forcibly made a good impression on her. Now, Gu Chang'e was almost sure that Su Qingge was this generation's inheritor of demonic arts. His great Dao treasure bottle could sense the aura of demonic arts very clearly. Although Su Qingge could not sense his existence, Gu Chang'e could sense the great Dao treasure bottle that she condensed with runes if they were not far away. This kind of feeling was like seeing a fake in a painting. The key was that the fake was still very blurry. Gu Chang'e wanted to ask her if she had learned 1% of the forbidden demonic arts. It was probably far from that. The inheritance of forbidden demonic arts was not as simple as condensing the great Dao treasure bottle to cultivate. It also involved many secret methods and so on. For example, the wedding dress fairy spell, the all-demonic body transformation, the supreme freedom meditation, the lawless only me unrestrained technique. Su Qingge probably had never even heard of these things, let alone cultivate and learn them. Gu Chang'e suspected that the inheritance she had received might be this little. Maybe the inheritors of forbidden demonic arts were all like this. The founder of the first generation of the forbidden devil arts. This concealment was too serious. From all the signs, Gu Chang'e had always felt that it was one of her avatars. Her concealment was exactly the same as his. Gu Chang'e's expression was very calm and deep. Su Qingge, who was following behind, also vaguely guessed what was on his mind. But she did not know how to open her mouth at this time. The problem was solved. But it was obvious that Gu Chang'e's words were based on what he had seen. Before this, he did not know that she would come to Nanxing Heaven. Being told by his mother that she was coming to find him was just an excuse he made up to help her out. Su Qingge was very smart. She understood Gu Chang'e's intention, so she answered accordingly. And now, Gu Chang'e was obviously waiting for her to take the initiative to explain everything. After thinking it through, Su Qingge could not help but blink her bright eyes. She took the initiative to pull Gu Chang'e's sleeve, with a hint of coquettishness in her voice. "Young master, I'm sorry. I lied to you today." "Oh? What did you lie to me about?" Gu Chang'e's thoughts flew back. He did not look back and asked casually, as if he was waiting for Su Qingge to speak first. "Young master, I shouldn't have lied to you and said that I came to Nanxing Heaven to look for you," she answered straightforwardly. She knew Gu Chang'e's temperament very well. If she did not tell the truth in front of him, she was afraid that he would be unhappy. "Oh, so you didn't come to Nanxing Heaven to look for me because you didn't want to see me at all?" Gu Chang'e asked lightly. "Anyway, you didn't want to see me. What if I came to you and you didn't want to see me?" Su Qingge's voice was a little bit aggrieved. Gu Chang'e asked with interest, "Why wouldn't I want to see you?" "Young master, you left me in the divine sect of Tai Chu for so long and never came to see me. I thought that you had forgotten about me. A person like you has no lack of outstanding girls around him, such as Princess Mingkong and the successor of the human ancestor palace. I know that I don't have much of a place in your heart. I only came here to kill the Yin spirit so that I can enter the Immortal Academy to cultivate. I didn't come to see you." Su Qingge, on the contrary, was very calm at this time. She spoke out all the thoughts in her mind. She was not afraid of Gu Chang'e at all. "Well, Su Qingge, you've got guts. How dare you talk to me in such a sarcastic way?" At this time, Gu Chang'e finally turned around and pinched her delicate and flawless chin. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry from the expression on his face. "You didn't come to see me directly when you came to Nanxing Heaven. You even caused me so much trouble. I think you need to be taught a lesson." "Then teach me a lesson, young master." Su Qingge didn't know where her courage came from. Perhaps it was because today, she was very touched that Gu Chang'e chose to believe her unconditionally. Now, she looked at him provocatively and blinked her eyes. "You know that I can't bear to let you go, but you still provoke me like this." Hearing this, Gu Chang'e shook his head helplessly. "Young master." Su Qingge purposely dragged out the last syllable and laughed very happily. "Young master, can I ask you a question?" "What question?" Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly. "If I'm really the inheritor of demonic arts, what will you do to me?" "Why do you ask such a strange question? Isn't the inheritor of demonic arts Prince Ying? Are you really related to him?" Gu Chang'e asked casually, as if he didn't care very much. No, young master, I'm just asking casually. I want to know my place in your heart, Suchinga stared at him closely. Do you still need to ask? I'll definitely kill you with one slap, so that you won't become a disaster and harm the world. Guchanga looked at her as if he was looking at an idiot. Young master, you're too heartless. Suchinga's expression was a little sad. But it's good to die in your hands like this. If you're really the inheritor of demonic arts, then it's related to me. After all, I'm the one who brought you to the upper realm. So after I kill you, maybe I'll come to accompany you. Guchanga smiled casually and pinched her delicate nose. Young master, don't talk nonsense. You're destined to stand at the top of this world. It's not worth doing this at all. Although Suchinga knew that Guchanga was joking, she still looked at him seriously. You know it's nonsense. Why do you care so much? Guchanga smiled indifferently, but there was something intriguing in his heart. Time passed quickly and soon a few days had passed. The appearance of the inheritor of Southern Shang's heavenly demonic arts had gradually disappeared along with Prince Ing. During this period, it had become peaceful. When he took a closer look, his expression changed again, and he seemed to be a little shocked. The people next to him also frowned and muttered, immortal and demon in one body, can turn yin and yang, and go against reincarnation. Immortal and demon physique, this kind of physique has not appeared for many years. Another old man came over and said softly, I can't remember clearly. The eyes of the old man next to him were full of shock. It seems that another monster is going to appear in this era. Now those who have revealed their sage to be strength, except for the one from the Gu family, the one from the Wang family, the one from the Phoenix Ridge, the divine prince from the heavenly Emperor Mountain, the golden cicada temple's bodhisattva, and the inheritor of demonic arts who may be hiding in the dark, perhaps there will be a unique dark horse that will appear. Moreover, the strange stone that has been sealed for countless years in my immortal academy should also appear. Let's start the battle of the top 10 sequences from among them. I just don't know what kind of situation the inheritor of the demon realm will be in this era. When the demon realm was mentioned, their expressions could not help but become a little solemn and fearful. It was not because they were afraid of the demon realm. Instead, it was a very old demon from the Immortal Academy who came from the demon realm. The disciple he once taught was now Empress Yao Shi, who had unified the demon realm. Other than Empress Yao Shi, he had never taken in another disciple, so it led to a very awkward situation. Whenever a descendant of the demon realm came to the Immortal Academy, no one dared to accept him as a disciple. That existence, however, did not accept him. No matter what his aptitude was, he would not care. The other elders did not dare to overstep their boundaries. As a result, it was rare to see a descendant of the demon realm come to the Immortal Academy. Therefore, they were wondering if someone from the demon realm would come in this era. And just as the group of old demons were discussing, far away from hundreds of millions of miles away, in a certain region of the demon realm, inside an antique room, a pale-faced monster clan man with cold sweat on his forehead suddenly screamed and woke up from his bed. His expression was twisted as he shouted in pain. Yaoshi, I regard you as my true love. Why do you want to kill me? His words instantly alarmed the little demon maid who was in charge of taking care of him. The little maid's face was also pale with fright. She did not understand why the young master would suddenly shout nonsense when he woke up after suddenly falling unconscious. Yaoshi? Wasn't that the name of Empress Yaoshi, who now unified the demon realm? Young master, what nonsense are you talking about? Empress Yaoshi's name can't be said carelessly. We will be beheaded. She stammered, scared out of her wits. What? When the demon man on the bed heard this, he was suddenly a little stunned, full of disbelief. He could not recover for a long time. He was the son of the Xianyang Demon Emperor, one of the 6 great demon emperors of the demon realm. Yaoshi was the daughter of the demon emperor Yue, his childhood sweetheart who grew up with him. Didn't he drink Yaoshi's poisonous wine and be killed by her sword? How did he come back to life? And Yaoshi had already made herself an empress. Chapter 269. The young man from the Yao clan stared at the unfamiliar surroundings in disbelief, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Just a moment ago, He was still in the courtyard of the profound Yang Palace, admiring the flowers with Shi Yao and discussing their wedding date. The two of them were the most dazzling young geniuses of the Yao realm. Even the descendants of the other 4 Yao emperors were slightly inferior in front of them. The two of them were childhood sweethearts and had a close relationship. In the eyes of outsiders, they were a match made in heaven. There was no one else in the world who was as compatible as them. But he couldn't understand why Shi Yao would poison his wine. In the end, her eyes were cold and mocking as she pierced his heart with her sword. Could it be that everything Shi Yao did to him before was just a disguise? Was it all for the sake of killing him in the end? Why? He couldn't figure out why Shi Yao would do this. I died, but now I'm alive again. Now I'm also called Jun Bufan. But I'm no longer the son of a Yao emperor, but the 3rd young master of a large clan in the 9 regions. My talent is mediocre and I'm not favored by my father. I have an older brother and sister. Now that the Yao realm has been unified, there are no longer 6 Yao emperors ruling the world. To me, 6,000 years have passed. These 6,000 years were just a dream. Now that I've woken up, I'm still Jun Bufan. But Shi Yao is already high above and has become the empress of the Yao realm. But I won't forget this grudge. One day, I will personally come to her and ask her everything. I'll avenge her sword. Jun Bufan closed his eyes and softly muttered to himself, sorting out the memories in his mind. As the son of a Yao emperor and a peerless genius of the Yao realm, he was far more accepting of things than the average person. So he quickly accepted this situation. Now what he wanted to know the most was what happened back then. Why did the other 5 Yao emperors disappear without a trace? The huge Yao realm was now reduced to a situation where Shi Yao was in charge. She was so ambitious that in order to unify the Yao realm, she didn't hesitate to kill him. To her, this was tantamount to eliminating one of her biggest competitors. What happened after that? Shi Yao was just a young prodigy at that time. How did she make the other 5 demonic emperors disappear? One had to know that the 5 demonic emperors were far stronger than Shi Yao. It was impossible for her to kill them. Could it be that this was all part of Demon Emperor Yue's scheme? I wonder how father is doing now. With his cultivation, he shouldn't be too far away from that realm. Could my rebirth be arranged by father? After all, it's too much of a coincidence to have the same name and surname. Jun Bufan couldn't help but whisper. As he spoke, his eyes flickered with divine light as he thought of many things. The young maidservant beside her was also very pale. In her opinion, the young master must have been possessed. Otherwise, why would he say such words? Casually spreading rumors about Empress Shi Yao was a major crime in the demon realm. The lightest punishment was beheading, while the heaviest punishment was having one's entire clan confiscated. At this time, Jun Bufan seemed to notice the little maid beside him. His expression gradually became serious, and he said, "Qing'er, remember not to mention what you heard today to anyone. Young master, don't scare me. If I say these words, I'll be beheaded and have my entire clan confiscated." Although master is now highly regarded by Empress Shi Yao, the little maid's voice trembled more and more. So remember, don't mention it to anyone. When the time comes, neither you nor I will be able to escape death. Jun Bufan's voice was also unusually calm. At this time he recalled the memories in his mind. His current father was a big shot in one of the 9 domains. He was highly regarded by Empress Shi Yao. He had even been given the title of Anti-Chaos Heavenly King because of his continuous actions over the years to clean up the remnants of the previous demonic emperors. And now he was the son of the Anti-Chaos Heavenly King. This identity made Jun Bufan feel even more ironic. "I know, young master, don't worry. I definitely won't say these words today." The little maid nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She didn't dare to say another word. Jun Bufan was very relieved about this. For now, what he needed to do was to cultivate and investigate his father's whereabouts. If there were any backup plans left behind, then it would be fine. Even if there were no backup plans, he was not afraid. He believed that with his identity as the son of a demonic emperor, he would rise again. One day, he would stand in front of Shi Yao openly and question her. He would also announce to the world what happened 6,000 years ago, and let everyone in the demonic realm know. What was the true face of the Empress Shi Yao that they now believed in? This This is the demonic emperor fruit position that father left for me? Why? At this time, Jun Bufan's expression suddenly froze. He noticed that in his sea of consciousness, there was a misty golden brilliance emerging. His entire consciousness seemed to be sucked into it, and he couldn't resist at all. It seemed to be an empty land, but there was an endlessly majestic figure in it. There seemed to be a boundless world here, and there were demonic beasts everywhere in the sky and on the ground. The sounds of roaring, chanting, and worship blended together to form a vast world sound. No matter what kind of creature it was at this time, they couldn't help but feel a sense of worship. The terrifying divine radiance was like a boundless waterfall. It covered everything and rumbled with rumbling sounds. Father. Jun Bufan's voice trembled as he tried to look at the blurry figure in front of him. Although he was sitting there cross-legged, he was still incomparably majestic. He was shrouded in endless traces of the great Tao, and he couldn't be seen clearly. Sitting high in the 9 heavens, overlooking the vicissitudes of the world, it was his father, the Xianyang Demon Emperor, one of the 6 supreme existences of the demonic realm. At this time, as if sensing Jun Bufan's figure, the majestic figure who had been sitting cross-legged opened his eyes. His gaze was incomparably majestic, but it was full of peace. Child, you're here? The me you see now is just a remnant image. I can't tell you much, but you have to remember that you are now related to the survival of the entire demonic realm. Everything in this space is something I left behind for you, and it can help you grow quickly. In the outside world, I have arranged many means for you, but you need to find them yourself. When those forces are strong enough, it will be time for you to find me. Although at that time I'm very likely to be gone, there is only one thing you have to remember: don't expose your identity. Jun Bufan was about to ask his father about what had happened in these years, but he didn't expect that the Xianyang Demon Emperor only said these things for him. He was related to the survival of the demonic realm? For a moment, Jun Bufan was stunned, and he couldn't believe it. He thought that this would be a simple revenge, but now his father told him that all of this seemed to involve a lot of things. It even involved the fate of the entire demonic realm. I understand, father. Jun Bufan nodded secretly and clenched his fists. Then, after these words, the figure of the Xianyang Demon Emperor disappeared from this space, as if he had completed the task. Then, the many chaotic waterfalls in front of him separated. Jun Bufan saw the scene, and even though he had lived 2 lives at this time, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The things that his father left for him were simply too many. Just the immortal crystals alone were piled up into a small mountain. In addition to that, there were countless immortal treasures, immortal herbs, divine spring, almost impossible to find spiritual roots, and even various rare immortal pills. In the palace, there were also earth-shattering divine formations that gathered endless spiritual energy. There were treasures everywhere. Divine light soared into the sky, and immortal clouds filled the air like colorful fog. Further away, there were spiritual fields planted with all kinds of divine herbs, and divine springs flowing. It was very magical. There were too many resources, more than what he had seen in his previous life. In particular, Jun Bufan saw the Xianyang heavenly blade that his father left for him. It was exuding a brilliant and inviolable aura. With these resources, how difficult would it be for me to find Xiao for revenge? At this moment, Jun Bufan's heart was filled with lofty sentiments. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. At this moment, Gu Chang'e, who was in southern Shangtian, was still unaware of the small matter that happened in the demon realm. In the following days, he explored a few more Yin fields, but he didn't find the Yin field origin, which made him a little disappointed. Sure enough, the first time was because of Wang Zijin and not because of him. Apart from the son of destiny or the daughter of destiny, no one else could touch this thing. This also made Gu Chang'e temporarily dispel this thought in his heart, and plan to go to the Immortal Academy first. The matter in southern Shangtian was more or less settled. As for the matter of Yingshuang, Gu Chang'e had been paying attention to it, and knew that he had now come into contact with that mysterious forbidden demonic arts organization. The use of this bait made him feel a little less worried. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Hong Yutian, an incomparably majestic and ancient mountain gate, stood there. Like the first mountain since the creation of the world, exuding a desolate and ancient aura. Strands of chaotic chi fell from the surface of the body, and there were billions of rays of light blooming here, incomparably sacred. Among them, mountain ranges stretched, and the divine mountains were tall, as if supporting the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. All kinds of dense immortal chi soared everywhere, full of mystery and vastness. Immortal waterfalls fell, and the scene was magnificent. Various divine mountains and immortal islands floated high in the sky, and many immortal birds and divine beasts came and went, showing an unfathomable foundation. Is this the Immortal Academy? Such a scene, as expected of the place where immortals are created. In this life I will definitely make a name for myself here, and spread my name throughout the entire upper realm. There were young existences full of ambition and high spirits, and firmly believed that they were invincible, and were bound to sweep through all enemies in the world. However, I heard that this time the 10 sequences have already been decided. In terms of cultivation, they are all above the quasi-saint realm. In addition to the sequences, there is also the quasi-sequences, and below them is the ordinary inner and outer division. The quasi-sequence disciples' cultivation is at the divine king realm, while the inner disciples' cultivation is at the heavenly god realm. Those below the heavenly god realm can only become outer disciples. This kind of division is simply unimaginable in the other powers. Of the younger generation, which one of them isn't a young paragon that can become a true divinity? But here they can only become outer sect disciples. However, it's not like we don't have a chance to become a sequence. We can challenge the sequence seeds in the academy, and as long as we succeed, we can obtain the same resources and treatment as them. I've also heard about this. Among the 10 sequences, other than young Lord Chang'e and a few people from the human ancestors' hall, the rest are young existences that have been sealed since ancient times. There is even a peerless king with 6 crowns. I heard that every time he appears, he will fight with the strongest of the generation, but without exception, he has never been defeated. He is simply ridiculously strong. I heard that he intends to challenge young Lord Chang'e, saying that only young Lord Chang'e can be his opponent in this world. What a boastful tone. Does he not put the rest of the sequences in his eyes? At this moment, many young geniuses were gathered here. They could not stop discussing and exclaiming in front of the mountain gate, feeling their own insignificance. Even though they also had extraordinary backgrounds behind them, they still felt the terrifying foundation of the true Immortal Academy. Young geniuses who want to exchange points, come here for the Bone Age examination. Those who are older than 50 years old don't come, lest you embarrass yourself. At this moment, in front of the mountain gate of the true Immortal Academy, there was a white-robed old man with white hair and a youthful face. His cultivation did not seem to be very strong, but no one dared to underestimate him. His gaze swept across the many geniuses in front of him. His voice was not loud, but it spread far and wide. All of a sudden, everyone in the area heard the news and rushed to that place. After all, without a spot, even if they had a terrifying background, they did not dare to barge into the true Immortal Academy. It was rumored that there were countless old monsters in the true Immortal Academy, and they came from all over the upper realm. Who knew, they might even encounter the old ancestors of their families and other existences. For the younger generation, entering the true Immortal Academy to cultivate was an unparalleled opportunity. For those old fellows it was the same. Bone Age of 51 years old, do you think this old man is blind? You still dare to fish in troubled waters? Men, throw him out for me. Suddenly, the white-robed old man's expression became very ugly. He frowned and berated the middle-aged man in front of him, not holding back at all. The middle-aged man's expression also became anxious. He could not help but say, "I'm only 1 day older. I'm exactly 50 years old and 1 day older. Whether it is cultivation or points, I have enough. Can't you make an exception?" The white-robed old man's voice suddenly became very cold. Don't waste this old man's time. Rules are rules. You are not qualified to break them. What kind of dog's hit true Immortal Academy is this? You don't even care about this bit of reason. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He cursed, but before he could finish his next sentence, his eyes widened in disbelief and fear. With a wave of the white-robed old man's sleeve, This middle-aged man exploded in the air, turning into a blast of bloody mist, body and soul erased. This scene made the originally rather lively True Immortal Academy immediately become deathly silent. Everyone couldn't help but gulp, feeling a bit of a chill run down their backs. A few cultivators who were mixed in, planning to fish in troubled waters, couldn't help but shiver at this time, feeling the urge to retreat. This was more than just not giving face, it was completely ignoring them from the start. True Immortal Academy didn't lack heavenly talents. Let's continue. This is the result of provoking True Immortal Academy. The white-robed old man continued, his voice still calm. However, it also made everyone shiver inwardly. They clearly understood True Immortal Academy's power and tyranny, not caring about their backgrounds at all. In this place, True Immortal Academy's words were the rules. Then the white-robed old man held a sparkling and translucent ancient mirror. Divine light flickered on it, releasing a wave of dense mist. Radiance landed on everyone's bodies. Then the people's bones, blood, spleen, and lungs all became sparkling, as if they became transparent. This type of method could examine a cultivator's bone age, precisely to prevent others from fishing in troubled waters. At this time, a male and female were currently speaking in low voices at a location closer to the back. The young lady looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, her face delicate and pretty, skin white, hair soft. She wore an extremely simple and clean dress. However, there were many patches on the dress. Compared to the young heavenly talents nearby who wore bright clothes and had charming appearances, she looked like a little beggar. The youth next to her was a bit older than her, but he was only 17 or 18 years old. The clothes he wore were even more tattered, clearly inferior to the young lady next to him. Many young heavenly talents intentionally avoided them, as if they were looking at little beggars on the streets. However, the two seemed to be used to everyone's gazes, not caring at all. Big bro, True Immortal Academy is so domineering, killing people at the drop of a hat. How about we just don't go in? I'm a bit scared. The young lady said softly with a bit of worry and fear, frightened by the scene just now. No, it wasn't easy for us to get such an opportunity, how can we give it up? Xiaoi, you're very talented. Once you enter True Immortal Academy, you'll definitely be valued. When the time comes, it'll be easy to take revenge for grandfather and live a good life. Hearing this, the youth shook his head, a look of determination flashing past his eyes. His name was Qing Feng and he was Qing Xiaoi's older brother, who was not related by blood. The two of them were raised by an old beggar. Now they had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers to reach True Immortal Academy's entrance, all so that they could enter. This was because Qing Xiaoi was very talented. Although she had never cultivated before, ordinary cultivators were no match for her. He had heard that True Immortal Academy would accept many talented young men and women this time, so he brought Qing Xiaoi here. He felt that as long as the people of True Immortal Academy were not blind, they would definitely accept his sister. When the time came, he would enter True Immortal Academy with Xiaoi as a follower to cultivate. I understand, big bro. Hearing this, Qing Xiaoi nodded, overcoming the fear and uneasiness in her heart with great difficulty. Boom! However, right at this moment, a dragon's roar that shook all directions suddenly came from high up in the sky. Immediately after, an incomparably huge azure dragon streaked across the sky. 9 azure dragons pulled a white jade carriage, rumbling as they crushed through the sky. Their aura was astonishing, majestic, and surging. Behind the white jade carriage, there was a mighty group of young supreme beings, either riding on warships or ferocious beasts, following along the way. It was so grand that many young supreme beings below True Immortal Academy couldn't help but hold their breaths. Chapter 270. Who's here, brother? What a grand entrance. Even the white-robed old man from the Immortal Academy has become much more respectful. Qing Xiaoi's eyes widened as she watched this scene in shock. This was the first time she had seen a young genius arrive in such a manner. 9 dragons pulling the chariot. She couldn't help but reveal envy and yearning in her eyes. Look at the Gu character on the chariot. It should be the one from the Chongsheng Gu clan. At this time, the young man named Qing Feng couldn't help but reveal a kind of envy and respect in his eyes. He was born a true dragon above the 9 heavens, unlike us who are lowly dirt. Xiaoyi, don't look. It won't be good if people think we're disrespectful. Qing Feng hurriedly said, making his sister lower her head. It would be too conspicuous if she kept looking. The one from the Gu clan. Could it be the young master Gu Chang'e, who is widely recognized as the top person of the younger generation? I've heard many rumors about him. Qing Xiaoyi's eyes were full of yearning and respect. She had always felt that he was a person from a different world than them. Just by standing there, he gave off an incomparable feeling, as if the world would revolve around him. He was an immortal above the 9 heavens, and they were ants in the mortal world. Young Master Chang'e. At this moment, 9 dragons descended in front of the Immortal Academy. The white-robed old man in charge of checking the age of the bones was stunned at first. He was a little shocked, but then he couldn't help but force a smile on his face. He stepped forward first, his attitude very amiable. The terrifying Saint Realm pressure of the 9 dragons swept in all directions, causing the expressions of many young supremes to change greatly again. They were a little pale. They didn't expect Gu Chang'e's entrance to be so grand. 9 Saint Realm dragons pulled the chariot, and the weakest one was at the quasi-Saint Realm. Then, the curtain of the white jade chariot was lifted by Su Qing'e. Gu Chang'e's figure walked out. His expression was gentle as he nodded slightly to the white-robed old man in front of him and smiled. Chang'e greets the elder. You're welcome, young Master Chang'e. When the white-clothed old man heard Gu Chang'e call him elder, the smile on his face deepened, and his expression became even more amiable. His status in true Immortal Academy, compared to a true elder, was who knew how much lower. However, Gu Chang'e addressed him as such, which made him feel a little smug. They were all of the younger generation, but in true Immortal Academy's hearts, their statuses were completely different. For example, if Gu Chang'e was notified of his arrival in advance, there would definitely be elders and other old monsters appearing to welcome him personally. That was why he was a little stunned just now. He found it hard to believe that it was Gu Chang'e who had arrived. However, other than Gu Chang'e, there weren't many people in the younger generation who could do this. Young Lord Chang'e, you've traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come here. You must be tired from the long journey. Why don't you go inside and rest first? The white-clothed old man then said with a respectful expression. His appearance made the group of young supremes at the mountain gate feel unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. The white-robed old man's attitude towards them just now was not like this. What did he mean by tired from the long journey? Didn't he see that they had been waiting here for a long time? Accompanied by a beautiful woman, there was an internal space in the white jade carriage. They also wanted to be tired from the long journey like this. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. They felt very helpless about this kind of behavior of cutting the queue, but they did not dare to say anything. Now you want to check my bone age, right? Gu Chang'e looked calm, but he did not care about the expressions of the group of young supremes behind him. His gaze fell on the ancient mirror in the white-clothed old man's hand and asked. Behind him, Su Qing'e stood quietly. Her pretty face was white, and her eyes were crystal clear. She was so quiet and beautiful like a jade fairy. The group of followers also looked very quiet, but their momentum was very shocking. No need. Young Lord Chang'e only needs to show his points. It's too troublesome to check his bone age. The white-clothed old man heard this and hurriedly waved his hand. He said with a smile, skipping this step. As for whether the bone age of Gu Chang'e's followers was over 50 years old, it was not important. Because of Gu Chang'e's identity and strength, the Immortal Academy could make concessions for him and break the rules. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many young supremes changed. They felt helpless. This kind of differential treatment really made them feel very depressed. Brother, when can we be like this? In the crowd, Qing Xiaoyi saw this scene and was very envious. Her brother Qing Feng was the same. His eyes were full of longing. Then he sighed, "Stop dreaming, young Master Chang'e. He's someone we'll never get in touch with. In that case, thank you very much, elder." Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled and did not refuse. After all, it could save some time. Soon he showed enough points to kill the Yin spirit, and the followers including Su Qing'e also had a lot of points. When he was in the Yin spirit battlefield in Nanxing Sky, Guchanga had gone to the deepest part. The number of Yin spirits that died in his hands was far more than that of all the people in front of him combined. He had only casually selected a portion of the stronger Yin terminating spirit corpses to exchange for points. However, after entering the gate of the Immortal Academy, Guchanga did not choose to continue. He stopped here with a slightly interested expression. "What's wrong, young master?" Su Chinga looked at him curiously. "Let's see if there are any good seedlings this time," Guchanga said casually as he glanced at the many young supremes below. In the end, his gaze stopped on a delicate girl with a long skirt with patches on her head. He seemed to be thinking about something. Another person with great luck. The system did not prompt, so she should not be a girl of luck. The huge luck value was even light purple. In terms of degree, although it was far less than Jiang Chuchu and the others, it was still very shocking. This made Guchanga's expression change, but he did not say anything and just watched. What was so special about this girl? Why did she have such a huge luck value? Soon, according to the order, it was Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng's turn to check their bone ages. One's bone age is 13, the other's bone age is 17. But with this cultivation, I'm afraid you are not fooling me. One has never cultivated and the other has never cultivated at all. What do you want? The white-robed old man could not help but frown. His tone was not polite, as he felt that the two were here to make fun of him. Although he felt that the girl in front of him might have extraordinary talent, she had never cultivated, so her strength was not enough. As for this young man, where did this little beggar come from? At this time, the white-robed old man's words attracted the attention of many people. They all looked at them with mockery, sarcasm, and interest. In this world, there was no lack of people who liked to watch a show. They were even more so. Just now, many people were observing the shabby siblings who looked like beggars. Those malicious gazes made Qing Xiaoyi's face turn a little pale. She could not help but shrink her head, feeling a little scared and uneasy. However, at this time, the young man named Qing Feng stood in front of her and protected her. He gritted his teeth and said, "Elder, although my sister has never cultivated, her strength is stronger than some cultivators." Before he could finish his words, he heard the mocking laughter coming from all around. He could not help but blush. He wanted to shout at them. "What are you laughing at?" However, he did not dare to. "You are making fun of me." The white-robed old man's voice sank. He did not believe his words at all. Although the girl in front of him looked a little extraordinary, she was smart and had a good seedling for cultivation. He had missed the best opportunity. The Immortal Academy was to nurture perfected immortals, not to teach them how to cultivate from the beginning. "Elder, this is the truth. I wouldn't dare lie to you. I beg you, please accept my little sister." At this time, Qing Feng was a little dumbfounded and hurriedly pleaded. He did not expect this to be the result. They had traveled tens of thousands of miles, crossing mountains and rivers, but in the end they were rejected? "Seeing that you siblings are pitiful, I do not want to fight. If you know what's good for you, then leave." The white-robed old man sighed and his tone was a little helpless. If not for Guchanga watching, he would have attacked. "I beg of you, elder. Please give my sister a chance." However, when he heard this, Qing Feng gritted his teeth and knelt down directly, begging. "You." The white-robed old man's expression changed again. He then continued to ask with a sigh, "Then let me ask you, do you have the points for killing Yin spirits? If you want to enter the Immortal Academy, you have to kill at least 3 Yin spirits of the true God realm. Can you do that?" Hearing this, Qing Feng's mind buzzed and became blank. His face also suddenly turned snow white. "Brother, let's go back." At this time, Qing Xiaoyi also understood the white-robed old man's meaning, and pulled Qing Feng's sleeve. Before they came here, they did not know anything. They did not know that there were such requirements to enter the Immortal Academy. They thought it was the same as other ordinary sections. It was enough to test one's talent and bone age. They were too naive. "Is there no other chance?" Qing Feng still did not give up and asked. "No, you can go back. Don't force me to chase you away." The white-robed old man's voice was very cold and there was no fluctuation. At this time, although many young supreme beings did not speak, their eyes were filled with mockery and pity when they looked at the two of them. They were clearly not from the same world, but they had to come here and hit their heads until they bled. The Immortal Academy was not open for people like them. They would not mock them either. After all, that would lower their status. Xiaoi, looking at the group of young supreme beings nearby, they did not speak but had a look of mockery. Qing Feng and Qing Xiaoi could not help but tremble. They gritted their teeth and their hearts were filled with hesitation, uneasiness, and fear. Elder, at this time, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in front of the mountain gate, breaking the silent and uneasy atmosphere. Young Master Chang'e. The white-robed old man hurriedly put on a smile and looked at the source of the voice. Everyone looked over, including the uneasy and fearful Qing Xiaoi and Qing Feng. They did not understand why Gu Chang'e suddenly spoke at this time. Gu Chang'e's gaze fell on them and said with a calm expression, "I will pay for these two siblings. It just so happens that I lack two sword huggers." Hiss! What? Hearing this, not only did the white-robed old man's eyes widen, but he also gasped in disbelief. Even the other young supreme beings in front of the mountain gate widened their eyes in shock. Sword huggers? The sword huggers by young Master Chang'e's side? This relationship was even closer than that of followers. Even they were far from being qualified to enter Gu Chang'e's eyes. How could these two little beggars in front of them be qualified and given such an opportunity? At this time, many young supreme beings were envious and jealous. They looked at Qing Feng and Qing Xiaoi differently. They were not as mocking as before. Even the followers behind Gu Chang'e were stunned. What, this? Qing Feng and Qing Xiaoi were far more shocked than the others. Until now they still could not react. They only felt dizzy, as if they had been hit by a huge pie. Gu Chang'e's sword huggers? This identity was far beyond their imagination. They did not even dare to think about it. This was because they knew that they were not in the same world as Gu Chang'e. They would not even be able to interact with him. They did not expect that he would take the initiative to say this and help the two siblings out. He even said that he needed two sword huggers. This filled Qing Feng's heart with unprecedented gratitude. Qing Xiaoi also raised her head a little timidly and looked at the excessively handsome young man not far away. At this moment, Gu Chang'e seemed to be shrouded in a layer of divine light in their hearts. He was sacred, as if an immortal had descended to the mortal world. Young Master Chang'e, your sword huggers are not a small matter. They have to be at least invincible in their generation. How are they qualified to be your sword-hugging boys? The white-robed elder could not help but persuade. He did not expect Gu Chang'e to suddenly say this. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e only shook his head lightly and said, "I think it is not easy for these two siblings. As mortals, they came here from afar. How many cultivators can have such perseverance? If the Immortal Academy wants to make an exception and blame them, I am willing to take responsibility." Hearing this, the white-robed elder's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, "Young Master Chang'e, what are you saying? It's just a small matter. How could I possibly blame you for it? Then I'll have to trouble Elder." Gu Chang'e nodded slightly. His expression did not change much. Since even Gu Chang'e had said so, how could the white-robed elder dare to continue letting Qing Xiaoi and Qing Feng leave? At this time, the rest of the young supremes also looked at them with envy and jealousy. Qing Feng and Qing Xiaoi were unable to react for a long time, and were slightly stunned when they saw this matter that had practically been settled was so easily resolved and turned around by a single sentence from Gu Chang'e. It was simply too dreamy. This was the terror of power. Even the Immortal Academy would choose to compromise. Thank you, young Master Chang'e, for your kindness today. Qing Feng and Qing Xiaoi will never forget it. Then Qing Feng looked at Gu Chang'e excitedly and nervously. He was about to pull his sister and kneel down together to express his gratitude. However, Gu Chang'e frowned. An invisible force appeared, preventing the two of them from kneeling. His voice was neither fast nor slow. "A man has gold under his knees. How can you kneel to others so easily? I don't need you to kneel to me." His tone was still calm, without the slightest fluctuation. However, this caused Qing Xiaoi and Qing Feng to feel even more grateful. Gu Chang'e's identity was far more noble than the young supremes here. But he was the only one who treated the two of them as humans and not ants. The two of them would remember this kindness. However, at this moment, in the depths of the Immortal Academy, a divine light suddenly shot into the sky and immortal clouds filled the air. Then, several incomparably terrifying auras appeared and descended towards the mountain gate. In the sky, several people rushed over quickly. The void was blurry, and they were all old men with incomparably old faces. There was even a chaotic aura lingering around their bodies. Clearly, their cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. They were terrifyingly strong. This scene shocked everyone. The young supremes in front of the mountain gate could not help but raise their heads and look over. "Greetings, elders." The expression of the white-robed elder in front of the mountain gate changed, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully. "The one from the Gu clan?" After this group of old monsters arrived, they first noticed Guchanga and were a little stunned. They did not expect that he would not greet them first. "Changa greets the elders." Guchanga's expression did not change much as he bowed slightly towards them. "It seems that the rumors have underestimated your strength. Very good, very good." As expected of the successor of the Gu clan, the group of old monsters looked at Guchanga with amazement, as if they were sizing up some kind of treasure. "However, we did not come here for you today." An old monster in a gray robe, whose eyes flashed with wisps of golden lightning, said with a smile. Guchanga looked a little surprised and smiled. "That's interesting." Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, several old monsters with unfathomable cultivation levels looked at the little beggar-like brother and sister. Immortal demon body. It was indeed this kind of body. The Sikong clan's deduction technique lives up to its reputation. "We came at the right time. As for who will teach, we will discuss later." They naturally looked at Qing Xiaoyi with different expressions, including amazement, contemplation, and so on. This scene shocked everyone, including Qing Feng and his sister once again. Their scalps went numb, and they were about to be petrified. Their eyeballs were about to fall to the ground, and they were speechless for a long time. Things were really full of ups and downs. No one would have thought that this ordinary little beggar would actually have a special body and be favored by the elders, who actually came personally to the mountain gate. Even if Guchanga did not speak up just now, this pair of brother and sister would probably be left behind. After all, these were the true elders of the Immortal Academy. This Gu's eyes are blind. At this time, Guchanga also looked a little surprised. "We siblings will never forget young Master Changa's kindness." Although Qing Feng realized that their luck had changed, he didn't forget Guchanga's kindness just now and said gratefully, "Thank you, young Master Changa." Qing Xiaoyi's voice was very low, as if she was very timid and shy. However, she was still secretly sizing up Guchanga. Hearing this, Guchanga could not help but smile. "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. However, this is also good. If you are taught by the elders, your future will be much better than being a sword boy by my side." Of course, he already knew in his heart how things would develop. This group of old monsters did not come for him, but for the young girl in front of him called Qing Xiaoyi. This was something that Guchanga had long expected. With such a huge amount of luck points, how could she not even enter the Immortal Academy? The actions and words just now were just to see the change in luck points and to gain a good impression. Although people with great luck could not be compared to children of luck in Guchanga's view, they were also a kind of leak. It was just that the harvesting method was completely different from children of luck. Chapter 271. After that, the old monsters talked about a few more things before leaving with Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng. They wanted to help them tidy up their bodies and strengthen their foundation. After all, both of them had never cultivated before. Qing Feng naturally benefited from his sister's good fortune, and was brought in to cultivate together. This made many people envious of him. He was afraid that from today onwards, this little beggar would transform into a figure that they could never hope to associate with. Soon the place regained its tranquility. The immortal fog surged, the mountain breeze blew, and the fragrance of the saint's stamen wafted. "Thank you, young Master Changa, for helping me out." The white-robed elder wiped the cold sweat on his head and thanked Guchanga with some lingering fear. Just now, he had almost rejected a peerless genius. If not for Guchanga pleading for him and saying that he was following the rules, he would have been punished by the elders. Therefore, he was even more grateful to Guchanga. "Elder, you are welcome." Guchanga nodded slightly and didn't seem to care much about it. "My name is Wang Zhongyong. If young Master Changa needs anything in the future, just ask me." The white-robed elder smiled and said respectfully. Guchanga nodded and did not stay any longer. He left with Suchinga and the rest and went into the Immortal Academy. In his mind he was still thinking about Qing Xiaoi. Logically speaking, with such a constitution, she should not have been a nobody. Any cultivator with a bit of insight would have noticed her abnormality. Could it be that this pair of siblings was hiding some kind of secret? However, Guchanga did not see any obvious change in fate on her brother, Qing Feng. Logically speaking, with such a sister, his fate should be higher than most of the people here. However, for Guchanga, what happened in front of the gate of the True Immortal Academy today was just a small interlude. He had heard of the immortal demon body before. It was said that it had only appeared once in history, but that one time, he had created an immortal demon true lord. This was an incomparably valiant existence. There were some who said that his cultivation already exceeded immortality, reaching another unfathomable level. The uniqueness of this physique was that it could fuse immortals and devils, reverse yin and yang, and break through the cycle of reincarnation. Those who possessed the immortal devil body, even if they had never cultivated before, would be nourished by all kinds of substances in the world, far surpassing ordinary cultivators. As for the matter of reversing yin and yang, Guchanga felt that it had something to do with reversing life and death. It could also be reversing time and going against the Khanate. In any case, he was keeping an eye on Qing Xiaoi. Very quickly, the news of Guchanga coming to the True Immortal Academy spread from the mouths of many young geniuses, causing quite a stir. As for Qing Xiaoi and Qing Feng, although many people were paying attention to them, it was not as shocking as Guchanga's. Although he was not part of the first batch of cultivators to arrive, due to his identity, he attracted a lot of attention. Before that, there were rumors that Guchanga was one of the 10 seeds of the sequence. In the eyes of many people, his strength could even suppress the other seeds of the sequence. For a time, the various mountains and immortal islands of the True Immortal Academy were alarmed. Many young existences appeared, planning to take a look at his true appearance. The terrain of the True Immortal Academy was vast and boundless. Divine trees covered the sky, immortal mountains rose and fell, as if it was an ancient world that had existed since the creation of the world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Between heaven and earth, divine rainbows flashed past the various mountain peaks. They were all the best of the younger generation, with their own cave abodes and divine mountains. For example, some of the quasi-ranked disciples even had a very large area, like an ancient city. Nearby were palaces and mansions where followers lived. They were majestic, with divine springs hanging upside down and immortal flowers blooming. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was dense, falling from the mountain peaks and waterfalls. Immortal phoenixes, black tortoises, cheilants and other phenomena appeared. However, these people were soon disappointed. They did not see Guchanga's figure at the mountain gate. They came in high spirits but returned in disappointment. The territory of the True Immortal Academy was too large. Before they determined their respective areas, no one knew where the other geniuses were. In order to give the geniuses who came here many opportunities to gain experience and compete, the True Immortal Academy could be said to have put in a lot of effort. Even the areas where they usually cultivated and rested had to be fought for by themselves, showing the law of the jungle even more vividly. On the other side, after Guchanga left the mountain gate, he went straight to the palace group in the depths of the True Immortal Academy. Chaotic mist floated there, and heaven and earth were blurry. It was like a heavenly palace that appeared between heaven and earth, looking very mysterious and ancient. He asked Su Chinga and the other followers to wait for him there. He went there first. This was because when he was in the Peach Village in the abandoned land of immortals, Tao Yao gave him a keepsake, saying that it could solve the problem of his demon heart. After Guchanga accepted it, Tao Yao said that the old man who owed her a favor was in the True Immortal Academy. She said that Guchanga could come and find him when the time came. To Guchanga, the problem of the demon heart did not need to be considered at all. Therefore, what he cared about now was how to use this favor. Although there was a problem with Tao Yao's state and her memories were incomplete, the favor she mentioned was at least the one she owed when she was at her peak. The origin of this old man in the true immortal academy should not be too simple. Soon Guchanga's figure passed through many divine mountains and arrived at a lonely peak in the void. No one stopped him on the way. In the entire upper realm, there were not many people who did not know him. This place was already a forbidden area of the true immortal academy. Usually, only the elders would come here. Guchanga's figure descended from the sky and appeared at the entrance of the palace. The palace on the lonely peak was a very simple and unadorned palace that covered a radius of nearly 100 miles. However, Guchanga knew that there was definitely a universe inside. It would not be simple. At the entrance of the palace, there were many guards in golden armor. They held their swords in front of their knees and guarded this place. Every one of them had a cultivation base of the great sage realm. When they opened and closed their eyes, there were wisps of terrifying divine light. Powerful sage realm will filled every inch of space. Young Master Changa? They were a little surprised to see Guchanga here, but they did not have any hostility. Obviously, they already knew what kind of monster would come to this generation's true immortal academy. To put it bluntly, the young man in front of them was one of the strongest existences in this generation of the true immortal academy. Even some elders did not dare to put on airs in front of him. Therefore, their attitude towards Guchanga was very respectful. "I'm here to look for an elder." Guchanga nodded slightly and said concisely. The few guards did not dare to stop Guchanga and let him pass. In the main hall it was deep and vast, as if they had arrived in the boundless universe. Rivers of stars fell. Nebulas intertwined and chaotic chi surged. In the center, there were many books flickering with divine light on the table. They were divine books made of Daoyuo silver gold. There were several extremely aged old fellas, their faces indistinct, chaotic energy swirling about them, currently discussing some things. Suddenly, an old man with a Taoist robe fluttering next to them raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had sensed something. "What is this guy doing here?" His expression was a little unnatural. "What are you talking about, senior?" An old man with a pair of withered dragon horns on his head was slightly stunned and puzzled. He was still flipping through an ancient book in his hand. "That guy from the Gu family, what is he doing here?" However, the old man in the Taoist robe had a slightly uncomfortable expression. He snorted coldly. "No matter where this guy goes, he won't be at peace. Rumor has it that the Gu family's person is gentle and elegant." "Why did you say that? Could it be that the rumors are wrong? But it makes sense. After all, he could dig out the bones of his sister from the same clan when he was young. He might not be a person with a good heart." The other old antiques also looked a little surprised, then nodded slightly. They were still very respectful to the old man in the Taoist robe, so they believed his words without a doubt. At this moment, Guchanga's figure appeared at the entrance of the main hall. He stepped in and smiled at the group of old men in the middle. He bowed and said, "Disciple Guchanga greets all elders." Now that he had entered the true immortal academy, he was naturally a disciple of the academy. The few old antiques in front of him came from all over the upper realm. Although he was not familiar with them, they would not blame him for trespassing if he called them elders. Not bad, not bad. Such a cultivation base. According to the rumors, there are quite a few deviations. Why have you come to find us? At that moment, the few old fellows looked over calmly and carefully sized up Guchanga. Then they found that a layer of misty aura gradually appeared on his body, as if his entire person was standing in another world. For a moment even they could not see through him. This method surprised them a little. After all, they were true supremes, and there were even existences close to the quasi-emperor realm among them. However, they did not care and did not continue to investigate. Guchanga was the young master of the Longevity Gu clan. If he did not have some skills and artifacts, it would not make sense. It was normal for him to hide his aura and block the perception of others. "Great elder, long time no see. Your complexion is much better than before." At this moment, Guchanga said with a somewhat surprised expression, as if he had just noticed an old acquaintance. The great elder of the Tao Heavenly Palace was also here. His expression still showed that he did not like him very much. As long as you are not in front of me, when has my complexion ever been bad? The great elder snorted coldly. Gu Chang'e had poked at his scars as soon as he arrived. Back in the Tao Heavenly Palace, Gu Chang'e had made him angry many times. He still remembered that on the day Gu Chang'e left the Tao Heavenly Palace, he specially came to the mountain peak where he was to tell him that he still owed him a favor. He was afraid that he would go back on his word. What do you mean, Great Elder? As the successor of the Tao Heavenly Palace, Chang'e has not done anything to disappoint the Tao Heavenly Palace. Gu Chang'e said with a calm expression. When I was in the immortal ancient continent, I even helped the Tao Heavenly Palace unify the various races of the immortal ancient continent and achieve peace in the immortal ancient continent. Don't say any more. There is no need to beat around the bush in front of the two of us. The great elder hurriedly waved his hand, as if to say, if you say more, I will drive you out of the palace. He had seen Gu Chang'e's shamelessness the most. Although he really admired Gu Chang'e, his shamelessness and unwillingness to suffer the slightest loss made him feel helpless. However, he was still the successor of the Tao Heavenly Palace. Now, he had come to the Immortal Academy to be a guest elder. He would naturally take care of Gu Chang'e. Moreover, he had heard that this time, the Gu clan had sent 3 ancestor-level figures. They seemed to be arriving at the Immortal Academy soon. The other forces had sent an ancestor. In the end, only the Gu clan had sent 3, and they were very old. It was unknown which era they were from. It was as if they were afraid that the Gu clan's younger generation would suffer in the Immortal Academy. Haha, Senior seems to have a good relationship with Chang'e. Yes, it is rare to see Senior talk to a junior like this. A few old antiques in the hall couldn't help but laugh. They were very respectful to the great elder and spoke to him like a junior. Now, the way the great elder talked to Gu Chang'e made them a little surprised and even envious. After all, Great Elder took care of me when I was in the Tao Heavenly Palace. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e continued to smile. He was gentle and elegant, as handsome as jade. Good relationship, my ass. Speak, why are you looking for us this time? The Great Elder snorted coldly. He knew that Gu Chang'e wouldn't come for no reason. Actually, Chang'e is here to find someone from the elders. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's expression turned slightly serious. I wonder if the elders know who it is? With that, he took out the token that Tao Yao had given him. It was a crystalline peach leaf that was intertwined with the order of laws. There were various great Tao principles flowing on it. This is, the existence who left this peach leaf has an unfathomable cultivation. Seeing this, the expressions of many old antiques in the hall changed and became a little solemn. Is this the mysterious peach tree behind Xian'er? The great elder's expression changed slightly as he recognized it. His knowledge was clearly far beyond that of the others. He had heard of the rumors of that peach tree. Gu Xian'er didn't hide it from him and told him about the masters of the peach village. Back then, he accepted Gu Xian'er as his disciple because of one of her masters. This token is related to the demon realm. If the person you're looking for is in the Immortal Academy, it should be that guy. The great elder pondered for a moment, not sure why Gu Chang'e was looking for him. Oh. Then I'll have to trouble you to take me there. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly. Things were going quite smoothly. There was a result so quickly. He thought that he would have to ask for a few more days. However, this was good too. It saved him a lot of trouble. That guy has a strange temperament. He won't meet anyone except those from the demon realm. Have you thought it through? The great elder shook his head slightly and looked at Gu Chang'e. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I won't help you if you get kicked out later. It's fine. Gu Chang'e didn't care. This token was given by Tao Yao, who said that the other party owed her a favor. Unless the other party didn't give Tao Yao face, he would definitely meet him. Then the great elder waved his sleeve. The space in front of him blurred, and the 2 figures disappeared instantly. When they reappeared, they were already in front of a jade-like lake. The immortal mist was dense, and the grass was tender. Many auspicious beasts appeared in the distance, drinking by the lake. It seemed very natural. In front of the lake, there was a boulder that was half the height of a person lying there motionlessly. There were no acupuncture points, and it didn't receive the starlight of heaven and earth. It was very ordinary and there was nothing strange about it. However, Guchanga could sense that the rock was not as simple as it seemed. There was a surging life force that was like a vast sea of stars. It was silent and there was no movement at all. It was like the hardest rock in the universe. Even if it experienced thousands of tribulations, it would not be damaged at all. Beside the boulder stood a slender woman wearing a wide phoenix robe. She was peerlessly beautiful. The woman had her hands behind her back. Her facial features were beautiful, and her eyes were deep and calm. There was a faint red makeup between her eyebrows, making her look more demonic. However, there was more of a grace and nobility, as if she was an empress who commanded the heavens. She sized up the two people who had suddenly arrived. She did not speak, and her eyes were filled with contemplation and surprise. Fellow Taoist. After the great elder brought Guchanga here, he did not look at the woman. Instead, he looked at the stone and said indifferently, "Is this token related to you?" As it spoke, the peach leaf gently floated towards it. Guchanga's gaze also swept past the woman, but he didn't care. He frowned slightly. He felt that this boulder had a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it before. Back then, when he was refining the ultimate origin, a memory fragment flashed through his mind. On the mountain peak, the little girl in red was practicing her swordsmanship while he watched from the side. What he was sitting on seemed to be this stone. However, it was not as ancient as it was now. For a moment, his expression was a little inexplicable. Logically speaking, the demon master's alias did not have any direct connection with him, Guchanga. Many of his memories were faintly surfacing. If this boulder had memories, it should not be in such a silent state, as if it had been damaged. Although it was not like Tao Yao, it was not complete. Guchanga felt that his alias seemed to have left behind a lot of mess. Perhaps this boulder also had some karma. However, he did not make a sound and chose to respond randomly. Buzz. Soon as the peach leaf fell, it was accompanied by a light trembling sound. The deathly still boulder moved a little. Then, a terrifying aura spread out from it. A shocking demonic nature seemed to be covering the sky and shaking the world. Vaguely, it was as if a peerless demon was about to awaken and wreak havoc. However, this aura disappeared as quickly as it came. This boulder was enveloped by a layer of hazy black light, and then it changed, turning into a stooped, tanned, and calm little old man. He took the peach leaf in front of him and looked at it carefully. His calm face suddenly changed and he was a little happy. Then he could not help but mutter, "Old friend, so you've survived?" At this point he seemed to have a headache. "I can't remember again, Sai." He sighed and looked at Guchanga in front of him. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he could not help but take a few steps back in disbelief. "The demon master is not dead?" He almost blurted out these words. Immediately he turned pale with fright. His originally tan face even turned a little pale. "Master." The phoenix-robed woman's expression also changed abruptly. She did not understand why her master suddenly acted like this. She looked at Guchanga again. She had already vaguely guessed his identity. There were probably not many people in the younger generation who had such a cultivation base. The expression of the first elder, who had been staring at the tanned old man with a vigilant expression, also changed drastically. Because of the two words demon master, he felt his heart tremble. He could not help but shift his gaze to Guchanga. The existence of the taboo demon master was not unfamiliar to them. Even if the world was obliterated, they could still find the imprint left behind by him in the long river of time. Even at his level, his heart could not help but tremble. This was a kind of horror and palpitations that could be felt by just these two words alone, even if they did not know the story. Because its existence and even its actions had deeply affected the space-time of this world, and affected thousands of realms in the heavens. Reciting the true name, one's heart would feel something. The higher the level of life, the deeper the fear one could feel. "What do you mean, fellow Taoist?" The first elder asked in a deep voice. So it's a similar temperament in that thing, no wonder. The tanned old man, who was staring at Guchanga, calmed down and said to himself, if there is a similar flower in this world, it can't appear on Master's body. Alas, the tanned old man's expression became calmer and calmer, ignoring the first elder's words. He asked Guchanga, my name is Old Sure. How should I address you, young master? Guchanga, who had been calm all this time, also replied calmly at this moment, Guchanga. In fact, he was not as calm as he appeared to be. Just now, when the tanned old man blurted out that the demon master was not dead, Guchanga felt a terrifying chill enveloping his entire body. Even the great Tao treasure bottle could not help but emerge from the spiritual sea, interweaving with a terrifying black light, intending to resist. However, this aura disappeared very quickly, asking for fresh flowers. Therefore, he had a faint guess in his heart, combined with the memory fragments that had emerged in his mind during this period of time. I am the demon master. At that time, what he had done was probably not much different from what Yu Mingkong had experienced in her life. Logically speaking, this old Sure in front of him should not have such a strong killing intent and cold aura towards him. The only possibility was that his current state was probably caused by himself. And what was the favor that he owed Tao Yao? To be more vulgar, it might be the favor of blocking an attack back then. Of course, all of this was just Guchanga's guess. The red-clothed female demon, Tao Yao, and the old Sure in front of him, should have a lot to do with his demon master disguise. This made him feel that things had become intriguing. Guchanga? It's really him. The phoenix-robed woman's expression was somewhat enlightened. Guchanga? So it's you? I hope it can reflect a similar flower. If that's the case, it's reassuring. Old Sure was stunned again, saying something that the phoenix-robed woman and the first elder did not understand, and then sighed. Did Tao Yao ask you to come to me? Yes, Tao Yao said that you might be able to solve the problem of my body. Guchanga answered truthfully, but there was nothing unusual about his expression. The other party addressed Tao Yao as Tao Yao. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. There were many problems with the memories of Tao Yao and the old Sure in front of him. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation of confusion. At this moment, the first elder also remained silent. He knew that Guchanga was born with a demonic nature. And the old Sure in front of him was clearly a demon, so why did he have such a strong demonic nature? Could this be the reason why Guchanga came to him? Actually, I'm not very sure about this question. Perhaps Tao Yao felt that after I was soaked in the blood of Master's heart, I wasn't controlled by the demonic nature. But that was simply luck. Right, with Tao Yao's current state, she shouldn't be able to remember anything. Old Sure laughed self-deprecatingly. You can't rely on others for this thing, you can only rely on yourself. No one can help you. His voice was very emotionless. How many times had a natural demonic heart appeared in this world? But without exception, none of them had a good ending, and in the end, they were surrounded by misfortune. Master! The shock in the first elder's heart was even deeper. The old Sure in front of him, the person who called Master? What kind of existence was that? How did Guchanga get involved with him? Similar flowers? This time even he was puzzled. And it was obvious that old Sure's origin was even older than his. The first elder was known to have lived for a very long time. But only he knew that his long life was not worth mentioning in front of those old guys who lived across eras. The era where the Devil Lord lived? How far away was it? That was something no one could say for sure. That was just an expanse of chaos. A history that wasn't recorded. Guchanga looked calm, nodded and didn't say anything. Old Sure's words were actually what he wanted. He didn't need to solve the problem of the demonic heart. He just wanted Old Sure's favor. What kind of similar flower was that? The Devil Lord was his puppet from the beginning. Of course, Guchanga wouldn't say this out loud. According to the current situation, except for Tao Yao, Old Sure in front of him, and the red-clothed female demon who was about to be born in the demon burial abyss, all had a deep hatred for him. Old Sure regarded him as a similar flower, so he didn't do anything to him. But according to the system's prompt, the red-clothed female demon wouldn't. She was a demon who wanted to find him for revenge. However, Gu Chang'e was not worried that Old Shi would dare to do anything to him. With his current identity, unless Old Shi had no worries and wanted to die, he would drag him down with him. "Senior, have we met before?" At this time, many thoughts flashed through Gu Chang'e's mind, but his face was calm as he asked, "Why do you give me a sense of familiarity?" "What?" Old Shi's face changed slightly, and he was a little surprised. He frowned and asked in puzzlement, "Sense of familiarity? When I was cultivating in the family, I didn't know why, but I always liked to sit cross-legged on some bluestones to cultivate, but I was not satisfied with those bluestones. The last bluestone I found was very similar to your original form just now." Gu Chang'e's face showed a trace of confusion, and then he said, "That's why it was somewhat familiar." Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Old Shi was stunned and speechless for a long time. He didn't doubt the truth of Gu Chang'e's words. Many long and beautiful memories came to his mind, and in the end, he let out a long sigh, and his mood was very complicated. There were two sides to everything in the world. One was good and one was evil, one was beautiful and one was ugly. If it weren't for the red-clothed silver-haired man who often sat cross-legged on him, how could it have developed spiritual intelligence? Compared to the 7 aperture immortal stones and the Holy Spirit strange stone, it was just an ordinary rock. Every peck and every drink was karma. Maybe this is the so-called fate. Old Shi looked at Gu Chang'e with a much gentler expression. In his opinion, the demon lord was the most evil existence in the world, and Gu Chang'e in front of him might be the reflection of the other side of the demon lord. "If you don't mind, in the future, if you have any problems in the Immortal Academy, you can come to this old man here." In the Immortal Academy, this old man's words still have some effect. If you are outside, this old man can't help much, because this old man can't leave the Immortal Academy in his current state. Old Shi then continued to speak to Gu Chang'e. His words not only surprised the woman in the phoenix robe, but also puzzled the great elder. Just because of these words, Old Shi's attitude towards Gu Chang'e was like this? As far as they were concerned, this was simply too far-fetched. "Senior's words. What do you mean?" Hearing this, Gu Chang'e looked slightly surprised and puzzled. "This is the first time we have met. It's just to return the favor of the peach demon." Old Shi smiled and waved his hand. "Young master, don't mind." With that, he pointed to the woman in the phoenix robe next to him and introduced her. "This is this old man's disciple, Shi Yao." "Oh, so this is the current ruler of the demon realm, Empress Shi Yao?" "Greetings, Empress Shi Yao." Gu Chang'e's gaze seemed to have just noticed her, and he was a little surprised. Of course, he could see that the Empress Shi Yao in front of him was just a Tao Law Dharma body, and not her real body. As the ruler of the demon realm, how could she leave the demon realm so easily? However, the strength of a Tao Law Dharma body was at the quasi-supreme realm. She herself had probably already become a supreme being. A supreme being who was more than 6,000 years old. It was not an exaggeration to say that this talent was extraordinary. During the chaos of the demon realm 6,000 years ago, the name Empress Shi Yao spread from the demon realm to the upper realm, shaking all sides. At that time, it could be said that she was in the limelight. Then, under internal and external troubles, she fought in all directions, swept the chaos of the demon realm, and achieved great unification. Her strength was far beyond that of ordinary women. Since the birth of the demon realm, there had been many demon emperors, and even demon immortals. Their foundation was unfathomable, and even supreme sects and immortal orthodoxies did not dare to provoke them. 6,000 years ago, there were 6 demon emperors in power in the demon realm. However, in Gu Chang'e's opinion, those demon emperors could not be true emperors, and were at most quasi-emperors. The demon realm's destiny was not enough to support the birth of 6 true emperors. If they came to the upper realm to achieve the emperor realm, it would be difficult without the support of the demon realm's foundation. Empress Shi Yao was able to unify the demon realm under such a difficult situation. This method shocked many people. "Young Lord Chang'e, you don't have to be so polite. Although I'm far away in the demon realm, I've heard many rumors about young Lord Chang'e. Seeing you today, I find that these rumors can't be completely believed. In today's world, Young Lord Chang'e has probably monopolized 70% of the younger generation's destiny. At this time, hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Yaoshi could not help but smile, looking very graceful and dignified. As the Empress of the Demon Realm, she naturally could not flatter like ordinary women. However, when these words were spoken, they still carried the intention of expressing goodwill. With her identity and strength, there was no need for her to do so. However, what she saw today, even her master was like this, and it made her feel very shocked. There were many orthodoxies in the upper realm, but there were not many that could compare to the demon realm. This was because the demon realm was an independent great world, and included in the center of the upper realm, where the dragon vein gathered and the destiny was strong. In the end, Gu Chang'e was just a junior in front of her. Empress Xiao, you flatter me. What do I have to deserve such praise from you, Empress? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e said with a calm expression, but before this I've heard many rumors about you, Empress. Seeing you today, I find that these rumors are indeed nonsense. Hearing him say this, Xiao could not help but be interested. Her eyes stared at him curiously, and she asked, Young Lord Chang'e, what rumors have you heard? She also knew that what she did 6,000 years ago was spread by some forces, and it appeared everywhere, causing bad effects. For example, she committed treason, killed her father, poisoned her fiancé, and so on. Rumors say that the Empress is cruel and merciless, with a heart of snakes and scorpions, and brings disaster to the demon realm. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. 2 in 1,000. Chapter 272. Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Xiao's expression was still very calm. Even old Shi, who was next to her, was the same, looking very indifferent. Although the news of what happened 6,000 years ago was widely spread, there were still many bad words being said in various places even now. However, other than the people who were truly in power in the demon realm, who knew what actually happened? Many rumors in the outside world were more or less smearing Xiao, which was normal. Naturally, they had all heard about what Gu Chang'e had said. Oh, I wonder what young Master Chang'e thinks about these rumors? Empress Xiao's eyes were crystal clear and filled with divine light. She looked at Gu Chang'e. Although it was only a Dharma body, it also had the temperament of a high position and looking down on everything. An empress of a generation commanding the demon realm. No one dared to disobey. If an ordinary young prodigy was looked at by her like this, they would have panicked. I said that these rumors are nonsense, and this is my opinion. However, Gu Chang'e still smiled lightly and stared at her, as if he did not explain anything. What do you mean, young Master Chang'e? Xiao was slightly stunned. She was a little puzzled, and then carefully thought about his words. Nonsense. If an ordinary young prodigy said this, she would definitely take it as flattery and would not take it seriously. However, these words came from Gu Chang'e's mouth, so it was different. It was quite unfathomable. Did he see something? Or did he understand her good intentions? To be honest, her interest was piqued by Gu Chang'e. If others did not finish their words and left half, she would have lost her patience and killed them with a slap. How could she continue to ask? At this time, even the great elder and old Shi looked at Gu Chang'e with a little surprise when they heard this. Xiao's reputation in the upper realm was not good now, and this was almost a common knowledge. Especially the younger generation today, they had definitely heard of the chaos in the demon realm back then. Most of them said that Empress Xiao was a tyrannical ruler who was cruel and killed the innocent. As a result, the common people of the demon race had no way of making a living. Great demons from all over the world united as one and rebelled. This was why the demon realm's king of peace and chaos existed today. He was known as the executioner of Empress Xiao, a sharp blade that could cut through anything. There were countless rumors. At this moment, he saw the gazes of the three people fall on him. In fact, before this junior had always thought that Empress Xiao was a tyrant who committed all kinds of crimes. The living creatures of the demon realm were all suffering from disasters. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said with a calm expression. At the same time, he looked at Xiao and saw her expression change slightly. He continued to smile. But when you think about it carefully, no matter what orthodoxy, ancient country or world it is, there is one thing that will never change. It won't change. Xiao stared at him, her heart trembling slightly as she carefully repeated these 4 words. She was a little incredulous. Could it be that Guchanga's thoughts were the same as hers at that time? Guchanga nodded. Yes, there is one thing that will never change. That is, if they want to change, they have to pay a price. This is a price that cannot be changed. 6,000 years ago, when the 6 emperors of the demon realm were in power, war broke out, and the people had no way of making a living. It was common for people to eat each other. In the territories ruled by different demon emperors, the common people of the demon realm were different from the human race. It was difficult for them to have prenatal education. If this junior remembers correctly, in the demon realm, in the territories ruled by the emperors, the language of the demon realm was different. In order to survive, it was normal for people of the same race to eat each other. All kinds of things. If the demon realm wanted to survive, it was not difficult, but if they wanted to go further, it was almost impossible. The great demon emperors were stubborn and did not change. They only cared about cultivation and held high positions, ignoring the bottom. In the long run, the prosperity of the demon realm would decline. After 6,000 years of chaos, the demon realm's prosperity is rising. After the unification, there is peace everywhere, the world lives in peace, all the demon realm writes the same language, cultivates the Tao, and many other changes. Isn't it all because of Empress Xiao's contribution? The world is ignorant, only talking about faults and not merits. In this junior's opinion, this is actually unfair to the Empress. At this point, Guchanga's voice was still calm, and there was not much change in it. It gave people the feeling that he was explaining a principle and a fact in a flat and straightforward manner. The world is ignorant? Master also said this in the past. After hearing this, Shi was stunned and speechless for a long time. Guchanga's words were still echoing in his mind. Although he had a high cultivation and a long lifespan, he actually helped Xiao a lot behind the scenes during the chaos of the demon realm. In fact, he did not understand Xiao's actions very well. Although he had thought about why for so many years, he could not figure it out. Although Xiao often came to see him, she never mentioned the reason for her actions. This puzzled old Shi as well. Today, Guchanga's words made him feel like he was looking for his master when he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. The feeling of seeing green mountains after the clouds and mist dispersed. So this is the reason. I really didn't expect that this old man's eyes were really blind. For a moment, Shi's expression was extremely complicated. Except for Guchanga, probably no one else would think this way. This guy's views are always very different from ordinary people, but this explanation should be very close to what Xiao is thinking. The first elder also had a complicated expression and sighed. Seeing Xiao's deeply resonant and stunned expression for a long time, he knew that Guchanga's words were actually Xiao's thoughts. Regardless of merit, the world is ignorant. Xiao, who was silent for a long time, suddenly smiled at Guchanga, and there was a different kind of expression in her eyes. For a moment, the sky seemed to brighten. Compared to her polite expression at the beginning, her smile now was obviously from the heart. Young Master Changa, are you scolding those people for being ignorant for me? She smiled slightly, with a bit of intimacy, and continued, after so many years, I didn't expect young Master Changa to be the first person to understand me. Before this, I never thought that there would be someone with the same idea as me. At this moment, she actually felt like she had met a confidant in a junior like Guchanga. In more than 6,000 years, he was the first person to understand her painstaking efforts. This touched Xiao's heart greatly, and she felt very incredulous, like a dream. Meeting Guchanga today seemed to be destined. Even the closest maid beside her found it difficult to understand her actions and countermeasures. The world said that she was cruel, but they never considered the various things she had done for the demon realm. Now that the demon realm was peaceful, the 4 seas were peaceful, and the prosperity was growing, how much thought did she put into it? And Guchanga bluntly said these, and even scolded those ignorant people for her. This made Xiao's heart difficult to calm down. Guchanga's face, the smile on his face remained unchanged, and he continued, perhaps it's because the Empress is in a high position, and no one dares to speak lightly of her. After all, the Empress's merits are visible, and whether they are merits or demerits is not a matter of the present, but the comments of future generations. comments of future generations. Hearing this, Xiao was stunned again, staring at Gu Chang'e. A little curious, oh? If young Master Chang'e were to say it, what would you think? As soon as these words came out, Xiao regretted it. After all, this kind of thing varies from person to person. Why didn't she ask her master? Why didn't she ask anyone else but Gu Chang'e? After all, this was the first time the two had met, and it seemed that she was a little too rude. As the empress of a generation, it was inevitable that she would lose her dignity if she cared too much about rumors. Xiao didn't know why, but she suddenly cared about Gu Chang'e's opinion of her. In fact, at this time not only Xiao but even old Shi and the great elder were a little curious, wanting to know how Gu Chang'e judged Xiao. From his words just now, Gu Chang'e should be able to understand Xiao's intentions very well. Oh, you want this junior to judge? Gu Chang'e seemed to be a little surprised, but he didn't refuse, and his expression was a little thoughtful. Then his gaze fell. Then, almost word by word, he said, in this junior's opinion, the Empress's actions may be worthy of being called an eternal emperor, and for the demon realm this is the case. Eternal emperor? At this moment not only was Xiao stunned, but even old Shi and the great elder were stunned. They were very shocked. Eternal emperor? How high of a compliment was this? Because they knew that Gu Chang'e didn't mean the eternal emperor, but a general one. This eternal emperor was actually not much different from the eternal emperor, and they were both high praises for Xiao. Eternal emperor? Empress Xiao also muttered these 4 words. These 4 words resounded in her mind like a great bell, exploding in her mind. It even made her feel like she was buzzing just now. However, Empress Xiao was not a simple person. More than 6,000 years of cultivation had already made her state of mind very strong. So soon, the expression on her face returned to normal. Young Master Chang'e's evaluation of these 4 words is really too high. Although she said this, in fact, there was still a smile on her face, and she was in a very good mood. Before this, she had encountered all kinds of flattering people, and she was almost tired of listening to all kinds of flattering praises. Moreover, Empress Xiao knew that what they said was actually out of fear of her, and not out of simple and relaxed opinions like Gu Chang'e. After all, Gu Chang'e didn't need to be afraid of her. After all, this is what you want me to say, Empress? Gu Chang'e smiled and didn't explain much. Although he kept calling her a junior in front of Xiao, he didn't act like one at all. There was no fear or respect in his voice, and it was more like he was talking to an acquaintance that he had just met. Empress Xiao didn't care about Gu Chang'e's tone. She was used to hearing all kinds of respectful words, and now she found that casual and natural feeling in Gu Chang'e again. Just like just now, it was as if she had met a confidant. Eternal Emperor? I didn't expect to have such a high position in young Master Chang'e's heart. It's really unexpected. Empress Xiao smiled. Gu Chang'e said calmly, actually, before this, I have always wanted to meet an extraordinary woman like you. But it's not too late to meet you today. After all, it was just a matter of a few words to make a good impression. Gu Chang'e naturally wouldn't refuse. No matter what kind of person they were, they liked to hear beautiful words. An indescribably noble status, a decent and elegant conversation, and a few casual words of praise would make her heart tremble. Even if she was the empress of a generation, it was impossible not to be moved. And judging from Empress Xiao's providence, she was also a person of great providence. Her actions 6,000 years ago made Gu Chang'e think of something. With such great providence, he wondered if she would become a daughter of providence because of him. This kind of poisoning of her fiancé was better left a little secret first. Isn't it too late? Empress Xiao was suddenly stunned. There was an indescribable emotion in her expression when she looked at Gu Chang'e. No matter what, Gu Chang'e was just a junior, and she was more than 6,000 years older than him. Although the cultivation world didn't care much about age. But Xiao still sighed in her heart. After so many years, she finally met someone who could understand her. But it was a junior. This gave her the feeling that when she was born, the Lord was not yet born, and when the Lord was born she was already old. However, this feeling disappeared very quickly. Chapter 273. At this time, Gu Chang'e was about to get up and leave. After all, he had achieved his purpose of coming here to look for sure. Su Qingge and the others were still waiting for him. He still had a plan to make. Where do you want to go, young Master Chang'e? I used to stay in the Immortal Academy. Why don't I take you there? You are new here, so there are many areas you are not familiar with. At this time Shi Yao spoke again with a smile on her face. Her bearing was graceful and elegant, and it was very natural. Gu Chang'e seemed to be a little stunned. Then he shook his head and said with a smile, I don't want to trouble you with such a small matter. Empress Shi Yao insisted with a smile. It's no trouble at all. In that case I'll have to trouble you, Empress. I'm really flattered that you are leading the way for me. Gu Chang'e was tall and straight, and his white clothes were clean. He smiled a little helplessly, looking very extraordinary. At this moment, Empress Shi Yao was standing beside him, which made the first elder and Sure feel a little strange. Why did it look so awkward? But it was very harmonious. Then Empress Shi Yao waved her hand, and waves of immortal light spread out in front of them. Then a path full of immortal spirits spread out from under their feet, and they left this place. A cool breeze blew, and the light under their feet changed. The mountain range was far away. The blue lake was like jade, and the mountains were like jade belts. Further away, the chaotic fog shrouded the place, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was dense. It was like a fairyland. Various colors of light intertwined and rushed out from various mansions, illuminating the sky. The horrible chi and blood burst open the clouds, as if they could penetrate the sky. This was the strange phenomenon caused by the young geniuses and freaks from all over the Immortal Academy when they were cultivating. Gu Chang'e and Empress Shi Yao stood side by side. A faint fragrance came from the tip of his nose like orchids and musk, but it also gave people a sense of elegance, like a spring flowing under an ice mountain. It was clear and cold with a faint charm. Young Master Chang'e, why don't you speak? Empress Shi Yao smiled. 21 said, If you don't tell me, I won't know where you're going. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e seemed to be a little helpless. He sighed slightly and said, Empress, do you know that there is a phrase called to keep one's mind? Calm down. Empress Shi Yao was a little stunned. Why did Gu Chang'e suddenly say that? However, she soon realized the meaning behind Gu Chang'e's words. The expression on his face was filled with interest. Was she being teased by Gu Chang'e? What Gu Chang'e meant was that he was forcing himself to remain calm. The reason why he didn't say anything was because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to remain calm. Why couldn't he remain calm? Was it because she was so close to him? To be honest, this was the first time in more than 6,000 years that Empress Shi Yao had been so close to a man. Even her fiancé, who had been poisoned to death by her, had never been so close to her. Empress Shi Yao didn't know why she took the initiative to lead the way for a junior like Gu Chang'e. Keeping one's mind is used to describe a gentleman. Although I'm confident and magnanimous, I know that I'm not a gentleman. Empress, please don't torture me. Gu Chang'e still said with a calm expression. This made Empress Yaoshi want to laugh, but she held it in. Was Gu Chang'e telling her to stay away from him? But on the other hand, he was saying that she was very charming. What a strange excuse. Yaoshi was an empress, but she was also a woman. Naturally, she liked to listen to such pretty words. Young Master Chang'e. She was about to speak when Gu Chang'e interrupted her again. Empress, please call me Chang'e in the future. Otherwise it feels quite distant. Okay. Empress Shi Yao was stunned again, and a strange emotion rose in her eyes. She didn't understand what Gu Chang'e meant, but she still looked at him seriously, then nodded and answered. She suddenly realized that her words and actions seemed to have been led by Gu Chang'e, and she was completely out of her control. Young Master Chang'e, what do you think of the situation in the demon realm that you talked about before? At this time, Empress Shi Yao suddenly spoke again and asked a question that had been troubling her recently. This was also the reason why she came to the Immortal Academy to look for her master. She wanted to ask his opinion, but after hearing Gu Chang'e's words, she felt that Gu Chang'e was on the same side as her. She suddenly wanted to hear what he had to say. The situation in the demon realm? Gu Chang'e seemed to be a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't know everything. What he said before was because he was a transmigrator, so he brought in some views from his previous life. He made it up casually. How would he know anything about the demon realm? However, at this time he suddenly thought of something that was a little thought-provoking. But on the surface, he still didn't show the slightest abnormality. He said casually, "The thing that the Empress is worried about should be the remnants of the 5 emperors, right? After all, the demon realm has been passed down for so long. Of the 6 emperors of the past, except for the demon emperor Yue, the whereabouts of the other 5 emperors are unknown. The forces left behind them are showing signs of revival recently?" He said this, but it was actually just a guess. He had heard about the matters in the demon realm, but he didn't know much. Signs of revival? There are indeed signs of revival recently. The number of times that chaos has been quelled is far more than usual. Empress Xiao nodded. She didn't hide anything about these secrets of the demon realm. In her opinion, as the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, Gu Chang'e was bound to rule the boundless territory when he took over the Longevity Gu clan in the future. His power would only be far above her, the Empress of the demon realm. In my opinion, there should be a reason for the signs of revival of many things. Empress, you might as well investigate carefully. Among the remnants of the past, which existences are not dead, and which are the biggest hindrance and hatred for you today? The 5 emperors may have left some backup plans. Gu Chang'e said calmly. Backup plans of the 5 emperors? Empress Yao Shi frowned. If it was really caused by them, it is very likely. But I have almost solved the descendants of the 5 emperors. At this time, the system's prompt suddenly sounded in Gu Chang'e's mind. Ding! Triggered the random mission luck event. The returning son of the demon emperor. Hearing this prompt, Gu Chang'e was also slightly stunned. This came a little too suddenly. What was the reason? Could it be because of what he said to Empress Xiao just now? After all, before this, the system had not given any prompt at all. However, the returning son of the demon emperor? That was a little interesting. He immediately thought of Empress Xiao's fiancé, who was poisoned to death 6,000 years ago. Apart from this, there should be no other reason? So the reason now was that the returning son of the demon emperor wanted to take revenge on Empress Xiao. But his words just now by chance reminded Empress Xiao. This karma also triggered the random mission. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e's expression flashed with a playful look, but he quickly returned to normal. He looked at Empress Xiao, who was thinking, and said softly, "Why don't you investigate further? Empress, why don't you go and check if the enemy has been completely eradicated? Some disasters can be easily hidden from the eyes of others. When you don't know, they will spread like wildfire." He did not mention the matter of rebirth. It was too obvious. Whether Empress Xiao would believe him was another matter. On the other hand, it would arouse unnecessary suspicion. Now it seemed that this new son of fate had something to do with the fate of the demon realm. Empress Xiao nodded, a little thoughtful. Later, Gu Chang'e met up with Su Qingge and the others. Empress Xiao left first after bringing him here. Gu Chang'e's words touched her a lot, so she needed to go back and make arrangements. "Young master, this woman just now is..." Su Qingge was a little surprised. She felt a kind of imperial pressure. It was a different kind of pressure from Yu Mingkong, but it was also in a high position. Empress Xiao of the demon realm, Gu Chang'e said casually. He did not know what Empress Xiao thought of her fiancé. There were some things that he was not in a hurry to do. Leeks naturally had to be plump before they could be harvested. If this new son of destiny was a simple rebirth sect disciple, they wouldn't care much about him. Even the human ancestor, Gu Chang'e, was killed by him. He did not need to pay much attention to a small rebirth revenge. Now he let Empress Yaoshi go first to find out what kind of tricks this son of fate had. Soon, an elder of the Immortal Academy came, and led Gu Chang'e to the area where the disciples of the sequence were. The sequence, the quasi-sequence, the inner sect, and the outer sect. The Immortal Academy arranged different cultivation areas for the disciples of each level. As a disciple of the sequence, Gu Chang'e's area was naturally the best, with a radius of almost 10,000 miles. Divine islands, divine mountains, ancient trees and divine mountains. Clouds were rising, and the spiritual energy was dense. As far as the eye could see, there were rows of palaces like a heavenly palace, which looked majestic and magnificent. As for celestial birds, auspicious beasts, and divine springs, there were countless. Even among the disciples of the sequence, there were few people in the area where he was now. Guchanga let Su Chinga and the other followers choose their own palaces. His figure, however, quickly left this place, because Guchanga sensed the aura of the scapegoat, Prince. That guy had really come to the Immortal Academy. When he let him go, his main purpose was to use him as bait to lure out the forbidden demonic art organization hidden in the dark. Guchanga did not know much about the origin of this organization. If it could be used by him, then it would be best. If not, then there was no need for it to exist. With such an organization, it was very likely that it would affect some of his subsequent plans. The news of Guchanga's arrival at the Immortal Academy had spread like wildfire in the blink of an eye. Hearing this news, many young geniuses had different expressions. If there was anyone in the younger generation who did not know Guchanga, they would definitely be ridiculed by others. It was clear how high Guchanga's status was in the hearts of his peers. Even the other disciples of the sequence did not dare to underestimate Guchanga. At this moment, in an estate that was filled with rising violet energy and suffused with divine light, a young man with his hands behind his back, dressed in a purple robe, and a crack between his eyebrows was muttering to himself softly, "Junior Sister Daoxian, I will wait for your arrival at the Immortal Academy. In my previous life I kowtowed in front of the Buddha hundreds of times, but I couldn't get you to look back for me. In the past you were unwilling to stop pursuing the great Tao. In the past I was unwilling to stop pursuing you. If this reincarnation cycle is fate 670, then between you and me only one can survive. If you are unwilling to look back for me, that will be the greatest regret of your life." I just don't know if your Tao bone after nirvana is better, or if my primordial Tao bone is unparalleled. Although his words were soft, they carried a sense of unwillingness and hatred. His body was surrounded by dense purple energy. As it gushed out, it was like a large expanse of primordial mist. It was like an ancient universe. The stars, sun, and moon were embroidered on his robe. They seemed to be rotating at any time, emitting a rumbling sound that shook the world. There was a vigorous and terrifying aura. Wang! Suddenly, light appeared from the crack between his brows. Then, his third eye opened, and the void in front of him became hazy. A terrifying scene appeared. This kind of immortal Tao heavenly eye divine ability was incomparably terrifying. The moment he used it, primordial purple energy swirled around, and immediately faint traces of time flashed past. Some fragmented images appeared in his eyes. It was a dimly lit dungeon with an unknown purpose. He couldn't see clearly. It was very blurry. Inexplicably, his mind trembled. In this cold and damp underground prison, an incomparably beautiful woman in green clothes was covered in wounds. Her limbs were pierced through by chains and hung on the wall. Her expression was stubborn, cold, determined, and filled with hatred. In front of her, a young man was expressionless. He held a dagger to draw blood and filled the stone bowl in his hand. Then, in front of the woman in green, he raised his head and drank it in one gulp. "The taste of this blood is too faint." The purple-robed man only heard this vague sentence. Then his vision turned black, and his mind seemed to be about to explode. Then the space between his brows split open, and traces of blood appeared. His face was also pale, and his origin was injured. This kind of thing of using the immortal Tao heavenly eye to spy on the fragments of the future was already extremely difficult with his current ability. However, he still faintly saw a trace of a sign. How is this possible? The purple-robed man was stunned. His fists were clenched tightly, and he simply couldn't believe it. Why would he see this wisp of broken scenes of the future? The woman who he once loved and couldn't get, who pursued the great Tao all her life, actually had such a tragic ending in this life? He found it difficult to accept all of this. One had to know how long had he waited for this life. He was originally born with innate wisdom, accompanied by the primordial Tao bone, and was even the successor of an immortal orthodoxy. He had once suppressed the current world and was the number one in the upper realm. Then he sealed himself for many lifetimes, just to wait for her reincarnation. I just came back, and my word count is a little short today. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 274. In the cave abode, divine light was faintly discernible, immortal clouds intertwined, and a terrifying aura surged. Even the living beings kneeling outside the cave abode could feel the terrifying pressure coming out of the cave abode. Their faces were pale and they trembled. They did not understand why their lord would be so angry today. No matter what, their lord was always calm and indifferent. He was confident that everything was under control and did not care about anything. Even if the sky fell, their lord's expression would not change. Could it be that even Lord has encountered some problems? Could it be that person from the Gu family who suddenly came recently? They were all guessing in their hearts. Before this, their lord would ask about the Gu family from time to time. He was very concerned about it. Therefore, they subconsciously thought that their lord was afraid of the descendant of the Gu family. After all, from the various rumors, the descendant of the Gu family was a little too powerful. Their lord had once suppressed the world and won the first place in the upper realm. However, since then he had never appeared in the world. Who knew what would happen if he faced the descendant of the Gu family? In the cave abode, the purple-robed man still could not believe this result. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. This is impossible. Isn't Guchanga her cousin? How could he do such a thing? I knew that Guchanga would not be a good person. His current appearance in front of everyone is just an act. He is a cold and heartless person. The so-called digging out the bone to return his sister is just a joke. The purple-robed man also calmed down at this time. Many emotions flashed in his eyes. He did not doubt his immortal Tao heavenly eye. The young man in the image was naturally Guchanga. Although the purple-robed man had never seen Guchanga with his own eyes, he had seen his portrait. It was almost exactly the same as the person in the image he saw. In the cold and damp dungeon, the girl in green was hung on the wall with the iron chain through her body. Was she not his junior sister in his previous life, the Tao immortal? In this life she should be called Gu Xian'er. She was the favored daughter of the Gu family. However, when she was young, her Tao bone was ruthlessly dug out by her cousin Guchanga. His childhood was tragic, and after a series of twists and turns, in the end, in front of the ancient city of Tao Heaven, Guchanga had no choice but to tell the truth in front of everyone. He dug out the bone of Tao and returned it to Gu Xian'er. The purple-robed man was born late in this life. By the time he found out, Guchanga had already returned the bone of Tao to Gu Xian'er. He thought that all the grudges had been settled, but who would have thought that he would see such a fragment of the future today? This caused his heart to rumble with terror, and he found it difficult to calm down. He had originally thought that in this life, it would be a battle of fate between him and Gu Xian'er. In his previous life, not only had she refused to look back, she had even cut off his hopes of pursuing her. At that time his little junior sister was so proud. She wholeheartedly pursued the great Tao without any distractions. Even his various masters were left far behind by her in the end. However, a sudden change in the world not only destroyed him, it also destroyed his sect. Naturally, it also destroyed his little junior sister. The purple-robed man never thought that he would be able to reincarnate. His talent in his original sect could only be considered average. Compared to his little junior sister's dazzling brilliance, it was truly too lacking. In the end, he unexpectedly reincarnated. The epoch they were in had become an ancient history that no one dared to record. Even now, when he recalled it, he couldn't help but be filled with desolation and despair, filled with fear. That day the entire world withered. Even the immortals who had lived long lives and lived eternally died under that halberd that traversed the universe and split open the ages. Tens of thousands of immortals cried in grief. The immortal ancestors collapsed. Even the immortal palaces that overlooked the myriad worlds and sat in the cycle of reincarnation were all destroyed within a day. As for living beings, one palm destroyed 8,000 prefectures. There was no one left in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That epoch, since then no one dared to mention it. Even now, he only heard a few vague words and then it became a taboo. Time passed. How many epochs were obliterated by the blooming of the flower of reincarnation? And he was reincarnated. He believed in reincarnation, and even more so, he believed that his talented little junior sister would also be like him, appearing in the world again one day in the future. For this, how many lifetimes had he waited? Why did you end up like this in this life? This is not in line with your personality. Then, the purple-robed man gritted his teeth and used the immortal Tao Heavenly Eye again. Although it was only a fragment of the future. But for him it required him to pay a great price. Today, he forcefully used the immortal Tao Heavenly Eye twice. He probably couldn't use it again for half a year. This injury to the origin was the price to pay for seeing the future. No one was spared. In the next moment, the light in front of him became hazy again. Signs of time flowed. The purple-robed man's face became paler and paler. Soon the scene appeared. It was still that cold and damp dungeon. All of a sudden, he felt a pair of eyes looking at him from the future. That young man seemed to have sensed something. He looked up. The corners of his mouth seemed to be somewhat interested. The calm gaze seemed to have passed through layers of space and landed in front of him. Interesting. Hearing this, the purple-robed man felt like his head was about to explode. The third eye between his eyebrows cracked open a terrifying wound, and blood flowed endlessly. But what made him most uneasy was that the other party actually noticed him. Puff! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although the scene quickly disappeared, it still made him tremble in fear. Guchanga is definitely not as simple as he seems. He is 100 times more terrifying than the rumors. How could such a monster appear in this life? The purple-robed man's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Brother, the elders all said that I have the immortal demon body. What kind of body is this? In a residence filled with multicolored light and dense immortal mist, Qing Xiaoi and Qing Feng, who had changed completely, were here talking about something. The two of them were now very different from when they were in front of the mountain gate. They no longer looked like little beggars on the streets. Instead, they gave off the feeling of being a disciple of a great sect. It could be said that the effect of marrow cleansing was very good. It swept away all the dirt on their bodies. Qing Xiaoi wore a clean white dress, decorated with simple pendants. Her dress flowed with a faint glow, and there were all kinds of divine chains of rules intertwining, showing off the girl's delicate and obedient appearance. At this moment she was asking Qing Feng something. She was very curious about her body. Qing Feng smiled and said, Xiaoi, you only need to know that your talent is very powerful. Look, all the elders are fighting to take you as a disciple. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to enter a place like the Immortal Academy. So the various cultivation treasures that we talked about before are simply inferior to the Immortal Academy. I'm afraid we don't even have the qualifications to be compared. Now, even the water that we are drinking is a divine spring that has never been seen before. It's hard to find outside. Speaking of this, he sighed incomparably. If it weren't for Qing Xiaoi, he would really be a little beggar with nothing. Not to mention building his foundation, learning Tao techniques, and cultivating. These were things that he didn't even dare to think about in the past. Although he didn't have a spirit root for cultivation, the elders specially transplanted a spirit root for him to express their goodwill to Qing Xiaoi. With a shake of his body, he became a little genius with decent talent for cultivation. Although in a place like the Immortal Academy, he couldn't even compare to the servants of those prodigies, but he was already very satisfied. Without a doubt, Qing Xiaoi's terrifying talent instantly made her a hot commodity in the hands of those old monsters. Everyone wanted to take her in, even if she was already 13 or 14 years old and had never cultivated before. This was something that the other prodigies didn't even dare to think about. But brother, I actually don't want to cultivate. The way those elders look at me makes me very scared. I feel that they don't treat me as a person, but as an object. Qing Xiaoi heard this and said with a little unease, to me, I just want brother and me to live a good life. We won't be hungry, we won't be bullied, and then we will find the cultivator who killed grandfather back then and avenge him. The cultivation world is too cruel. I'm so scared, Xiaoi. I understand your worries. It's all my fault for being useless. I couldn't protect you and let you live a carefree life. Qing Feng said guiltily. Brother, don't say that. Actually, I feel that if the elders didn't appear that day in front of the mountain gate, we could have followed young Master Chang'e. Young Master Chang'e is such a good person. At that time, I felt that he was the only one who looked at us normally. He wasn't like the others who looked at us as if we were two monkeys. Qing Xiaoyi's voice lowered as she said this, as if she was a little shy. The girl was 13 or 14 years old. In such a situation that day, he was the only one who stood out to help them out. Instead, it was the man who was supposed to be high and mighty, untainted, and not from the same world as them. This made Qing Xiaoyi feel like it was a dream. During this period of time, Qing Xiaoyi kept replaying that scene in her mind. If the elders hadn't appeared, he might have been a sword-carrying boy in the Chang'e young master's house, just like his brother. With young Master Chang'e's identity, no one would dare to bully them. That might not be bad. Young Master Chang'e is indeed different from others. But Xiaoyi, don't let your imagination run wild. What happened back then to young Master Chang'e was just a matter of a sentence. Don't think that he did anything to you. You have to remember, even if we are now disciples of Immortal Academy, we are still worlds apart from him. A person like him might not even remember our names. Looking at his sister's expression, how could Qing Feng not understand? He couldn't help but smile bitterly and persuade her. Brother, don't talk nonsense. I'm not letting my imagination run wild. I'm just thinking that if there is a chance in the future, I will properly repay young Master Chang'e's kindness. What nonsense are you talking about? Qing Xiaoyi hurriedly waved her hand to deny it. Her fair face couldn't help but be dyed red. She was a little flustered because her thoughts had been exposed. Moreover, she was now a disciple of an old monster. She might be able to see young Master Chang'e again in the future. Then Qing Feng sighed, shook his head and left the place. He and Qing Xiaoyi had different mansions. After returning to his room and confirming that there was no one around, only then did Qing Feng carefully take out a bottle from his arms. This was a very simple bottle. It was the size of a palm. There were no patterns on it and it was very ordinary. But the old beggar who had adopted them was killed by cultivators because of this bottle. And the two of them escaped because they weren't around at that time. Then, he followed the clues left behind by the old beggar and found this bottle in the old temple and dry well where they usually lived. As the old beggar's relic, Qing Feng naturally kept it carefully. He didn't know what this bottle was for. But until these days when he tried to cultivate, he found that this bottle was absorbing his spirit qi. Then it gave him a purer and more mysterious aura. That kind of aura was very heavy. Strand after strand, it was so oppressive that the void was about to collapse. Although Qing Feng didn't have much knowledge, he knew that kind of aura was very likely the rumored chaotic aura that could crush a mountain with a strand. The chaotic aura was nourishing his blood vessels, bones, and lungs. With such a precious treasure, Qing Feng was naturally careful, afraid that others would find out. In a place like the Immortal Academy, there were many experts. Even the slightest carelessness would be noticed by others. Therefore, he didn't even tell Qing Xiaoyi about this matter. Greetings, young Master Chang'e. At the same time, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Immortal Academy. These days, the Immortal Academy had become more and more lively. Almost all the young geniuses from all over had rushed over. The young paragons of the current era and the ancient freaks had all gathered. Their auras were majestic and shocking, and their blood surged into the sky. At the mountain gate, there were a few more old men in charge of checking the age of bones. At this moment, when he saw Gu Chang'e, the white-robed old man named Wang Zhongyong immediately smiled and went forward to welcome him. I wonder why young Master Chang'e is here? He asked. Gu Chang'e's arrival caused quite a stir. Almost all the young geniuses looked over in shock. It was the first time many people saw Gu Chang'e. Their eyes were filled with respect and curiosity. However, Gu Chang'e's body was shrouded in a layer of fog, making it difficult for people to see him clearly. It was as if he was standing in another world. The sky was high and the ground was far away. Everything was empty, making the young man standing on the mountain rock look even more mysterious and extraordinary. Many young women had looks of admiration in their eyes. Chapter 275. Among the crowd, there was a slender young man wearing black gold armor. His eyes flashed with five-colored brilliance. When he saw Guchanga, there was some hatred and anger on his face. However, he quickly suppressed it and became calm. At this time, even those who were most familiar with him did not know that he was once Prince Ing Shuang. Now he changed his appearance and became an unfamiliar young genius. What's wrong? Beside the young man in black gold armor, there was an old man in loose robes. His face was clear, and he had a sage-like appearance. Ing Shuang called him Elder Emo. This was an unfathomable old monster. Back in the Yinan battlefield, after he was taken away by the three great sages, he was thrown into a desolate place. The other party said that someone would come looking for him. Ing Shuang naturally did not believe this. He always felt that the three great sages were arranged by Guchanga. Including those words, Guchanga deliberately said. All of this was to make him take the blame for Guchanga, so that he could maintain the title of inheritor of demonic arts. However, Ing Shuang really did not expect that someone would come looking for him. They even said that they were from the Organization of Inheritors of Demonic Arts. Like him, they were all believers of the Demon Lord. This Elder Emo was one of the most terrifying and unfathomable members. Ing Shuang wanted to explain that he was wrongly accused. He was not an inheritor of demonic arts at all. The true inheritor of demonic arts was someone else. However, he also knew that once this matter was confirmed, even if he had a supreme weapon like the Golden Ancient Bell, he would not be able to escape death. The current Heavenly Emperor Mountain could no longer tolerate him. He was already a person that everyone wanted to kill like a rat crossing the street. As long as he appeared in a certain place, there would definitely be countless cultivators swarming to kill him. This caused Ing Shuang to be incomparably furious. Her hatred for Guchanga, who had appeared in front of her sect, naturally reached the heavens. Last time you suffered a great loss at the hands of this Guchanga. This time in the Immortal Academy, it will not be the same. With us supporting you from behind, even if he is Guchanga, he will have to think twice. When the old man called Old Mo saw Ing Shuang's expression, he could not help but smile faintly. Other than being a follower of the Devil Lord, he also had another identity, which was an elder of the true Immortal Academy. This was something that not even the other 670 elders of the true Immortal Academy knew about. Hearing this, Ing Shuang calmed down and nodded. I understand. He didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but he felt that Guchanga, who was standing in front of the mountain gate, was sizing him up. However, since he dared appear in True Immortal Academy, it meant that he had absolute confidence, not scared of being discovered by others. I heard that Mingkong is coming, so I came here to wait for her. Guchanga smiled and answered the old man's question. So that's how it is. Young Master Changa and Princess Mingkong really have a good relationship. Hearing this, the old man in white couldn't help but smile ruefully. The others naturally heard this as well. Many of the proud daughters of heaven were envious. The Mingkong that Guchanga was talking about, that was definitely his fiancée. The heir apparent of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, Princess Yu Mingkong. There's no other way. This fellow asked me to come and pick her up personally. Do you think I can refuse? Guchanga's smile was still gentle and elegant. His tone was a little helpless, but there was also a hint of doting in it. However, for some reason, many of the young primes, especially the proud daughters of heaven, felt sour and envious. What the hell? Did he eat dog food for no reason? They were even more jealous of Princess Yu Mingkong. Was there a woman in this world who was worthy of young Master Changa's treatment? Of course, Guchanga was definitely just casually saying this. His main purpose was still because he sensed Ing Shuang's aura. That was why he came here to see who was by Ing Shuang's side. He felt that the so-called inheritors of demonic arts organization was not formed spontaneously. Instead, it was gathered together because of a certain existence. As for who that existence was, it was not difficult for Guchanga to guess. Who else could it be other than the founder of the demonic arts? Thus, he wanted to know what this so-called inheritors of demonic arts organization wanted to do. Judging from the attitude of those people from the True Immortal Academy, that old man should be an elder of the True Immortal Academy. His cultivation is at least at the prime level. Right now, it means that Ying Shuang has a prime supporting her? Gu Chang's expression was somewhat interested. He was considering whether to keep Ying Shuang alive. Since Ying Shuang had changed her appearance and helped him lure out the people from the inheritors of demonic arts organization, then Ying Shuang was actually not that useful anymore. However, if Ying Shuang died, the Sky Emperor Mountain might be able to detect it. For Gu Chang'e, this was a small problem. Therefore, he now had to consider how to kill Ying Shuang openly without giving others the impression that the inheritor of demonic arts was actually dead. This required some tricks. Create a sign that the inheritor of demonic arts was faking her death to escape. In addition, Gu Chang'e planned to let Su Qingge get in touch with this organization first. After all, she was the real inheritor of demonic arts, and this required some maneuvering. Su Qingge was testing his attitude. But she did not feel at ease about her identity. Gu Chang'e was even less likely to tell her all this. It was not that he did not trust her, but that he could not casually tell this kind of thing to others. Except for Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and He Yin-Yu of the immortal ancient continent, no one else knew that he knew the forbidden demonic arts. And they, for various reasons, could not reveal this matter. Next, Su Qingge will definitely secretly practice demonic arts behind my back. In the Immortal Academy, there are many heaven's favorites. Those old monsters may not be able to take care of it. Su Qingge will definitely not be able to hold back. This is the best hotbed. At this time, Gu Chang'e was thinking. Outside the mountain gate, there were waves of clear and resounding phoenix cries. In the sky in the east, there were 9 black divine phoenixes, pulling a carriage. They were very fast, galloping across the sky and were descending here. Say Yu Mingkong. Yu Mingkong is coming. At this time, in another direction, a huge 9-headed golden lion that looked like it was made of gold was also coming from the sky. The sound of Zen reverberated, and the light of Buddha shone, looking very bright. A very handsome young monk, with a strange pattern between his eyebrows, wearing a moon-white monk robe, sat on the top with his palms together, looking very solemn. For a time there was an explosion below the Immortal Academy, and it was extremely lively. Many young supreme beings were shocked, clearly recognizing who this person was. 9-headed lion? Is this the Golden Cicada Temple at the peak of Buddha Mountain? I heard that this generation's bodhisattva is called Golden Cicada. Could it be him? I didn't expect that even Buddha Mountain, which has been silent for a long time, would send a bodhisattva here. It seems that today is really a golden age. If it's really him, then it's definitely not a small matter. It's said that Golden Cicada Bodhisattva has a total of 108 Buddha bones in his body. On the day of his birth, the phantom of Buddha appeared above the 9 heavens and smiled at him. It's said that this bodhisattva has been to the demon burial abyss and walked out. I don't know if it's true or not. A place like the demon burial abyss. He's actually been there. It's too terrifying. Many young heaven's favorites began to discuss. They were very shocked by that young monk. The status of Buddha Mountain was not lower than that of the human ancestor hall and the heavenly emperor mountain. There had not been a bodhisattva for many generations. From this, it was enough to see how powerful and mysterious this bodhisattva was. Been to the demon burial abyss? Hearing the discussions nearby, Gu Chang'e's eyes narrowed slightly. He was planning to plan the place where the red-robed female demon was about to be born. He did not expect that this generation's bodhisattva had already appeared. Chang'e, at this time, a slightly strange and familiar voice sounded in his ears. Yu Mingkong came to his side with light steps. The few elders who were in charge of checking his bone age didn't dare to ask any questions. She was still as beautiful and flawless as before. Her face was like a painting without any makeup. Her figure was tall, her hair was soft and smooth, and her eyes were calm and deep. The dress made of the silk spat out by the sage-to-be divine silkworm flickered with a hazy light and intertwined with various rules and orders. One look and one would know that it was priceless and hard to find in the world. Behind her was also a large group of followers. Wuxia tilted his head and smiled. He held her little hand smoothly. "You're here?" "Yes." Yu Mingkong stood beside him side by side. She was a little surprised. "You came here specially to wait for me?" She could not believe that Wuxia would be so good to her that he was willing to wait for her. However, seeing him as soon as she arrived at the Immortal Academy made her feel a little touched and happy. "What else could it be? Everyone here can testify for me." Wuxia smiled. All the young Heaven's prides were naturally envious when they saw this scene. However, they were a match made in heaven. What else could they say? Yu Mingkong's eyes were a little suspicious. Then she glanced at the many young Heaven's prides below. She did not see any suspicious faces. She felt a little relieved. But soon she looked at the golden cicada sitting on the 9-headed lion and thought. This was the first time this mysterious bodhisattva showed his true appearance in front of the world. She still remembered that in her previous life, the golden cicada helped a certain ancient freak to clear the suspicion of being an inheritor of demonic arts. It seemed that Wuxia had recorded it. Then, when the demon burial abyss erupted, the golden cicada rushed there and seemed to have met with danger. For a long time there was no news of him. In her previous life, she did not know why Wuxia would choose to seal the demon burial abyss. Although it was not completely successful, it was very effective and delayed for a period of time. Some time ago, when Wuxia asked her some things, she told him a lot of things about the demon burial abyss. However, there was still one point that she did not understand. Many things should have been delayed for a long time, but she did not know why, but they happened in advance in this life. Including the appearance of the Immortal Academy, it was at least 10 years earlier than in her previous life. It was even more so for the demon burial abyss. "Brother Golden Cicada?" At this moment Wuxia's expression was calm. He was the first to speak to the golden cicada who had already landed, as if he was preparing to greet him. When everyone saw this scene they could not help but be a little curious. As the bodhisattva of the current era, the golden cicada was very mysterious, but his 9-headed golden lion had the strength of a saint. If he could subdue it, then he should at least have the strength of a saint. Wuxia's strength was beyond doubt. Even the elders of the Immortal Academy treated him with respect. There were rumors that Wuxia was not at a disadvantage when fighting with a supreme saint. All these things made him seem even more mysterious. At this moment when the two met, would there be a big collision? Thinking of this, many people were looking forward to it. "Greetings to young Master Chang'e." The golden cicada landed, put his palms together towards Wuxia, and greeted him with a calm expression. The golden 9-headed lion behind him was growling, its fur standing on end. It was very uneasy and a little afraid of Wuxia in front of it. "What does this mean?" Wuxia asked with interest. Shanjing is very sensitive to all kinds of auras. Maybe young Master Chang'e or Princess Mingkong scared him. The golden cicada replied in a calm voice. Shanjing was the name of the golden 9-headed lion. It could transform into a human form at any time, and it could be both a servant and a mount. It had an almost intuitive talent for sensing all kinds of auras. It could tell whether someone was good or evil at a glance. The reason for this was because he felt a suffocating aura from Wuxia. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, rushing towards him. Under the elegant and gentle appearance hid terrifying means that made one's heart palpitate. This was the golden cicada's first impression of Wuxia. Although he had just left Buddha Mountain, he had heard many rumors about Wuxia. No matter which one it was almost perfect praise. But now it seemed that these rumors were actually just superficial. The successor of the Gu family was definitely not a good person. "I didn't do anything. From what I see, Brother Golden Cicada's mount clearly has something to say about me and Mingkong." Wuxia smiled casually. "However, a mount is a mount. How can I lower myself to its level? I've always heard that Buddha Mountain is mysterious and has many powerful divine powers. I've always wanted to go there, but unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to check it out. Today, I happened to meet Brother Golden Cicada in front of the mountain gate. I wonder if you can teach me a thing or two." His voice was natural and easygoing, and his words were not loud, but they still spread in front of the mountain gate. What? For a moment everyone was shocked. They understood what Wuxia meant. Was he planning to fight with the mysterious bodhisattva, the golden cicada? Boom! Almost instantly there was an uproar. Apart from shock, there was only excitement and excitement on everyone's faces. After all, the number of times they had seen Wuxia fight with their own eyes could be counted on one hand. Many were very curious about how strong he was. And now he was issuing a challenge to the mysterious bodhisattva in front of everyone. It had to be said that this was really too shocking. Even Yu Mingkong was very surprised. She did not understand Wuxia's intention. Chapter 276. Does young Master Chang'e want to fight with Golden Cicada? The few elders in front of the mountain gate looked at each other after recovering from their shock. For a moment they didn't know what to say. Logically speaking, as one of the 10 sequences, Wuxia was the same as Golden Cicada in front of them. Shouldn't the two of them be very cautious when fighting? After all, if there was a slight disadvantage, it would easily cause their status in the Immortal Academy to be affected and unstable. Young Master Chang'e, are you serious? For the first time, Golden Cicada's face revealed an expression other than calmness. He stared at Wuxia very seriously. He didn't expect Wuxia to show off to this extent. Moreover, it was at the entrance of the Immortal Academy. Golden Cicada wondered if he had offended Wuxia. No, this was only the first time the two of them had met. This Wuxia is too arrogant. He doesn't put the other geniuses in his eyes. He is so conceited. In the crowd, Ying Shuang clenched his fists and couldn't help but think to himself. He was more and more convinced that Wuxia was the true inheritor of the demonic arts. The purpose of his attack was very likely to be to test Golden Cicada's strength, or to show his terrifying power in public. In the future, the Immortal Academy might be like the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, where Wuxia could cover the sky with one hand. It's just a competition. Don't worry too much, brother Golden Cicada. Wuxia was still smiling calmly. But if Dao brother Golden Cicada refuses, this Gu won't force you to do anything. There aren't many in the younger generation who can make me interested in fighting. Although his words were simple, it made everyone here feel suffocated. It was as if there was an invisible mountain above their heads, making them unable to breathe. Casual and domineering. And it was the kind of indifference that didn't put the opponent in his eyes at all. They knew that this wasn't Wuxia being conceited, but that he really had the confidence to say such words, making it impossible for others to refute. However, these words were also a form of acknowledgement. It was already a great honor for Wuxia to be interested in sparring with him. If that's the case, then I'm sorry to offend you. Hearing this, Golden Cicada also knew that this battle was unavoidable inside in his heart. He didn't come to the true Immortal Academy to compete. However, this Wuxia in front of him gave him quite a bit of pressure. Soon he heard the news. Streak after streak of green rainbows continuously rushed over from various parts of True Immortal Academy. Human figures flickered about, appearing in various parts of the mountain peak, all of them here to watch the battle. To put it bluntly, this was the pinnacle battle of the younger generation. The battle between the two True Immortal Academies. In the depths of the horizon, primal chaos mist spread outwards. The great golden path extended outwards. There were elders who also hurried over, similarly looking forward to this battle. They were also extremely curious. Many people had guessed Wuxia's purpose. He had taken the initiative to speak. Wasn't it to establish his authority? As a newcomer, the current True Immortal Academy did not have an accurate division of order. Him taking the initiative to make a move was completely equivalent to informing the others of his strength, letting them know their own limits and who should be respected in the True Immortal Academy. Of course, this was everyone's guess. On the peak of a mountain, a woman with fiery red phoenix wings on her back was dressed in a fiery red long dress, her arms wrapped in flames. She looked from afar, her face extremely beautiful, with a natural sense of nobility, as if she was a matchless phoenix carved from red immortal crystals. It was an ancient freak from Phoenix Ridge, who was also one of the 10 great sequences, the Heavenly Phoenix Girl. It was said that she had a great relationship with the immortal phoenix, and there were even some who said that she was the reincarnation of the immortal phoenix. Guchanga, she softly muttered these 3 words. Then, the phoenix wings on his back shook, and his figure blurred as he left this place. Guchanga took the initiative to fight against Buddha. Inside the cave, the purple-robed man's brows were tightly furrowed. This is a good chance to investigate the situation. Just how much of the rumors are true is still something that needs to be seen. While thinking like this, his figure similarly moved, leaving this place, bringing with it vast and mighty purple energy as he headed towards the mountain gate. Heavenly Monarch Purple Sun. He actually rushed over as well? This scene drew the attention of many people. They were all extremely shocked. Heavenly Monarch Purple Sun was the first disciple to rush to True Immortal Academy, coming from the Purple Manor. At the same time, he was also an ancient freak who had been sealed until now, previously suppressing the present world, becoming number 1 in the higher realms. Meanwhile, the Purple Manor was also an extremely mysterious imperishable inheritance in the higher realms, its inheritance incomparably ancient. In that instant, many scenes like this appeared on True Immortal Academy's various divine mountains and immortal islands. In front of the mountain gate, it was even more so incomparably lively. Figures flickered about, all of them with powerful auras. In the outside world, they were definitely young supreme beings who could sweep through an area. Among them, inner disciples and quasi-disciples were the most numerous. Many of the disciples still hadn't rushed to True Immortal Academy. For example, the human ancestor palace's 2 inheritors' whereabouts were still unknown. The mysterious 6th Crown King didn't appear either. Apart from this, the remaining great disciples were also extremely mysterious, their whereabouts difficult to find. I wonder who will win this battle? I feel like Golden Cicada Buddha's child is extremely mysterious. Before this, I've never heard any rumors about him. However, for him to be conferred the title of True Immortal Academy's disciple, he definitely has some outstanding aspects. This battle is extremely difficult to determine. That might not necessarily be the case. If we don't use other methods and just rely on our own strength, I feel like young Master Chang'e is definitely a bit better. After all, he is the only existence who has faced a demonic art inheritor before. Now there are even rumors saying that young Master Chang'e might be the human ancestor's reincarnation. No wonder. Many people were discussing this. When they spoke up to hear, they couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air, all of them shocked. Young Master Chang'e. Excuse me. While everyone was discussing spiritedly, the golden cicada who had been sitting on the golden 9-headed lion all this time took action, his voice calm. Treasure light filled the air, and Buddhist chants interweaved. It was incomparably sacred and resplendent. The moment he attacked, he used an incomparably profound Buddhist technique. A divine ring appeared in his mind, as if he was an immortal Buddha. Moreover, he didn't dare to underestimate him. The strength he displayed was already at the level of a saint. The ancient Buddhist technique evolved, and an incomparably tall golden Buddha body appeared. It was dazzling and oppressive. The terrifying aura caused the expressions of many young geniuses to change. They felt as if their bodies were about to split apart. So powerful. The strength of a saint. Is this the strength of this generation's bodhisattva? He has already far surpassed us. They were shocked, and their hearts trembled. If this kind of strength was displayed before, it would definitely cause a sensation. Rumble. The huge golden Buddha body crushed down towards Guchanga, as if it wanted to suppress him as well. Brother Golden Cicada, are you looking down on me? If that's all you have, then I'm really disappointed. However, Guchanga still had a smile on his face, as if he didn't care. Buzz. He only raised his palm slightly. His other hand didn't even move. Then he gently pressed forward. There was a rumbling sound in the void as if it was about to explode. In the next moment the palm was extremely real and the void collapsed. As if it was the hand of the heavens, the aura of the heavenly path circulated, and the divine light was dense, surrounded by 5-colored divine light and divine mist. The Buddha phantom, which was 1,000 feet tall, had a dignified appearance. However, under this palm, it was instantly shattered and directly disappeared without a trace. What? He shattered it with one palm. It's simply too despairing. Isn't that too powerful? This scene made everyone's hearts tremble, and they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. He can't be judged by common sense. Even the heavenly Phoenix Maiden and heavenly Lord Purple Sun frowned slightly and secretly compared. They found that both Wuxia and the Golden Cicada had not used their full strength. Soon the Golden Cicada attacked again. A golden bowl flew out from under his monk robe. The Buddhist light was dazzling and illuminated the surroundings. It contained Zen intent and seemed to be able to purify everything. This was an ancient Buddhist artifact that contained the power of a saint. The terrifying divine light of order poured down like a river of stars. For Wuxia, this was even simpler. He just flicked his finger and a wisp of sword chi burst out. However, a terrifying sword sound was heard. In a daze, everyone seemed to have seen a peerless immortal sword cutting through the universe, and a dazzling sword light descended. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. In the next moment there was a crack, and there seemed to be billions of rays of light blooming. A crack appeared on the golden bowl. Then the crack quickly spread, as if it was about to collapse. If the Golden Cicada hadn't seen that the situation was bad and hurriedly retracted it, he was afraid that he would have lost an ancient Buddhist artifact today. Young Master Chang'e is very powerful. The Golden Cicada is now no match for young Master Chang'e. I'm willing to admit defeat. The Golden Cicada's expression changed slightly, but he still sighed and chose not to continue attacking. Instead, he chose to admit defeat. Brother Golden Cicada, you're really boring. However, since you've said so, this Gu will naturally not attack again. Hearing that, Wuxia seemed a little surprised, but the smile on his face still didn't change. The Golden Cicada's choice to admit defeat was within his expectations. At a time like this, who would use all their means and fight to the death if there was no enmity between them? He just wanted to test the Golden Cicada's strength to estimate the feasibility of the subsequent plan. Of course, he also wanted to establish his authority and let everyone know that even if they were all in the same sequence, the gap between them was still very big. Asking for fresh flowers, Wuxia actually didn't like the feeling of being compared to him. In the past, he was afraid that people would notice his cultivation and arouse unnecessary suspicion. But now, ancient freaks had appeared one after another, and the inheritor of demonic arts was someone else. No matter how strong his cultivation was, he wouldn't attract as much attention as before. Even if he was still competing with the younger generation, he should let them understand that the gap between them wasn't small. To put it simply, it was time to show his cards. He was stronger than them, not just a little. Although Wuxia didn't care much about the various resources of the Immortal Academy, it didn't mean that he didn't care. The stronger one was, the more they would naturally obtain. Hearing that, the Golden Cicada shook his head and didn't say anything else. His expression was very calm. There was no unwillingness or anger after the defeat. He still had many means, but he also knew that even if he used all of them, it would be difficult to defeat Wuxia. He was too strong, the kind of strength that went deep into his bones. Today, he was unlucky to run into Wuxia. If he had met other sequence disciples, Wuxia would have said the same thing. He just wanted to establish his authority and make others fear him. In the future, he could control the Immortal Academy with one hand. It's not unreasonable for this guy to be so strong and confident. You have become the only inheritor who is suppressed by the other heavenly talents. Outside the mountain gate, Elder Mo, who had been silent for a long time, looked a little solemn as he spoke to Shuang next to him. For the first time, he felt that things were tricky. He thought that things would be much simpler after finding the inheritor of demonic arts in this life. But why did this Wuxia come out of nowhere? His strength was ridiculously strong. Shuang's expression was also very unnatural. Wuxia's strength really made him despair. He reckoned that even the former Prince would not be a match for Wuxia. This made him clench his fists tightly, and he was very unwilling. Now what made him feel a little relieved was that he was hiding in the dark, while Guchanga was in the light and did not know that he had also come to the Immortal Academy. This enmity, he would definitely repay. This matter needs to be planned slowly. Before that, I have to think of a way to tell Gu Xianer how dangerous Guchanga is. Although she was so cold to me in the past, I have not reached the point where I will not save her. Lord of Purple Sun frowned, and his face was heavy as he whispered in his heart. He also did not know who would win if he fought with Guchanga with all his strength. For the first time he was not confident and did not have the slightest confidence. Guchanga was indeed many times more terrifying than the rumors said. On the other side, the heavenly phoenix maiden stared at Guchanga, as if she wanted to remember him. Then her figure flashed and soon disappeared. This golden cicada is unlucky, Yu Mingkong whispered, knowing Guchanga's purpose. He is not unlucky. He is already lucky to be alive after fighting with me. Guchanga's smile was a little thought-provoking. Yu Mingkong glanced at him and felt that he seemed to be scheming something again. Could it be related to the demon burial abyss? Soon the result of the battle in front of the Immortal Academy spread. Not only did it cause a big sensation in the Immortal Academy, but also in the upper world. The younger generation naturally attracted the attention of the major sections. And the battle between Guchanga and Golden Cicada was even more eye-catching. The result of the battle was recorded by the Shadow Stone and circulated in the cities of the ancient cities. For a time, Guchanga's reputation reached a peak again. Previously, many people thought that he did not have enough time to cultivate and could not be compared to those ancient freaks. But today's battle shocked many people and made it difficult for them to calm down. Even those ancient freaks were far from enough in front of him. Many of the older generation felt that they were probably no match for Guchanga. Unknowingly, he had grown to the point where the older generation was wary of him. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed since the battle. Qing Xiaoyi really joined the Immortal Academy, the so-called immortal demon body. If I remember correctly, that bottle is now in her brother's hands, in a magnificent palace very close to the area where Guchanga was. Yu Mingkong whispered, many emotions flashing across her eyes. She had a deep impression of Qing Xiaoyi, a legendary figure in her previous life. Her rise shocked the various orthodoxies in the upper world, and she was one of the two most proud disciples of the Immortal Academy. The other was a strange stone that had been sealed by the Immortal Academy for a long time. Chapter 277. Qing Xiaoyi was known as Fairy Qingyi in her previous life. She had the immortal demon body, and even though she only started cultivating when she was 14, she still managed to catch up with many ancient freaks. She improved by leaps and bounds, and no one has ever heard of her being defeated. She and the mysterious stone from Immortal Academy that seemed to have fallen from the 9 heavens were known as the twin heroes of Immortal Academy. I wonder if Qing Xiaoyi will still be killed by Chang'e in this life? Speaking of which, she died during the most glorious period of her previous life, which infuriated Immortal Academy. In the end, nothing was found, and it became an unsolved case. So, she was actually killed by Chang'e. On the other hand, that strange stone has been keeping a low profile ever since Qing Xiaoyi went missing. Very few people have even seen its true appearance. However, I heard from Chang'e that the mysterious stone was the only one who escaped unscathed after fighting with him. It seems that its cultivation is at least above the Saint realm, but we can trust Chang'e's words to a certain extent. He said that the other party escaped unscathed, which is most likely because he didn't use his true abilities. In the palace, divine light was faintly discernible, and immortal mist was enshrouding. Yu Mingkong sat on the bed, her figure slender and her face picturesque. She narrowed her eyes and various thoughts flashed through her bright eyes. She was not only thinking about her next plan, but also how to get the ancient artifact from Qing Xiaoyi's brother. Many memories from her previous life flashed through her mind. As for Qing Xiaoyi, she had nothing to do with her, so Yu Mingkong naturally did not want to care. She did not care what would happen to her in this life. Then she suddenly waved her hand, and an ancient bronze mirror that was slightly rusty appeared in her palm. This ancient mirror looked very ordinary, and there were no patterns on it. However, as Yu Mingkong activated her magic power, a hazy radiance quickly appeared in it. It seemed to have been washed clean by the rain, and the dirt and rust on its surface were removed, making it crystal clear. Buzz! This sparkling and translucent ancient mirror reflected the void, a wave of destructive aura flowing within. Looking at this ancient mirror, Yu Mingkong's eyes moved slightly, and she softly muttered to herself, "Now, I already have 2 of the 7 artifacts of heaven-wielding. The heaven-wielding bottle is with Qing Xiaoi's brother. In my previous life, Chang'e also had a heaven-wielding jar. Other than that, I don't know the whereabouts of the other artifacts. It is said that when you gather all 7 heaven-wielding artifacts, you will have the might of the heaven-wielding artifact. You can even find the remnants of the immortal palace that had once collapsed in the long river of time." There was naturally no need to say how precious the immortal palace's inheritance was. Even if an immortal searched for it their entire life, they still wouldn't find any traces of it. And these 7 artifacts of heaven-wielding sect were coincidentally the keys to the immortal palace's treasure. 7 heaven-wielding artifacts, including the heaven-wielding mirror and the heaven-wielding seal in her hands. The other 5 items were the sky-wielding sword, sky-wielding wheel, sky-wielding bottle, sky-wielding jar, and sky-wielding pagoda. According to the memories of her previous life, she had already found the whereabouts of the heaven-wielding mirror and the heaven-wielding seal, and was the first to snatch them. As for the heaven-wielding jar, it seemed that it would appear at an auction, but she didn't go. She knew that it would end up in Guchanga's hands in the end. After all, the purpose of collecting these divine weapons was actually for Guchanga, which could save him some trouble. However, she didn't want to arouse unnecessary suspicion from Guchanga, so she didn't tell him yet. And just as Yu Mingkong was thinking about her next plan, on the other side, Guchanga was also in the cave residence preparing his next plan. He still had to continue to be the scapegoat of Prince Ing. No matter what, there was no one more suitable than Prince Ing. Before this, Guchanga planned to first get in touch with the so-called Inheritors of Demonic Arts organization. In his opinion, this organization was at most a gathering of the Devil Lord's followers. In fact, they knew very little about the Devil Lord and the Inheritors of Demonic Arts. But more or less they still had some use. So in the short term, Ing Shuang didn't dare to reveal his whereabouts, and the Elder of the Immortal Academy would protect him. Because of these reasons, Guchanga was thinking about letting all the young geniuses know that the Inheritors of Demonic Arts were actually in the Immortal Academy. This would create a situation that would make everyone panic, unease, and even more chaos. For him, this would be better for him to fish in troubled waters. When the time came, some geniuses would be in trouble. Ing Shuang could only brace himself and say that it was him. After all, the Inheritors of Demonic Arts was his only protection now. With this premise, Su Qingga dared to make a move secretly. Guchanga was also creating an opportunity for her. Of course, he also did something secretly to push Su Qingga out, so that the people of the Inheritors of Demonic Arts would notice her. From then on, Ing Shuang's last value would be used up, and there would be no value in him continuing to exist. Before this, my strength should break through to the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm and prepare to break through to the Supreme Saint Realm. I just don't know if the origin of the immortal demon body can be replaced by the Fruit of Guidance. The Fruit of Guidance was an item that Guchanga dropped from the fortune treasure chest when he killed the human ancestor. In layman's terms, it was a method similar to copying. Now that there were many old monsters and antiques around Qing Xiaoi, if Guchanga directly made a move on her, it might arouse a lot of suspicion. The loss outweighed the gain. Moreover, he felt that Qing Xiaoi had a good impression of him. If he used it a little, it would be more valuable than directly devouring her origin. So he planned to use another method to obtain the origin of the immortal demon body. Then Guchanga sat down cross-legged, and a hazy immortal mist rose from his body. Blood and bone power like a sea of stars gushed out from every pore of his body. The top of his head was glowing, and the innate godly will had become an ancient, mysterious, and indescribable god. One look was enough to make one's heart palpitate and go crazy, and one couldn't help but want to kneel down. In the end, this terrifying power circled around the cave. It should have rushed out of the sky and shattered the universe, but it was suppressed by Guchanga. This aura was so terrifying that even a supreme saint would feel like his body was about to explode if he stood in front of it. It was unbearable. Guchanga followed his old habit of exchanging the recently obtained life points. Although there were many things in the system shop, he still had them. But what he cared about the most was the Transcendence Bones. Now there were a total of 60 Transcendence Bones in his body, and each bone was intertwined with a mysterious color. The dense mist spread out, and the divine light was dazzling like the immortal gold that couldn't be destroyed. Of course, this saying was not accurate. It was more like a substance that had transformed to the extreme and contained the supreme aura of heaven and earth, primordial beginning, universe, chaos, and primordial chaos. This was no longer a simple bone. Buzz. Then, a familiar aura enveloped Guchanga. Then, many dreamy and mysterious lights spread out from Guchanga's flesh, skin, and lungs. The 10 bones transformed into the Transcendence Bones again. 70 pieces of Transcendence Bones would bring about a comprehension of the laws that far surpasses that of an ordinary Supreme Saint. Even some quasi-supremes would be slightly inferior. Guchanga's expression was a little thoughtful. Soon, there were only 3 days left before the Immortal Academy closed. During this time, almost all the young geniuses in the upper realm gathered, including the successor of the human ancestors' palace, the divine prince of the heavenly Emperor Mountain, and the mysterious Six-Crowned King. They had all arrived. However, other than the demon realm, there was still no successor in this era. It was very strange. At this moment, outside the tall and majestic mountain gate, Gu Xian'er's steps were light and quick. Her beautiful face was porcelain white, and her expression was cold and proud. She stepped on the bluestone stairs and walked up. It attracted the attention of many young geniuses nearby, and their eyes were filled with amazement. This girl didn't look very old, but it was obvious that she would be a beauty that would bring calamity to the country in the future. She wore a light green dress, which made her figure look slender and elegant. Her hair was soft and smooth, and there was a big red bird on her shoulder. After leaving the Peach Village, she rushed to the Een battlefield to kill some Een creatures. Only then did she arrive at the Immortal Academy where Hong Yutian was. As the celestial daughter of the Longevity Gu clan, she wasn't as high profile as Guchanga when he arrived. She still had a bird by her side, which made her look a little poor and simple. During this time, I've already broken through to the Divine King realm. As expected, breaking through and then breaking through again is a good way to cultivate. I'll be able to catch up to Guchanga soon. Gu Xian'er was in a good mood. Her steps were light and quick, and she soon arrived at the mountain gate. Many young heaven's favorites wanted to talk to her, but they were all rejected by her arrogant expression. It was as if she would attack them if they got closer. They couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. They knew that they were far from being a match for this girl. The white-robed elder who was in charge of checking her bone age was Wang Zhongyong. He was very smart and recognized that this girl was related to Guchanga at a glance. He didn't dare to be negligent. "Are you Miss Xian'er?" His voice was respectful. "You know me?" Gu Xian'er raised her eyebrows slightly. There was a hint of doubt in her cold voice. Could it be that Gu Xian'er's name had spread to the Immortal Academy? Even the elders at the mountain gate knew her? "I know young Master Chang'e." Wang Zhongyong smiled. The expression in Gu Xian'er's eyes seemed to be a little happy, but she still asked coldly, "Did he ask you to come here to pick me up?" Wang Zhongyong's smile froze. He was a little embarrassed. How should he explain this? Guchanga didn't tell him about this at all. He only recognized Gu Xian'er after hearing about Guchanga's deeds and looking at his cousin's portrait. Gu Xian'er knew that she was happy for nothing. She was a little angry, but she didn't show it on the surface. She thought that Guchanga would wait for her here. Even if he didn't come, he should at least send someone to pick her up, right? This guy actually ignored her once again. Then Gu Xian'er, who was angry in her heart, followed the procedure. She first checked her bone age and paid the points before entering the Immortal Academy. According to her current strength, she should be a quasi-disciple. There was still a long way to go before she reached the sequence level. However, Gu Xian had just entered the Immortal Academy not long ago. When she landed on a mountain peak, she felt that there were a few young geniuses in front of her. They looked at her with malicious eyes. These young geniuses had already reached the divine god realm. They could be considered inner disciples of the Immortal Academy. The man in the lead was even at the divine king realm. He was very powerful. They seemed to have been here for a long time. Their eyes had been sizing up the new disciples nearby. Are the rules of the Immortal Academy now like this? Yes, the disciples who have just entered the academy are like this? Seeing their expressions, Gu Xian was a little puzzled. She saw that the eyes of those young geniuses seemed to light up. They took the lead and walked towards her. Their target seemed to be her. I am Song Fan. May I know your name, junior sister? The young disciple in the lead was tall and straight. He was shrouded in divine light. He had a dignified appearance. The rest of the people were like his followers. He walked in front of Gu Xian. There was admiration in his eyes. He stopped and took the initiative to speak with a smile. When the young geniuses nearby saw this, they didn't dare to stay and quickly left. Gu Xian frowned. She was confused. Why was it that she had just entered the true Immortal Academy and was being targeted for no reason? From the way this young prodigy was trying to strike up a conversation with her, he seemed to be very confident in himself. Could it be that he was another person who coveted her beauty and body? Gu Xian's expression also turned cold. She didn't speak. She just looked at him coldly. The temperature in the air dropped rapidly. It was as if frost was condensing. Why don't you speak, junior sister? Are you looking down on me? We are both quasi-disciples. I think we can get close to each other. When Song Fan saw this, he was slightly stunned. He seemed to be a little displeased. The smile on his face disappeared. However, Gu Xian still didn't speak. She just looked at him coldly. She felt that there was something wrong with the person in front of her. How did he enter the Immortal Academy? Or did he not know her at all? Seeing that Gu Xian was still ignoring him, Song Fan frowned. His tone became impolite. Junior sister, you have just entered the Immortal Academy. There are some rules that you need to understand. Among them, you need to remember to respect your senior brothers. At this time, hearing his words, the group of young geniuses behind him slowly surrounded Gu Xian. Respect your senior brothers? At this time, Gu Xian finally opened her mouth. It was as if she was looking at an idiot. You? What right do you have? Her voice was very cold and calm. However, it was also cold. Anyone could feel that she didn't care and was mocking him. Junior sister, it seems that you haven't been taken advantage of before. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. Today, your senior brother will teach you this truth. At this time, Song Fan's expression was very ugly. It was as if this was the first time he had seen someone who didn't give him face. What? You want to teach me a lesson? However, Gu Xian's face was still as cold as ice. Even her words had the meaning of ice shards. It made people tremble uncontrollably. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She actually didn't give senior brother Song face. I think she just needs a beating. Senior brother Song, I think we should take advantage of today's opportunity to let her understand the cruelty of the Immortal Academy. It's not like the family behind her. She doesn't even know the ways of the world. At this time, a few of the young geniuses at the side also laughed. It was very mocking and disdainful. Their words were full of ridicule. Sigh. Originally, this matter would have been much simpler if you told me your name. Now you have to make things like this. If this spreads out, people will say that I'm bullying the weak. However, you asked for it. Song Fan shook his head as if he was very helpless. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned cold. Wang! A terrifying aura of the divine king realm gushed out from his body. A surging golden shadow appeared behind him. It was like a golden rock, fierce and threatening. You're courting death. Gu Xian's voice was also filled with terrifying coldness. She didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. He didn't want to ask for her name and wanted to attack her. Boom! Her body also shone with a dazzling light. Shocking chi and blood energy appeared on her hand like a little celestial phoenix. It turned into a white fist that shook the void and punched forward. It was like a tidal wave that made the void seem like it was going to explode. This power was extremely shocking. It was far more powerful than an ordinary divine king realm cultivator. Stop! How can there be such an arrogant person in broad daylight? Does he not care about the rules of the Immortal Academy? However, at this time, a cold snort came from the sky. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.